This.
What's going on?
Yeah, we just went on. So we're using a different system, Nick. So we should be broadcasting at the moment through XSplit. So this is a new way of doing things for me. So
Yeah.
just let me test to see if it's actually working. Our listeners will have to bear with us for a second.
Yeah. It hasn't shown up on the on your channel yet.
Yeah. It does say live, so there may just be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah. There we go.
So it's there. So
There it is.
we're actually live. Okay. So I guess
Hello.
I
Yep,
guess the
there we are.
first thing we should do is
Right.
test the audio level for the. So it's there. So
There it is.
we're actually live. There we go. Just heard myself. So should we test the video?
Okay.
Are you playing it? No.
Oh yeah, I've got to play it, haven't I?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Are we live?
Yes.
Yeah. Just,
Is that you, Karen? I can't see the thing at the moment. We're just testing our settings. We're going through a different way of getting in. Was that Karen? Oh no.
that was
was the
Ivy.
recording.
Yeah, that was Harley Quinn.
All I heard was a female. All I heard was a female voice saying, "Are we live?" So, well, I guess it works because I did invite Karen.
Yeah,
So-
that works. That works. That's amazing.
I just heard a female voice, and yeah, I just assumed.
You sexist. Just because it was a woman.
Well, I just invited her like 5 minutes ago, and I saw that she was online, so I just made the assumption because you were still stuffing around with the settings. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was stuffing around with the settings.
As people may have
we got it
realised,
all
this
up.
is a little bit chaotic to start with, but it seems to be
Starting.
working. So should we test the?
I was stuffing around with the settings.
As people may have realised, this is a little bit.
Yeah, it's all working as far as I know. So we could, I guess, start making fun of this hangout.
All right, so let's have a look at the video then, shall we? I've got so many windows
who's
open here.
Legit
So is
MRAs.
everyone in the so who's in the thingy?
Dean's just popped in.
Room.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
back. I had to make that quick phone call is all.
So Nick, have you clicked on the link to go to the video room?
Hey, Nick.
I should be in there if the name Nick wrote it.
Okay.
Yep, we
I
got.
was just in there. I was just switching my name.
So everyone's in there.
Yeah,
That's good.
everyone's
Yep. All right. So
Everyone's in.
let's start.
Starting. We should
says
be live
live.
again.
Uh,
Are we live?
it says so. Is there a new? Is there a new? link?
Someone's echoing.
Who's got the girl voice?
That is. Was it Harley?
No. That's Ivy.
Oh, is that Ivy?
Yeah.
Oh,
How is
okay.
she?
Oh yeah, the ones. Oh yeah, Harley was the other one. Sorry.
Is she? Well, who is she? I mean, how is her
Is it
voice
the-
here? But she's not showing. Is she with Andy? Is she with?
Oh,
Oh,
no.
that's the
Go
video.
go to the video
Video.
chat room that you signed into.
Oh,
video.
all right. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh, Dean, you're so
There's
special.
the women
Yeah.
are just the feminists are sneaking in now and they're infiltrating. They don't Google, obviously. We need to,
Okay. Yeah, someone's echoing, and I don't know who it is.
well, I'll mute and see if it's me. I don't think it is.
Is it me?
Or is it the same video?
It should be part 1.
Or is that them?
It could be them. I should explain. This is part 2 of their hangout they did yesterday. part one went, I think, for about 20 minutes, and I watched it, and then it crashed for some reason, so they had to start a part two. So I haven't seen part two. I'm going into this blind, so it should be
Yep,
interesting.
Nor have I, so yeah.
Don't know what to expect. It could be good. It could be bad.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute. I'm just gonna mute from you guys just to see if it is their end or ours
All right, no problem.
quickly.
We'll see here in a minute.
Yes.
Says
Yeah, it must be one of you who's Okay, Andy, unmute. Okay, is it Bagel?
the stream is still stopped on the original video.
No, it's not. It's not Bagel. Bane, unmute.
My dog is barking though.
Hold on.
Yeah, your dog is barking, but
All right, now I'm
Bane,
unmuted.
okay.
So go.
Okay, so this is part 2. We are in.
Yeah, you're the one who's echoing, Bane. Don't know why.
I don't know how I've got headphones on.
Have you got any way to like turn the volume down on your
Headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Try it again.
Some thrilling content for the audience.
Part
right
2.
now.
I know where we're at.
Where is
It
the
is fine.
Send
That's workable.
All right, I had to turn the volume right down.
Yeah, as long as you did it like through the headphones, or like on the actual headphones instead.
Yeah,
of
I
the
did.
other
I
way.
did.
Yeah. Okay.
through the chat the new link to the
Yep.
for the people to comment on.
Yep. There we go. Sending.
See, they're having technical difficulties too.
I know we're.
Yeah, you guys get to watch people on a hangout watch a hangout while we have technical difficulties due to them having technical difficulties.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Progress.
Yes, progress.
Okay, let's continue.
No shit! I just sent the link to everybody.
Oh no!
Oh,
God.
I'm having a fail.
Oh, Ivy. Oh, Ivy.
Dean's still muted, by the way.
Oh, is that mansplaining? Oh yeah. Dean and Nick, you can unmute yourselves if you want. Like, doesn't matter.
Can someone give me a bit of a briefing on who exactly these people are?
These are the okay. We have two members of the Skeptic Feminist, which are Russian Deadpool and
Ivy.
Ivy.
Yep.
And we also have Varmint Coyote.
Who I don't know a great deal about, but what I have seen, he's been extremely anti-MRA and irrational.
Yeah, he is.
You know,
Yeah,
he's
he
the
has
babe.
You're-
MRAs eat babies type irrationality.
Oh,
Yeah.
so not even like Steve Shives level irrationality?
He's
beyond
friends
that?
with Steve. He's friends with Shives.
Oh, good God.
just all the I think all the background that you need, Andy, is this hangout is titled. What is it titled again?
Legit
Yes,
MRAs.
MRAs chat.
So they're talking about legitimate MRAs compared to the troll MRAs.
That's right. And these guys, they're big on you know the no true Scott not using the no true Scots fallacy when it comes to feminism. So they can't say who's a real feminist and who's not. But this whole hangout is to decide who's a real MRA and who's just a troll MRA. And troll MRAs are by definition like that.
By
You know,
definition,
to
what?
be honest, if anyone saw me, they'd probably think I was a troll, so. Even
Don't
though
look
I'm.
like a troll. Well,
Well,
maybe with tacos.
I don't conduct myself like a troll, but, well, you know what, I take that back. If there's anyone who they think would be as a troll, it would be Chris or Fiffin. They think he's a troll.
Well, they're saying that MRAs are all just trolls, and I take responsibility for that because I trolled the fuck out of the feminists. And that I told them that I was just trolling them just to get a reaction. And so, and the thing is, like, they had all been, I had specifically been giving them to gossip about, how terrible we were to get a thing, and then I told them that I was getting them to gossip about us. So then they had like they actually had a meeting. They called a big lecture at the University of Alberta where they told everyone that we were just trolling them, not to freak out over us anymore.
Oh yeah, that's the argument that I see a lot of them use.
Yeah, that is something they like to do. Is they're also probably going to start with the whole oh well, these trolls on the internet, they are also like indistinguishable from MRAs, except they're doing all these extra bad things, but they're still somehow indistinguishable from MRAs.
I think Varmint might go that way. I don't know if the skeptic feminists will, because it's been pointed out to them so many times that they have actually changed their position, which I think is a good thing. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, I from what I've heard, I did hear.
Did we save this from the hang? Did we save all this for the hangout, or?
We're on air.
Yeah, we're on air.
We are on air. Oh,
yeah.
My mistake. Mine still says off air. It says off air on.
Yeah, because
it's not the hangout. That's not how we're streaming.
Yeah, we're going through XSplit, so we're actually on air, but not the hangout is off air.
I got you. I understand. All right.
Yeah, when it comes to that argument of you're just a troll, so shut up, your issues don't matter, I've been facing that one a lot recently due to a tiff that I've gotten into with my local feminist groups regarding a female-only homeless shelter. Yeah. And that is probably the least favorite argument I've seen them use, is because it is just very condescending of telling you that you must be a troll, that you don't mean what you say. And so to be clear, these people use that argument, right?
Well, this has always been my pet peeve. Actually, I'll confess that it is my pet peeve in general. It's the fastest way to get under my skin in an argument, although, I'm good at deflecting it now, but it's always been my pet peeve because it is so cheap and it's so inescapable. When you start telling somebody else what they think, you're just automatically accusing them of being horrible liars or demented.
Yeah, I agree. That's one of the most annoying things, is assuming other people's intentions and assuming other people's ideas and views, and this is one of the things, is that for some reason feminists have this idea that they can determine the intentions of a faceless, voiceless entity on the internet.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's because they stereotype us.
CBC, the CBC with that guy talking. He's like, these guys are just trolls. They want men to be oppressed. The talk, like, it was the most cringeworthy statement I've ever seen.
Well, about 90% of what I hear.
MRA on the panel.
About 90% of what I hear, which is classed as criticism of the men's rights movement, is just basic bullshit stereotypes or false associations.
It's just unfounded claims.
Yeah,
that's basically all of it.
They're barely even stereotypes is actually a bit too kind of a word to use for that, because they're usually stereotypes which have no origin. Like MRAs are fat neckbeards. Where the hell does
it's still a stereotype though.
That is entirely and completely down to me, because I am the Megatron of the MRA.
I actually suspect the neckbeard thing might come from the Amazing Atheist, who isn't even an MRA.
It was long before the Amazing Atheist, and from what I can tell, he was then, because he was a fat neckbeard, associated with the men's rights movement. I think it's kind of like, I think the whole like neckbeard thing has been a thing for like years, and it's just been associated with the MRM and TJ and like loads of other people since then.
Well, speaking of TJ, I think Kevin Logan said that he was invited to the International Men's Conference last year. Is that true, Dean? Was he invited?
Who?
The Amazing Atheist.
Oh, the Amazing Atheist. He was, yeah. TJ was definitely invited, and there was confusion going back and forth, and basically it didn't work out, and that was kind of a shame. But we still had a good conference. Well, we had a crazy conference.
Oh, it was a great conference.
Yeah, I can't
I
wait to meet you.
remember it. I remember it in nightmarish terms because it was so hard to get done. But yeah, it was a good conference. I'm
Mm.
looking forward to London because I don't have to do anything but show up. That'll be nice.
Yeah, and I get to meet you.
Do
Fuck's
you
sake.
really? Excellent. That would be awesome.
I'm there, which is awesome.
Where is this conference being held? London?
London.
London.
Oh shit.
That's in Australia, right?
Do you guys mean London, Ohio, or what?
Yeah. Just kidding. Yeah, actually, no. I've never been to the UK, but I'm not an Anglophile. Okay, but I read a lot of British literature, writers, and I watched a lot of British TV. So it's like I almost know the joint. Should be fun.
Didn't you tell us not to get off topic, Bane?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Oh, it's all on me, is it? Okay. Anyway.
Dean, you
Okay,
need
yeah.
to jump back in
Let's get back-
SyncVid,
let's
by
get
the
back
way.
to the hangout.
Yeah.
Ivy, what are you doing, Ivy? Okay. So let's.
This is the most awkward pacing.
Oh, I hate.
Yeah. Do these people know how to people? This is coming from someone who's autistic as well. What the fuck?
I mean, in all fairness, we really aren't the best people to criticize a stream's format, considering.
Like we're doing so much better, right?
Are
we are.
we live? Yeah, we're live. Why isn't? Who's echoing? Everyone mute themselves. But,
Well, to be fair, what we're doing is a little bit more complex
Yeah.
because we are streaming video. And
In all
and-
fairness, the B list is a lot better formatted than this, and the B list is pretty lazy in that regard too.
Although,
Yeah.
look, to be honest, I don't think the stuff up was theirs. I think it just, I know something happened and Google fucked up, as we know Google often does, and they had to restart it. So I don't think they're totally to blame.
Nah.
And
No,
as,
it's all a conspiracy,
I
man.
hate Google right now. Oh my god.
It's been giving
Yeah.
us such a headache.
I think we're just about to be joined by Felsop, by the way.
It's the
Oh,
white
cool.
supremacist capitalist patriarchy, man.
I wonder if there's gonna be like random people popping in there.
There we go. Well, if they are, I'll boot them. So. Oh my.
Okay.
Well.
Also, Varmint identifies as a woman,
Does he?
like legit. Yeah, legit. So that's actually a microaggression saying he, I think. So we got to use her pronouns. Are you gonna remember?
Honestly,
Well,
I'll just
let's
call
we-
it.
Back on topic.
We are live now, so let's let's
Yes,
get
we're
back on
live.
topic. Would you please restate what you were saying before we got so rudely disconnected?
The MRAs that I have experience with most regularly are these are the same type of internet educated people you run into who think that they can cite a couple of articles that took them like 1 minute on Google to find that agree with their position, and somehow this shores up their argument without them having to do any wider learning about it. They don't have to consult any experts
Can we
about
pause this?
Yeah.
Roger.
Projection.
Yeah.
This is the utmost protection because almost every time that some anti-MRA on Facebook or something cites a claim, it's almost always a blog post or a news article. It's never. It's never. I shouldn't say never. It's rarely an actual study. It's rarely. Hell, it's usually a Wikipedia link.
Yeah.
Maybe
Or if they're talking
Wikipedia,
about
topic two.
MRAs.
Mhm.
Yeah, but especially when they're talking about MRAs, this is literally him. He is describing what most feminists do when they talk about MRAs.
Most feminist journalists, too.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
They will use references to feminist websites, but they won't look at any of the debunkings of the stats on the feminist websites. They won't even look at them. And it's like, but you can look right in this study and see where they've done this, and they won't.
Yeah.
What he's saying is, basically what he's saying is that feminism is the establishment, and if you go against the establishment, then you are a heretic. That's basically his argument.
Exactly right. Yeah.
It in the relevant fields who could maybe interpret data for them when it comes to reading the actual studies. They just
No, I'm sorry. That's an appeal to authority. Sometimes, people in the relevant fields who are interpreting the data do it wrong.
Or they're
somehow they know
biased.
that they're doing it wrong and choose to.
Yeah.
I think I think the appeal to authority matters when, I mean, it's not always invalid, right? I know
No,
this.
it
you don't,
is. It's
but-
always invalid. It's always invalid.
No.
It is. No, it's basically this intelligent person is saying this, therefore it's true. Even
you're not-
if a mathematician says that 2 + 2 = 3, then as far as I'm concerned, it's still 4.
If it's a subject you don't understand, it's perfectly adequate to take a respected expert. That's all I meant. That's all I meant.
It's pragmatic to do it. It's pragmatic to do it, but if you're going to use it as an actual logical argument, then it doesn't work.
Oh no, I
Right.
think that it's a lot different to take the overall consensus of experts in general and take that as and while using that as a reason for your views, or using that as quote unquote proof of your correctness and the other person's incorrectness, may be pragmatic. I don't think that using experts as a potential sort of boost, I suppose. I'm trying to think of the right word. A boost to your own. I'm not sure.
It
I'm
means nothing. It
struggling
means
with the
nothing
wording.
it means nothing in a debate, as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't prove anything.
I don't think there's anything wrong with referring to experts, but those experts should be open to criticism. That's that simple.
Well, but then, they should be open to criticism.
Yeah.
But then the whole problem with the appeal to authority fallacy is it's just like, well, they're experts, so they must know more than you.
No, well,
Well,
that's faulty.
I'd
What-
also point out that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go on.
Oh, their experts frequently seem to be complete, absolute jokes. Complete, absolute, ridiculous jokes. Scratch the surface. That divorce peers, for example, that gets touted everywhere is it's one example. It's just a complete joke. Well,
Eric Haas.
You know who they hold up as their expert on MRAs, right?
David
Yeah.
Petrell.
Yeah.
That's exactly the point. Is if they're an expert, then you're claiming that you're actually claiming they're an expert to use that as an argument, which means you're claiming that they have evidence. You just basically pass the buck. You've done nothing. It's just you just created a middleman now.
I have seen people literally reference Futrell as a quote unquote expert, though.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
that
what I
gets
mean.
done a lot. He's a blogger and a stalker and a liar, and they use him as a source, and it's just ludicrous. It's just ludicrous.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is using a quote unquote expert as an argument for something, you first have to determine that they're an expert, and the only way to determine that they're an expert is by proving them right.
Well, experts
So-
can still be wrong. So even if they're right
Yeah, but
about
then
99% of things, they could be wrong about the one thing which is being presented. So just
Yeah,
the fact
exactly.
that they're an expert is
Linus
pointless.
Pauling was wrong about the structure of DNA. And you know who was right about it? Watson and Crick, two nobodies. One of them studied birds, and the other one was a racist. So, but
Yeah,
they were
that-
right about DNA.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. It's the they might be an expert on everything else, and then they're just completely wrong on this issue. So this is what I mean. It's why it's just such a flawed argument to use. Let's move on.
assume that it's kind of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where they assume
This guy is talking about the Dunning-Kruger effect. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've seen his videos.
These people are using words they don't understand. They're using terms that just like sound good, and they'll just kind of take them and fit them in. I mean, because they know a little bit about it, right? But I mean, seriously. I mean,
Yeah,
there's so much I could. Really, I'll go into the studies. Oh, and by the way, I ran a new radio show for 2 years, which is only on hiatus, temporarily not canceled, where every 2 weeks we talk to a tenured academic about their research or a working clinician. I mean, what is wrong with these people? Sorry.
It's a fair
you don't
question, Dean.
exist, Dean. You don't exist, Dean. You only exist when they want to prove that MRAs are fat neckbeards. And then everything you actually do that doesn't exist.
But then when they want to prove that MRAs all are wacko, racist, conservative homophobes who hate women, then guys like you don't exist. Or you're just one of them. Due to one out of context quote.
Shall we continue? Spino?
That they know a lot better than they do, but the people who actually have substance on their side, like feminists, are the ones who.
All I'll say is.
No bias
Substance
there.
a
No,
reference to
no
weight.
bias.
I think the substance is a reference to weight. Body mass,
Oh.
yes, I'll give him that.
Hello. Did I just disappear for a minute?
Yeah, don't worry, you're back.
Okay. Yeah.
But you know what? When you have to manipulate your own studies to show the results that you wanted, I wouldn't consider that substance.
Agreed. Or if you just like cite a study, write an article about a study, and then you write an article like disagree. The stuff you cite just proves your point wrong. I have seen that before.
I've seen that
Oh,
often.
yes, someone cited, ironically again, a Wikipedia article at me, trying to say that 1 in 5 women will be raped, and what does it say in the first paragraph? The Department of Justice estimates that it's less than like 1 in every 10,000 people. It's on the first paragraph. These people don't read.
Well,
Just
that's the
to
problem. They start with the conclusion and then they find the evidence to fit it. But they don't actually examine the evidence half the time.
They don't even look at the evidence. Guys, we're right here and we're not hard to find. Hello?
Yeah. There was a BBC thing about men's rights in the UK, and they've decided to go after Roosh.
And
Like, 'cause that's like the simplest example. That's the easiest thing to debunk. Look at his website where he has insulted MRAs multiple times, but no,
I
he's
know.
totally an MRA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they don't go after the guy who's been in the mainstream media, in the news, this MRA, they all talking about me, and from what they read, I must be a bad guy. But then they must have seen the Independent article. They must have seen the poll in there, 73% approval. They thought, actually, maybe he might be too likable.
Mm.
no
I
lie.
assure you, no one has ever thought this was like.
By the way, I'm going to go on
Just
record
look
as
at the title of that Independent thing. Was that the one who posted, "This MRA won't get a date," basically?
That was basically all of them.
There,
Yeah. I love them. I actually genuinely love it.
This MRA is not popular with the ladies. Therefore, he has nothing of value to say. But then if I bring up, well, I'm an MRA, and if I do say so myself, I am fairly popular with the ladies, like, you are a player and a horrible person who abuses women.
Yeah.
And the thing is that Roosh, and he's not an MRA. He's not as anti-MRA as he used to be. But come on, how can anybody not look at Russian? Is that you don't even have to believe half. He doesn't believe half the shit he writes. He is pure clickbait and book sales. And I even say that with a little admiration, in a weird way. I don't admire him, but it's like he knows what he's doing. But he really is
respect.
There's no there there. Yeah, it's a respect. There you go, of the skill. Let's put it that way. Or what were you gonna say?
well, back in 2013, back in 2013, they wrote that both, you remember this, that both Raw Story and Death and Taxes, sorry, that's what it's called. Death and Taxes, both magazines reported that my real name was Eric Duckman, and I was calling myself Nick Reddington South Dakota. Like two articles on the same day. Like, these people do not check their facts fucking at all. At all.
I can't hear you. I don't know if we can hear you
Yeah.
very well, but what I heard you just say is that they printed your name wrong.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to hear you, Nick. Basically, what he said is 2 articles on the same day printed his name as Eric Duckman, and and that he was making up his real name as Nick Reading because it sounded cool. So
Yeah, I remember that. I
You know what?
remember that.
If you ever get into arguments with these people, those type of people, ask them what MRA stands for, and 80% of the time they won't answer correctly without a Google search.
and then they associate us with Menonists as well,
Oh, I love that one.
which is a parody of feminism.
Like, I say to them, Menonism is a joke, and they're like, yeah, damn right it's a joke. It's so stupid, and I'm like, no, it's hilarious. It's a parody. It's satire. It is a literal joke. Not a joke as in, like, feminism is a joke. A joke as in, like, why did the chicken cross the road joke.
Yeah, basically.
Well, they have a very us and them attitude, so it's their brand of feminism and everyone else. And everyone else is obviously all the same, and, you know, right-wing, MRA, anti-abortion, you know, rape apologist, wants to go back to the 1950s, and all this other bullshit which they just project and make up. And they come to this conclusion without ever actually talking to us.
These men's rights activists are using a civil rights law from the 50s.
Yeah.
Like, that was what they're using a law from the 50s. It's the Ubuntu Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
Shall we continue with the video? I think we've had a bit of a rant.
Continue with the video.
Not off topic.
Well, feel a lot more humble about how little they really do know about the limitations of the information that we're operating from. And again, this is the perfect analogy that you find with Christian apologists, where you're trying to have it's like
Limitations of the information. So you mean like the 2% rape accusations are false statistic that's always thrown out by feminists?
And has been long debunked.
Yeah. It's been long
Wasn't it
debunked,
based-
and even then, it would count as it would count as the lower bound of a lower bound.
Mm.
Yeah.
That, and there's
I- This to me is the disintegration of what used to be known as skepticism. But whatever. Now he's gonna compare us to fundamentalist Christians or something. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me now?
Better.
A little better.
little
Still not
tiny
great
bit.
though.
How's about now?
You know what? We need to make a new version of Godwin's Law about creationism.
Oh, no lie. I get tired of it. I mean, it's idiotic, but Jesus, everybody has to bring it up in everything.
I'm guilty of it, but still. You know, I prefer to compare them to the KKK more than anything else. But
I
No, I think what you've got to do is you've actually got if you're not pointing to a very specific action, then as far as I'm concerned, and you're a false analogy is a false analogy basically, and just a baseless claim is a baseless claim.
well, I mean, what I do is that I usually am talking about a specific action, a specific individual
exactly.
or specific scenario, such as Anita Sarkeesian gender and racial segregation work in school.
Yeah, or Anita Sarkeesian again, and the way that they shut down comment sections. That was a big thing with the creationists. They would also do that.
Mhm.
And that's something you can point to. That's a very specific, clear similarity. But then they just don't. They don't like that. But there's they just block you, I guess, at that point. But here, where they can just randomly say, oh well, they're just like creationists because they're stupid. That is basically what's being said here.
Well, okay, can you hear me now?
Ah, much
Yes.
better.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So the thing is, and he's saying that like we don't know what we're talking about when it comes to feminism. There's like a fucking genre out there of like MRAs taking apart feminist videos, like a whole genre on YouTube. And feminists tried that with MRA videos for a little while, but they were all terrible, so they stopped.
Yeah, I'm pretty much left alone.
Sorry.
I'm pretty much left alone. They don't come near me for some reason.
Well, I mean, have you ever seen one of them even mention Dr. Randomer Camp?
No.
Like, no, they tried to take.
Jenny McDermott did try it once.
Oh god, that sounds cringeworthy. Just fucking from that cursory description. But the point is, like, we show, like, we take the feminist videos, we go through them, and we address specifically what we have problems with. How the fuck can they say we don't know what we're talking about when that is probably the majority of the media that we produce?
No kidding. And by the way, wow, do you sound better, Nick? But anyway, yeah, no, and this is the thing. They just won't stop lying. And flat out, we are calling them liars, right? I mean, we're right here, guys. What are these people's names? You can talk to any one of us, and half of us are willing to put our real names out there, and those who aren't, fine. But we're right fucking here. Hello.
Yeah. Actually, someone suggested the Skeptic Feminist having a conversation with me. Have I got?
Yeah, I'll have him on a hangout sometime. I don't mind.
Yeah,
I would honey badgers.
Hey, Skeptic Feminists, right now, on the record, I'm pretty sure everyone in here will have a hangout with you if you ask. Is there anyone who won't?
And let me stress, a friendly hangout. I don't mind just having a sit down in the chat.
And they've already been on the honey badgers.
Yeah,
so
a couple of times.
MRAs are good for it.
Oh,
Yeah,
these people have been on the honey badgers?
And I tell you what,
on.
if the Skeptic Feminists are listening, why don't we do a hangout where we try to discuss solutions as opposed to pointing our fingers at each other? How's that?
That's a neat idea.
Oh, now we're talking.
I specifically would like to have a hangout where we hammer out coexistence between feminists and non-feminists.
Yeah, all right.
And policies we'd like to see go forward together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, but I want to get it straight. You're telling me these people have been on the Honey Badger Brigade?
Yep.
Not the two on your screen now, but the Russian Deadpool and Ivy have a couple of times.
There's the group called the Skeptic Feminists. And
this may
Russian.
be this. Okay, so this might be where they're saying there's some good feminists, and they must mean the Honey Badgers. I don't know.
Yeah, some good
Oh
MRA.
no! I watched this hangout yesterday. That's not where it goes.
Okay, don't ruin it for us because I haven't seen it yet, and I want to be surprised.
Spoiler alert.
Actually, you know what? My family is calling, guys, so I am going to bail out. It was awesome talking to you all. I'll talk
Thanks,
to you
Dean.
later, okay? Good luck, Skeptics. By the way, real easy to find me. Okay, bye.
See you, Dean.
What merit can there really be had in trying to have a conversation with someone who isn't operating in reality?
Yeah,
We manage it. We manage talking to you people. and here's the thing: is that they don't understand is sometimes when you're having a conversation with someone, you're not trying to necessarily convince them.
Yeah, because they're trying to convince the audience, which is
yeah.
When me and Mancheese were arguing, I said, you know what, I think I've sufficiently convinced the audience. I'm pretty sure that they all know that you are wrong and I am right. And she was like, oh, so I'm wrong because it's obvious. And I'm like, that's not what I said. I'm saying I'm done because I've won. I've convinced everyone else.
Yeah, and then a lot of people will say, okay, so there's no point in arguing with someone in a random comment section because who's going to see it? I actually think even then there is some level of merit. If you're doing it to sort of sharpen your ability to bounce around ideas and just to hear what arguments are going to be used that day or that week. Or that
And
month.
there's also screen capturing too, which I did yesterday for part one of this hangout that they did. I had a rather interesting conversation with what was her name? Came the Dawn, I think. So
Okay.
yeah,
Or hell, even
I think I'll make a
YouTube
short video about that.
a YouTube comment on a video with a lot of views, I believe it'll actually get more clicks than a YouTube video on a small channel, right?
Yeah.
True, it can do. I think I have comments with more likes than my average videos, so yeah, you got a point there.
When you're trying to have a conversation with an ignoramus, basically.
Gotcha. I'm well, and I guess my point to that was that we need to ourselves be diligent to call out fellow feminists when they fall into the same trap, where they um, speak incorrect information. They need to be challenged on it. Where they put forward questionable ethics, they need to be called out on it. We can't be
Okay,
the
actually, here's some questionable ethics then.
That's a fair point. I give him credit for
Here's
that.
something very direct though. I want
Yeah.
to say this direct public. Varmint, the one in the pink shirt, has not responded to my video, but it has instead gone into any comment section about on a video about me, and it's just said shit like, "Oh, he's just an ignorant sophist and he's stupid and don't talk about him. He's not, but he's not worth talking about." He has not addressed a single one of my points. He's just gone around and tried to slander me and attack me. So, is that unethical? Why are you not talking about that, Skeptic Feminist?
Well, he might not know about it. If
Okay.
if
Yeah,
it was
okay.
brought to
Well,
his
I would-
attention, he might agree with you.
I would ask why it is that these kind of videos keep coming out of their channel if they feel like they need to focus on their own camp a little bit. I mean, my dear God, their own camp is a festering wound of fucking insanity.
Yeah, who has more power? Mary Koss or the men's rights movement? Who's actually doing more damage?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Go ahead.
that's an interesting point because we often get accused of being nothing but anti-feminist and not actually caring about men's rights. It's bound to come up during this hangout. But what does channels like Kevin Logan do? He just I never hear him just do a video about feminism. It's always, anti-MRA or anti-manosphere or something like that. Which I don't really have a problem with. But it's a bit hypocritical to turn around and say that's all we do when there's people on their side, and that's all they do.
Yeah, well, the reason these double standards are just ever present with these people is like you guys have been watching the new season of South Park.
No, I've heard it's
still
good
need
though.
to watch that.
Oh man,
Because she knows she's an ad. Oh, so great.
there's this new kid, David, and his parents. They run a Mexican restaurant in South Park, and there's this one episode where Cartman, he was basically bullying all the restaurant owners through his Yelp review, like being a Yelp reviewer. and so he would always, whenever he was around David, he would ask him, said, "Do you ride your teeny bicicleta to school?" And if David didn't play along with his racist belittling, then then Cartman would go and give his parents a negative review on Yelp. And when they show Cartman on South Park, it's a total B cluster personality, right? B cluster personality disorder type guy, and he's doing it because they you can infer this. He's doing it because he needs to feel special by the way he convinces himself that he's special is by being allowed to treat other people like shit. Right. So when you have feminists, it's constantly it's always okay when they do it, but not okay when you do it. What that is them making themselves feel special by being allowed to do whatever they want to the out group. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just tribalism.
Yeah.
monolith that anti-feminists would have us be believed as. We need to police our own. You know, I think perhaps more diligently than we're doing now. We can't hesitate to be self-critical, to be skeptical of each other, and it's to the benefit of the movement to be self-critical. The moment that a movement becomes uniform is the moment that it dies intellectually, I think.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Hopefully they'll actually do it though.
Yeah.
I would like to
This
see them do
all
videos
going-
actually doing that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they just claim, like when they were on
Yeah.
the honey badgers, they were talking about how they don't like the what they call the idiot branch of feminism, and they're like, oh yeah, we totally hate those stupid feminists, with their manspreading and their mansplaining, right? They're the idiot branch of feminism, and we don't like that they're the ones getting all the attention. But they're on here talking with Varmint Coyote. I mean, it doesn't get much more idiot branch than that. They are uniform. They
Are they
uniform.
actually calling them out though? Are they making
Yeah.
videos dedicated to calling out Anita Sarkeesian?
No,
You know,
they're not.
who is the embodiment of idiot branch?
No, they actually blocked me and took it to Twitter and publicized it like a big deal, like I was some terrible person because I disagreed with mandatory consent classes and I said if you're going to forcibly educate people, you'd be better off forcibly teaching people how to not be selected, how to report properly, yada yada yada. Of course, that was rape apology and then last night I told them in the chat for this shit, hey, I'm a real MRA. I'm not just some troll. You guys know that. What's gives? Oh, we just feel there's nothing left to discuss with you.
Anyway,
So I mean, that's how much more radical of a
yeah, the
mentality can you have?
Yeah, and the other thing with the skeptic feminists is that what they're really good with is because there's three of them. Whenever in a comment section, they can just sort of say, "Well, it might have been one of the others who blocked you," and
Yeah.
you can never know who it was.
yeah, you never know who
Oh, yeah,
you're talking to.
Yeah, and you know what the perfect response to these mandatory consent classes are? Is making men take mandatory consent classes is kind of like making black people take mandatory anti-stealing classes, or giving Middle Eastern people mandatory, you know, don't
Anti-terrorism.
blow yourself up classes, or
Yeah,
or
or
giving
with
Asian people mandatory driving lessons, and they don't. That's the only way to get it across them.
Well,
is to
why
use
don't we
these
have
comparisons to
mandatory
racism.
mothering
It's the only way
classes?
that they'll actually give a shit.
Why don't we have mandatory mothering classes where we teach women not to kill their babies?
yeah, I was
Because-
just about to
because
say that.
how do-
Considering 2/3 of
Yeah.
children
Ooh,
which are
could we
killed are
have,
killed by the mother.
But
we have,
Bane, that's sexist. But
And,
but
and
giving
they've,
men
they've
consent
got
classes
mental
isn't.
problems, so we should let them off when they kill babies.
Yeah, but that's why we should
I'm-
give him the
I've
class.
got an idea. I've also got an idea. We could also have mandatory don't false rape classes. Don't make false rape accusations.
Well,
I thi-
why
I
not
think
have
that
that?
would go
Why
down
not
really
have
well.
that part of the consent class?
Telling feminists not to lie. I mean, come on. Come on.
We should just take every wife of every soldier when he gets deployed and have them go to a class that teaches them not to leave their husband while he's overseas. That doesn't sound offensive. Right?
Yeah.
In the Canadian military, I'm told that there's actually there's a thing where when you bang a guy, the wife of a guy from another unit, you put your unit sticker on under the bed, so that when the guy gets back, he looks under his bed and sees what units have been
Wow.
in his place.
Damn, brutal.
Should we
Yeah.
continue?
But that would but then they wouldn't like that.
So yeah.
No, this is part of the, I think I mentioned, this is part of that doublethink that you find very often, though, where we are accused of being hegemonic in our thinking on things, to not disagreeing with each other, despite the fact that we regularly, as feminists, we purposely question each other and build our ideas by disagreeing with each other. I'm emboldened by the pushback I've seen against white feminism here recently, especially, where we're trying to work out a lot of the racist elements of that kind of got into the beginning of the third wave of feminism. And I like
Got into the beginning of the third wave feminism. Last time I checked, it was wasn't it Susan B. Anthony who was like really racist?
Susan B. Anthony, but was one of them. But the worst offender would probably be, I'm forgetting her name. It's blanking on me. I made a huge video about her. She was the one at the Seneca Falls convention. Give me a moment. I know it.
Anyway, let's continue. We're only 5 minutes into an hour and 22
Yeah.
minute video, so we need to
But
get through a
Susan
bit
B.
more.
Anthony would be a great example. Because she, I can't remember who said it. This name's gonna come to me in 3 minutes. I'm gonna shout it out.
Well,
for
all
no
right.
reason.
Until then, let's
But,
let's continue with the video.
There's
Yeah.
one quote that really exemplifies it from her, where she basically said, and you can see the same attitude out there today, where she said, "Oh, if we give black men the vote, they're just gonna do the same oppression of women that the white men did." That
Yeah.
was basically what she said.
How intersectionality is really trying to address that, because we try to moderate extremists out of our movement. And again, this is
Bahar Mustafa, right?
Yeah.
Moderating her right on out, didn't she? Fuck. No, you'd moderate Joss Whedon out because he had a girl actually think about having a baby. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, no, they didn't like her. No, they didn't like her because she said something like she was a monster, but they thought she was referring to the inability to because she was sterile or something. But when her memories of being trained to be a killer, that totally wasn't what she was referring to. That was the character that they were referring to.
Did you take your gender glasses off when you watched this movie?
No,
Yes,
they
it
always look
There's
at
a
it through the feminist lens.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's
Yeah.
continue.
Yep, keep
Yeah.
that spirit of Allison Team in here, Bane. Let's go.
the dissonance you'll find with the men's rights movement, with anti-feminists in general, is that they'll throw their lot in with more or less anybody. Because again, regardless of who they're dealing with, like you found this with Gamergaters especially, how they started from such racist roots on
The racist roots.
No, let him continue before we comment. Let him continue a bit. I want to see where this goes.
4chan's politically incorrect forum, and
4chan poll. That's where you're going with this. You do realise poll is obviously it's just take the piss out of it. It's ironically racist.
Yeah, they
The whole
realized
thing-
that poll was not where Gamergate even really began on 4chan. If you're gonna say that it began on
Yeah,
4chan,
agreed.
/V would be a better example than poll.
That's also true, and it didn't have anything to do with it. It really wasn't 4chan. I mean, r/Kotaku in action, and it was mostly on like Twitter, YouTube, and Reddit again. So, what the hell has this got to do with anything?
It's because it's Gamergate. They need to find any excuse to rip it.
Yeah.
It's if you've got a Roosh V, you focus on it, you attack it, and then you denounce everything via it. That's all it is. It's their Roosh V. Gamergate's Roosh.
Yep. I guess that's.
All right, let's go.
Yep.
it's neo-Nazis and that kind of basis, and it's a matter of it doesn't.
I guess they have never seen like the kinds of people who end up in Gamergate are hated by neo-Nazis. They hate us just as much as you do.
Yeah, I know. Sargon's got a heap of crap from him, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's got tons from. We call them storm fags for a reason.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
we all know that person who they'll just, regardless of being a reasonable person 24 hours ago, it's utilitarian in this moment to accept a certain position or argument because they don't really care about it. And it's that on a kind of wider scale when it comes to just the fact that MRAs don't moderate these types of people out of their movement. That's why I like what.
Well, why would we
What's he
moderate?
mean?
But why would we moderate Gamergate out of our movement when they're not part of our movement?
Yeah, last time I checked, it was Gamergate that actually had more of a problem associating with MRAs.
Yeah.
But this is just part of. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Gamergaters say that feminists and MRAs are the same thing.
Yeah, a
That's
lot
a
of them
pretty
Some do.
common.
There are a lot of. Let's be realistic for a moment. There is a big overlap between Gamergate and the men's rights movement, but they are not one and the same. They are not necessarily the same thing.
No, but most Gamergators aren't MRAs,
No,
are they?
no,
but the
they're
majority
sympathetic.
But let's
At
be
best.
realistic. The majority of MRAs support Gamergate, and I do.
Yeah, but it
So-
doesn't
Yeah.
go the other way.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's a one
that's perfectly true. That's perfectly true.
The True Puka has been calling them recently, right of left liberals. These
Yeah, I've been hearing that. I have been hearing that new one. Right of left liberals. I think that's going to be their new thought terminating cliche.
Hmm.
people
Right of
that
left
are
liberals.
liberal in
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, hang on a minute. Bobo Thursday. I've done a video on this guy. This other guy here, sitting on the left.
Yeah.
He's the one I did in Strong Men's Rights Activist 11. He's the one who said like most of the evil in the world has been done by white male landowners.
Okay, so
What?
unbiased then. Okay, noted.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, he's the white male landowner idiot.
Yes, that's him.
Oh, that was fucking painful to watch.
I know. Yeah, and I knew, and it was funny because I'd seen in his description he said oh yeah, I was just doing this video to make my girlfriend and Varmint laugh, and then I found Varmint's channel straight after. I was like, hang on a minute, that's the same that's the Varmint in the other video. Cool. Small world on YouTube. Yeah, but that's these two then. Okay, so I've had dealings with two of these people.
in all these mainstream political opinions, but anytime it comes to social justice and stuff, are regressive as possible.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, it's actually quite the opposite. We appreciate real social progress and not dogmatism, okay?
Well, some of the goals of social justice aren't bad. Like being anti-racist is a good thing. It's just the way they go
But then
about
they
it,
are
which is
racist.
bullshit.
Is it
Oh, of
really
course.
necessary anymore?
Sorry?
Like, is it really necessary anymore? I mean, like, there's some people who, like, I mean, like Will Smith came out recently saying, like you know, racism is pretty rare. Like,
No, it's not. It's pretty common, but it's done by people in social justice circles.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd say that this entire discussion really comes down to what area you're discussing. In high-income areas, you know, well-educated areas, you could make that argument that it's just over and we don't really need any movement against it. But, you know, for, you know, low-income, you know, middle of nowhere, Midwest, you know, Dinwiddie, North Dakota, yeah, racism is still a huge problem there.
Yeah, I
but
would
it's-
agree with that.
That's the kind of thing. It's really difficult to actually address that. I grew up in the Midwest myself, and it's really difficult to actually address that because you're dealing with the poor people. These fuckers don't go to classes. They don't go to Alcoholics Anonymous. They don't go to anything. How the fuck are you going to educate them to not hate the? And you can teach them in school all you want. They're going to go home and hear it from their parents.
Yeah, you got a point. What
It's tough.
can you do with these people?
Hatfields and McCoys, you let them kill each other or chill out. Eventually it will simmer down. But I knew it when that whole mess started in Missouri last year. I knew that was going to blow up. That whole part of the country's been hiding that from the media for a long, long time.
So we can agree that that's an issue, right? But their solution to that would be to say every white person on the planet is equivalent to Hitler.
Yes,
Oh no,
exactly.
they're ridiculous.
Well, not necessarily equivalent to Hitler, but at the very least, they have a lot of power. They have a lot of privilege, and it's okay to do things to them that you are pissed at them for presumably doing to you.
Well,
Yeah.
basically their response to generalizing white people and minorities is to generalize white people and minorities, and they wonder why it's not working.
Well, because what's hilarious is the people they end up with 9 times out of 10 in these conversations aren't racist rednecks. They're not morons. They're semi-educated. They at least know what the fuck they're talking about. So they're kind of preaching to the choir as far as racism goes. Yeah, we agree. There's a problem with racism. Why don't you go take this out to the corn sticks, fix the problem?
Exactly.
They ain't gonna, because there's no money there.
You know, it's because real racists are actually frightening. You know, it's because those
Yeah.
people you are. It's the same thing. Even though I partially disagreed with it, where they said the reason why feminists don't confront ISIS is because real misogynists are terrifying. I don't think that they're necessarily misogynists. I think that they're bad in plenty of other ways. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
the same thing. The reason why they
yeah.
never confront backwoods, Nebraska style racists is because they're terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you ever see a man who's violent to women, you do not want to see how dangerous he is to men. So he's just going to be violent to everyone. So you just don't want to fuck with them. That's why they'd rather redefine violence so that they can run around and still claim to be fighting a dragon when they're not hurt. They're just attacking the villagers at this point.
It's a perfect analogy.
They're denialists. Um, every issue that comes up when it comes to social justice is something that needs to be dismissed at all costs.
Dismissed at all costs. So, like all of my points in the video that you have just, yeah, okay,
But it's funny because we were just
Yeah.
talking about how racism is an actual issue. We
Yeah.
just don't like
yeah,
their
exactly.
their
just
way of
all-
dealing
we're
with it.
silly, we're just all conservative nut jobs over here.
Yeah.
You know,
Ask them which group is more pissed off about the Muslim rape gangs in the UK. That should tell you who's the real feminists in this mess.
Yeah, good point.
Well, when they say that when he says that these things all get dismissed at all costs, Spinosaurus Kin went through his video. That's not dismissing it. That's addressing it. What's his name? Sage Gerard also went through Varmint Coyote's video. That's not dismissing it. That's addressing it.
Yeah.
Varmint Coyote, as usual, is lying.
I have gone through point by point of both of the guys' videos I've gone through point by point a video of both of these two people, and neither of them has addressed a single point of what I said. But okay, probably Bobo doesn't necessarily know that I actually did the video. I don't know how active he is on YouTube. I think that was quite an old video anyway. So I won't necessarily blame him, but Varmint saw my video. So you dismissed my video. I didn't dismiss yours. This is shit sprinkling. This is shit sprinkling. He's projecting.
silly MRA, you're always the
Yeah.
bad guy.
Of course.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like this, and I mean, of course, people on our side of things also fall into this, but
Yes, you're talking with one right now.
Let him go.
But actually, this is one of the biggest problems. They will admit that there's this aspect of feminism that does this problem and this problem and this problem and this problem, but then they will never actually address the individual feminists that do it. And half the time, they deny that individual feminists are doing the things that they admit feminism is doing.
And if
It's
we
just
criticize one of those feminists, then we get accused of hating all women, even though they
Yeah.
admit that there is an issue within feminism.
Yeah, it's like it's like these it's like the feminists who say those like Big Red, she's not a true feminist, she's just a radical. But all she's saying is exactly the same thing you're saying, is feminism's equality by definition. I'm one of the good ones. Just shut up about these radical feminists. We'll sort out all the issues.
But when
You're
we
saying the
criticise
exact
Big
same
Red,
thing to me.
then we
How
get
can I
called
t- how can I tell the
we get
difference?
called misogynist.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
it's okay for them to criticise them, not that they really do. But when we do, then we get labelled women hating.
there's this like all or nothing kind of attitude. Like I, aside from the people who just bitch and moan about how great women have it, which we don't really engage with. But the men's rights activists who actually have real issues, they talk about like suicide, and they talk about
Actually, didn't he dismiss suicide in another video? He claimed, this is caused by other men. Oh,
Was he the one who said, well, women attempt it more, so it doesn't really matter, which isn't even.
Yeah, I
necessarily
debunked that in the
true.
comment section of one of his videos.
That's not even statistically true, by the way.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
it's
debunked.
not.
More women are
Yeah,
self-harming, but the statistics
that-
aren't broken down, so we don't know
Because
how
they're
many
more
of them
likely to
actually
survive,
attempted
they're more
suicide.
likely to attempt more than once in their life.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you survive, yeah, you can attempt it more than once.
Well, I hate to. I'll be the asshole fucking shitlord here. If you are committing suicide multiple times and failing at it, either you're really stupid when it comes to biology, or you're just screaming for attention and not really trying to kill yourself.
Well, that's an interesting point, though.
That.
No, that's an interesting point. You could argue that maybe if a woman attempts suicide and gets sympathy from people, then it might be that's the reason she doesn't succeed. It's that support that she's getting from the community. Whereas when men do it, we tend not to cry for help. We tend to succeed. So wouldn't that suggest that we're not getting that support from the community? Wouldn't men attempt it and fail if we were getting support? If we were getting some kind of, I don't know if that
That's
makes
a good
sense.
way of looking at it. I didn't. No, it makes very good sense. I wasn't even thinking of it like that. But that's a very good point actually. If a guy popped 200 pain pills and ended up vomiting them all over the ground and going and getting his stomach pumped at the ER, and he got home and people paid attention to him, maybe 5 years later he would do it again if he felt like he was not getting any attention. But
if a guy did that, he'd be seen as a failure. Whereas if a woman did it, she would be getting sympathy.
Yeah,
Very generally speaking.
Yeah. If a woman cries for help, then she's seen as someone who needs help. If a man cries for help,
he's seen as a loser.
Someone, he's seen as someone who has, just needs, who has failed at something.
Yeah.
His motives are far more.
Here's a good way to word that. Here's a good way to word that would be when a woman cries for help, they see someone who needs help. When a man cries for help, they just see someone crying.
Yeah. Well, they both.
Yeah, basically.
Both of them say the same thing, but the motives of one are far more suspect than the motives of the other.
Exactly, yeah.
Just like it is with a whole shitload of things. I mean, it's the whole Australian airport thing. That video blew my top the first time I watched it. I'm like,
and can we really say that this idea of male privilege and this idea that, well, men have it easy, men have it better, you don't think that this has anything to do with the idea that men aren't allowed to call out for help, and men aren't allowed to say, well, I need help, I'm having trouble with this, because they're being told, and especially young men these days, they're getting feminist handbooks from, I know in Sweden they're handing them out at 16-year-olds, and they're getting social justice classes. My little brother, he's 15. He's going to they've started a gender studies class at his school.
Jesus.
Yeah, but yeah, telling young men that they're privileged, that's totally not going to make them unable
and should
to
ignore their
that's
issues.
Totally not going to have anything to do with the suicide rates.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
As someone who's dealt with that experience in the past, the big concern is that you're always thinking, oh, well, there's probably someone out there who needs it more than I do. There's probably someone out there who has it worse, so why should I ask for help? Why should I do this? There are people who have it worse, and that is exactly what this sort of attitude is contributing to.
Yeah, and you can see them. Like, if you've ever seen the Q&A session of Janice Fiamengo's talk at Queen's University, right? And the straight white men come and they confess it like they're confessing to a crime.
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning part, like you can hear it in their voices. They're like, yeah, I admit I benefit because I'm a straight white male, cisgendered.
Yeah.
And then they go right from there to, and I don't see discrimination against men.
Yeah. We got everybody else up here calling themselves out. Fuck. Yeah. Sorry, that stuff pisses me off after a minute.
Yeah, so I don't know how they don't even realize that they say, oh well, it's to do with it's to do with the patriarchy and it's to do with all of this stuff, but unless feminism is part of the patriarchy, which I like the idea of saying, then you have to admit that it's not just the patriarchy. It's not just traditional gender roles.
Well,
There are feminism does have something to do with it.
yeah, they will never admit it, but feminism is, out of all of the things that are active in gender politics right now, as far as I can tell, feminism is by far the most the biggest culprit for maintaining stereotypical gender roles, at least towards men.
Yeah,
You-
male stereotypes.
Oh yeah, I showed up on Twitter and like my third or fourth post, I got called MRA equals compulsive masturbator. It's like, for fuck's sake.
What?
Yeah,
Well, that is
yeah.
true in your case.
Well, it's not just it's not just true in my case, but it's mostly true in mine.
Well, then again, that just means you still have balls.
Well,
Male
yeah.
feminists don't masturbate because they don't have any balls left. They have manginas and yeah, they have no sex drive. That's the reason.
No, see, no, what you just did was maintain traditional gender roles, you fucking shitlord. Feminism's trying to tear the shit down that you just engaged in.
Adolf
Yeah,
Hitler, what are
Fuck.
you doing?
And see, you ruined the whole stream. Bane's going to have to start it over now because they can quote mine us to death.
Yeah, go on, quote mine the fuck out of me. Go on, feminist.
Hitler did nothing wrong.
Adolf
Yeah.
Hitler.
Anyway, let's
Shittiest
continue
of
with the
lords.
video.
Yeah,
How
let's
dare
get on
you.
with it. Let's get on with it. Let's channel Allison.
Yes.
Imprisonment rates or I don't know, military service or something. We listen to these people, right? But so often they drift off into this all or nothing attitude where because of these issues, therefore, like, women don't have issues, or feminism all around sucks, or
Who said women don't have issues?
He's taken. He's taking he's taking like two claims. He's saying like he'll say, oh well, because like they believe this, they must use it as a premise and then come to this other conclusion.
So-
It's
so
the
someone-
ultimate form.
So
It is
some
the ultimate form of projection right here.
so someone saying men have issues also is somehow interpreted as women don't have issues. Very strange.
But
It's
we're
the
the ones
ultimate
with the
form of
all or nothing
projection.
mentality. Yeah, we're the ones with the all or nothing mentality here.
It's just the
Remember that.
ultimate form of projection. That's really all it is when it comes down to it. Because these people advocate that because women have issues, it must mean that men don't have issues. So, of course, if we're advocating, no, men totally do have issues. What, you're saying women don't have issues?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's probably true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would love to get a poll of the women that go to the third world to fight female genital mutilation and bring their kids. I would love to see how many of them bring circumcised male boys with them. I'd love to figure that one out.
I was going to say there are some issues that feminists claim are issues which I would say aren't issues, like air conditioning being oppressive and manspreading and mansplaining and all this other bullshit. But that doesn't mean that there aren't legitimate issues.
Yeah, and
If anything,
I think,
those
a
bullshit
lot of the
issues
time,
distract
what
from
we're
the
actually
legitimate
saying
ones.
is that, yeah, I think a lot of the time what we're actually saying is when feminists claim X, Y, or Z, they are heavily misrepresenting X, Y, or Z. They're exaggerating. So things like rape on college campuses, we know it's extremely, extremely rare. That it's not a fucking epidemic. But then
It's still an
that's-
issue,
that's-
just
that
not to the
includes- That's
extent.
not saying women don't have issues. That's not saying
Mm-hmm.
women are never raped on college campuses. We're just saying that it doesn't happen as often as you think it does.
And let's take it a step further. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if they were bullshitting with those numbers if they weren't turning around and crucifying men without due process. The MRM, excuse me, would not fucking care if there was no men's rights issue there. But men are being kicked out of school without a fair fucking trial because girls are screaming about this 1 in 5 bullshit. This is where they end up getting our opposition, but they they can't see it that far through. They'll try to guess our motives all the way to the bitter end when they're straw manning us, but when we actually show them 1, 2, 3, they get fucking glossy eyed and drool comes out of their mouth.
That's perfect. That's the most accurate description of it I've ever heard.
Yeah, and then what do they do with young men who see this fucking dilemma? They don't, and they have absolutely no clue what to do, what they could do. So they decide, okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna protect myself. I'm just gonna stay away from the campus lifestyle, and I'm just gonna sit in my room and do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, that is then shamed.
Yes, they shame it, and then if they turn around and go have sex and say that I don't want to be a dad, they're going to shame you for being a deadbeat, and it's there. You are just pin a white feather on your fucking coat and be done with it. It's that bad.
Yeah, whatever a man does, he cannot win.
Mm-hmm.
He can't win. If he's not being fucked over, he can't win. And even if he is fucked over, then that's his fault.
Anyway, let's continue. We've still got like an hour and 15 minutes to go.
They just make these sweeping accusations and dismiss fellow gender egalitarian movement, which is feminism, and it's absurd. You know, that there needs to be a kind of a middle ground. You know, people can have issues without one being the oppressor 100% of the time. You know, it's ridiculous.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because the thing is, MRAs are never saying that a group is that there's that a gender is an oppressor. I've never heard MRAs say women are oppressing men.
I've always claimed that both men and women have issues, and some men are bad, some women are bad, some men are good, some women are good. We're all in this together. It's society which is the problem.
Yeah, I have always, MRAs have always laid the blame very, very fairly onto both men and women, because it's mostly men within the public policy areas who are who then end up affecting the actual laws. They're the ones who choose the laws that are sexist and discriminate against men. But then it tends to be feminist lobbyists who tend to mostly be women, and it tends to be individual women who are the ones fucking men over in the family courts. They're the ones who are making false rape allegations.
Yeah, but it's both men and women with the empathy gap.
I agree. Yeah. You can't argue with that. That's very true.
If men really cared about other men and put men first, then there wouldn't be an empathy gap, because 50% of the population would be demanding change. But it's both men and women who don't give a shit about the well-being of most men. That's why we have so many male homeless. That's why we don't outlaw male circumcision, but we outlaw female circumcision.
Yeah, when I've been interviewed and they thought that I was saying that men were disadvantaged, I said no. When I bring up the disparities in homelessness, suicide, incarceration, accidental workplace fatality, and homicide, I do it not to argue that men have it worse, but to show that we just don't have it better. That's it. Yes. As an anti-feminist, that's the point that I make, is that men do not have it better than women, and they take that to you're saying that women have it better than men. You're saying that oh God, it just.
But those issues tend to be ignored as well.
There is this idea of uniform male privilege is complete and utter bullshit.
I'd really like to address the fact that they called feminism an egalitarian movement. Real quick barometer for that. How many videos have you seen telling male feminists that they need to no platform themselves and to tweet their shit privately to the feminist that's a woman so that they can put it out and la-di-da-di-da? And how does the men's rights movement treat its women speaking out for it?
I would consider Christina Hoff Sommers a egalitarian feminist. And maybe a handful of others that I know of. But that's about it. Definitely not the mainstream.
Summers is a feminist in name only. Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
that's.
In name
I tend to
only.
think of it that way.
Well, if we're talking about the strict, and I know that everyone's gonna hate me for saying this, but if we are talking about, I don't even really call it gender feminism versus whatever. I tend to call it definition-based feminism or ideology-based feminism, because that's what it's based on. One is based on rhetoric and ideology, and the one is actually attempting to give a shit about what the dictionary definition says it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But then
I
there's
tend
so
to call
few
it
of them.
patriarchy.
Yeah,
Feminism,
patriarchy,
because
positive and negative. I do like your one, Bane.
yeah, because
Yeah.
if someone believes in patriarchy theory, then they're part of that bad group of feminism, as far as I'm concerned. Because the very
I
basis
don't.
of it is
I mean,
men
people
do
like
bad
to
things, women are
complain when
victims.
people say that the word patriarchy is dumb. But you see, the thing is, with the word patriarchy, you can replace it with traditionalism or socially conservative values, and nothing changes except all the blame doesn't get laid on men.
Bingo.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly.
bingo. Yeah,
That's the only
you
difference.
hit the nail on the head. They
Mhm.
like and that's the difference between the MRI. That's another big difference between the MRI and feminism that a lot of people don't seem to notice is the closest we have to patriarchy would be, I guess, gynocentrism. And some will say, oh well, it sounds a little bit patriarchy-esque. Well, not really, because what we're saying there isn't we're not putting the blame on anyone. Saying everyone tends to favor women in these areas isn't that's not putting the blame on women, is it? Unlike
Stone did
patriarchy, which is
an
saying that
excellent
Yeah,
video. I think it was over a year.
It's projection.
Stone did an excellent video. I think over a year ago, in which he talked about gynocentrism and androcentrism being hand in hand throughout society, throughout history. And there might be some truth in that.
yeah.
But
Not to
feminism tends to acknowledge androcentrism. I can't even say it. But
Yeah, androcentrism.
but ignore gynocentrism.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Mm. Anyway,
That
let's
really
continue
does.
with the video.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's see if we can
Jump
make the
into, like,
10-minute
oh,
mark.
Therefore, it's a gynarchy. Are you fucking God? Just
Well,
absurd.
Part of
I have never
I've-
heard the term gynarchy be used ever.
Well, I
That's
think
the
I think we
first
just
time I've ever
covered
heard it
that.
used.
I've
So
never heard the term matriarchy used unironically. Never.
yeah, that's true. But I think we just
I
covered
really-
that. So let's continue.
Actually, I have. I have used it. Have heard it used unironically. When you're talking about something like like the very modern education system. So what young boys actually, and I am going to bring this up in my next video, is that a young man in a modern society is going to effectively grow up in his up until he's about 18 in a matriarchy. What he is going to see from his perspective is a matriarchy. Almost all of his teachers are going to be female. Almost all of the teachers up until he's 18 are going to be female. He's probably going to have a single mother. All of his mum's friends are going to be female. So all of the people in positions of direct authority over him are going to be female. Yeah, okay. We do live in all of like the politicians and stuff and the CEOs. Yeah, they are men. But the ones who end up raising this young man are going. Almost all of them are going to be female.
I get your point. I don't know if I'd call it a matriarchy. I think we need to. I think we need another label for it. But I do see your point.
I wouldn't call it matriarchy either. But that I have heard. I think it might have been Doc who referred to something like that as a matriarchy or a matriarchal system. Yeah, maybe. And
Maybe a matriarchal-like
Sorry.
system would be more accurate.
Yeah.
Well,
If you didn't say that, Doc, I apologize for putting words in your mouth.
Yeah, I would point out that most throughout history, I mean, the women have usually been more in contact with children throughout time, so it's not something that's going to scar them so much. But in my opinion, but the complete absence. Just to get quickly off track, and we'll go right back. There's a kid at the school that I take my son to that I can just see it. He sees me being there as this attentive dad to my kid when no other parents are around because of my son's emotional stuff. And he just leeches to me. He wants to hug me all the time, wants to ask me for the candy I give to my son and whatnot. You can just see it. I don't know anything, but I bet you $1 to a donut there's no man in his life.
Yeah,
That's
no,
just-
no, no, but this is something I keep bringing up as well. It's like I mentioned at the school with the thing was that when we used to in our primary school we used to do school trips, and we would always have school trips, and the mums would come along to help with the teachers, because there'll be like 30 kids there, and 3 teachers would come, and then they have all the mums they would have some of the mums come as well. One time a dad came, they had to have a letter out. They're like, oh, it's a man, he's coming, and this is like a big deal, and yeah, you gotta like have consent forms and shit. Like, for fuck's sake, it's only a man.
I had to fill out a
Yeah, his
background check
kids.
to be able to go out to my son's recess and watch. I had to fill out a background check for him. I have a penis that can potentially penetrate.
And I'm assuming mothers don't have to do the same thing.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
I didn't ask, but it's the fact of the matter is, the very first time that I went to do it, they were all over me like flies on shit.
Interesting, isn't it?
That's exactly the problem. Is when such a big deal is made about men being around children, you realise that there must be some kind of problem. There is a real problem there.
Yeah, it is. I was thinking about it today when some kid asked if my son could stay the night with him, and I was like, let me think about that, and I want to talk to your mom and dad and blah blah. And I thought about how much different this is from when I was a kid, and I wonder how much of this is reality and how much of this is bullshit. Where I'm just like scared to death to let my son go anywhere, So
Yeah, Penn and Teller
Anyway.
did a bullshit episode on Stranger Danger, which was quite interesting. Yeah, I'll see if I can hunt it down for you.
Yeah,
yeah, I like Penn and Teller. I watch a lot of their old stuff.
Anyway,
Ah.
let's continue.
yeah. Let's move on.
The issue there is the conflation of oppression with having issues, and that too is part of the problem. Is that
What do you mean oppression with having issues? That's you.
Yeah,
That
we
is
never
feminism,
use the word
saying women are
oppression.
institutionally oppressed.
We never use the word oppression. That's always something which is put on us by feminists who
100%.
claim that we say that.
Yeah. No, I actually I can remember the first feminist who ever responded to me. Pragmatic uselessness was like, "Oh, you're saying men are oppressed," and I said, "No, I don't think men are oppressed." And he was
It's
like, no,
because
you're
they-
saying men are oppressed.
It's because they can only see the gender debate in oppressor and oppressed terms. So one group has to be on top and the other group has to be oppressed. They can't see that there might be a side by side version where there are people in both groups who are on top
this
and
is
in both
complicated
who
and
are on the
nuanced,
bottom.
though. This is complicated and nuanced. I'm triggered.
I've had people where I'm arguing with them over Facebook, and they say, "Yeah, men have issues, but women didn't cause them." And I'm saying, "Okay, point out where I said that they did."
Yeah, I get that all the time. I got that yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
and
see it in this video.
Yeah, and it's because they can only see it in the terms of one group causes it,
Yeah,
another group,
it has to be that oppressor-oppressed dynamic. It's so drilled into them that they can't see beyond it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the main
Absolutely.
reasons they dismiss us. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, that is the main reason they dismiss us. Is they don't like the nuance. They don't and they don't want to talk about this idea of trying to push blame everyone equally. That's
Well,
scary.
put
for
blame
them.
where blame's deserved. That's simple.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly.
Not in
Treat
terms of gender, but
treating people as individuals.
Yep.
The thing is that and then someone might say, "Oh, do you feel I think Dean was asked this when he was put on TV at one time. They were like, "Do you feel marginalized or disadvantaged as a man?" And I'm pretty sure he said, "No, I don't." But this is the thing, is that even if there are all the legal disadvantages that men have, if you're not actually in the situation where you are going to be affected by them, you are no different to a man who has those legal rights. And
Yes, it's true.
yeah, you are at that point, you're a potential, which is why the idea of like statistical privileges is kind of silly. So a boy who hasn't been circumcised is as well off as a boy who has who who lives in a country where circumcision is illegal. That's the main gist of it. But what we are fighting for is not all men. We are fighting to make sure that it happens as little as possible. We're fighting for the ones who will be circumcised against their will, and by shitty doctors who will end up like giving them infections and shit.
Exactly.
But they don't like to see it like that. They want to see everyone as collectives, and we want to see everyone as individuals. It's this individualism collectivism thing. They don't like it.
Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, sorry.
Try and pin these people down on the substance. What they're getting at are issues that are peripheral to the patriarchy and affect men. Because again, as feminists always say, gender roles hurt everyone. They suck for everyone. That's kind of the fucking point. We're taking individual people and sticking them into a box they don't necessarily fucking fit into. That's
Okay, so this is the patriarchy, this entire system of male privilege hurts men.
No one said it made sense, Spino.
No, but this is why we say
Well,
the whole male privilege bullshit. Yeah, male privilege is bullshit. This is why.
Not
We
to
don't like
gotta
this
end.
productive bullshit.
not to
It
spoil
really
it.
just has to end. It's as simple as that. This entire idea that men are privileged has to end because it's the biggest lie of this generation.
Not to spoil it, but an upcoming episode of the Propaganda of Toxic Feminism deals with an article from Glosswitch in the New Statesman about International Men's Day, and the lack of logic in that article is amazing, and fucking offensive too. She's saying any male pain is the consequence of their privilege, and it's just mind-boggling, the shit that she comes out with. But I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah.
It's the whole problem. And they're saying that like these issues that are actually caused by the patriarchy, they have to avoid the substance of the actual root of this issue. And
Well, no, have you seen any single thing that Karen Strawn has ever done in a video? All of her videos are talking about the evolutionary psychology of the roots of all of these issues.
No. You're not understanding him. What he's saying is that men's issues are the fault of men. That's it.
This is why I end up getting blocked by so many of these fuckers, and is what I end up arguing with them is I tell them feminism caused the problems with my search for my son. They tell me no, that was patriarchy backfiring. So you hit them with the whole fucking tender years doctrine to now opposing shared parenting in this century, and that's the end of it. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to fucking hear it. They don't care that. I tell them all the time, fuck Godwin's law all to hell. I tell them all the time, you're no different than a Nazi that's just pointing at that cloud of smoke saying that's just wood. I don't believe in killing Jews. We just don't like their stores. It's no different.
But that's actually no. But this is the things. And this is the one thing I keep saying is that the idea that the Jews have all the power, the Jews have all the money, therefore Jews are privileged, and therefore everything's the fault of the Jews. Is that?
And therefore, you can't be anti-Semitic. It don't real.
Yeah, it don't real. Let's.
Yeah, I hear actual like neo-Nazis try and pull that. They try and pull the social justice card.
Yeah,
they do. They point
do
out
the exact same thing. Yeah, that exact same narrative, that privilege narrative, is exactly what was used in 1930s Germany. That was exactly what was used to justify fucking genocide.
And even
It was
even
what was
modern.
used in Rwanda. It was what was used in Rwanda to commit genocide against the Tutsis.
Yeah.
Even modern anti-Semites will do the same thing feminists do. Feminists point to government and they say, look at how many more men than women there are. They are the fact that men are overrepresented for the amount of men and women there are in North America. That proves that men are privileged and women are disadvantaged. But if you guys like, Adam Sandler has like 3 or 4 Hanukkah songs out now, and it's all about
all about
Yes.
how he's Jewish. They talk about like all the Jews in control of Hollywood and the media and stuff. Yeah,
Yes.
and
And
they'll also talk
the
about
chorus, the
I
chorus
also saw.
is
Spino, let
I-
Nick finish.
the
Oh,
chorus is so many Jews are in showbiz, you know, because Adam Taylor is Jewish himself. And the thing is, like, it's true. A lot of Jewish people have pointed this out too, that Jews are very overrepresented in the media. My grandfather was a banker, and he had a lot of Jewish colleagues. But if you take a look at that, you say, well, Jewish people are overrepresented in banks and media. Therefore, they control it for their benefit and to the detriment of Goyim. Then you're clearly anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but it's not just that.
insane.
I shit you not. You know the whole thing about like feminists keep talking about the majority of mass shooters are white men. I literally saw something from a neo-Nazi the other day. I think I can't remember how it ended up on Facebook. It might have been like a joke, but it was some like white nationalist neo-Nazi thing. It was like, oh, look at all of these mass shooters, how Jewish they all look. Why is the media not saying they're all Jews? These people are indistinguishable from Nazis.
Stormfront or SJW. I'll just say that.
Yeah, he's got a point. And there is a sort of there's a thing on Twitter, and I have been seeing it like, oh yeah, stop comparing people to Hitler. I'm not comparing people to Hitler. I'm not saying you are a dictator that committed genocide. I'm saying you're one of his followers.
I'm comparing you to the complacent dipshit sitting there watching it all go down and sticking their fucking head in the sand. That's who I'm comparing.
Exactly. That's perfect.
Okay, let's continue.
They treat having those issues as equivalent to oppression because it's like, well, now they're treating it like feminists are oppressing men. Like when they talk about circumcision, like they.
Yeah, okay, just the one issue that we will never say feminism has anything to do with. That's the one that you bring. That's the one you bring up. That's the one you bring up. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, feminism created Christianity and Abrahamic religions and the Kellogg's. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I
let-
have seen
let-
some people
The only thing
argue that
feminists-
it's been complacent in it and it hasn't really done anything to combat it. Which is
And I will admit that they actually there is one thing that they do is they will derail arguments about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said earlier, I would be very, very surprised. I would be very, very curious to find the number of women that travel to the third world to stop FGM that bring along a boy that's circumcised with them in their toe. Be very impressed to figure that number out.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I want to hear his argument about circumcision, so let's go.
They lay it at the feet of feminists as though feminists are responsible for the tradition of circumcision when this is
Said no
based
MRA
on
ever.
ignorance of history.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys,
Yes,
guys, there's
give
a
me
fire
video
hazard.
evidence.
Guys, do you think
MRA
the
say this
stream is
was
going to
wrong.
set on fire? Because there is just straw everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, all this fucking straw. Like, yeah, MRA say that. I'd love you to go and find me one MRA, one video where they have blamed feminists for creating circumcision.
Now,
Go on.
you may find
on,
some
Ron.
where we accuse feminism
I will
of.
give you money. I will offer you money.
There are videos where people claim that feminism derails the conversation about male circumcision.
That's not what he said, though. He
No,
said-
I know that's not what he said. I'm just clarifying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, there are plenty of MRAs who are rightfully saying that feminism hasn't tried to help, the intact movement. They have
Well, as
derailed it at every
as I've said
corner.
before, in England at the moment they're talking about banning adult women getting genital piercings and labiaplasty because that is considered a form of FGM. Yet,
So if women want to
Yeah,
do it
it's-
themselves,
yeah, adult women choosing to do it of their own free will, they're trying to ban that. Yet, newborn baby males routinely still get circumcised against their will. How is that not fucking insane? Seriously.
But yeah, but then all they say is, well, we're not causing it. We're not causing it. We're not causing it.
Then get out the way. Get out the way and let us deal with it. If you want to help us, that's fine. If you don't, get out the fucking way. That's simple.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing. If feminism is an equality movement, then why is the only stuff being done in the name of feminism always against fucking equality? All you do is either derail arguments that are going to push forward for equality, or you're going to just create inequality.
Yeah.
Most of
Where it
the
doesn't already have it.
well, most of
anybody-
the issue. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nick.
Okay. So here in Canada, there was Janice Fiamengo who was shut down. Of course, she did her talk at Queen's, and then when she did her talk at the University of Ottawa, they shut up with noisemakers and drown her out. There was Professors Nathanson and Young, one of whom is a woman, one of whom is a gay man. Protesters shut off the lights and did everything they could to disrupt their talk. And when Ann Coulter came up to Canada from the States and gave a talk, they also no-platformed her. Can anybody here name a woman a female speaker anywhere in the first world who has been no-platformed by a non-feminist mob?
There's
Shit,
sorry.
I'm trying. I'm really trying, and I can't.
Yeah,
I've got it.
I
It's
actually
Lady
can't
Gaga
think about
at
it.
Westboro Baptist Church.
Did they
Oh,
no-platform
shit,
her,
yeah.
or did they just show up and protest?
Yeah, the swearing Pizzy, managing to like threaten her out of the country. Ban Lauren Southern from the Libertarian Party. The only people who ever ban women from shit are feminists.
But every day, women feel afraid to get up in front of men because of the air conditioning making their nipples hard. So it's only fair.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, this balances out.
That is the only quote that's gonna come out of this that they're gonna use. It's gonna be like 8 hours long, and they're gonna take that one quote, and that's it. They're gonna dismiss everything else.
Final Bane speaks appearance.
Anyway, back to the video.
Yeah.
And again, this is what I say, like, every single one of their arguments is utilitarian, that it is what they need to argue in the moment and doesn't have to be consistent with reality, doesn't have to be consistent with an overall principle or view or ideology or anything. It's entirely reactionary. And
Oh, you have got to be joking.
Fuck
Oh
that.
yeah. So you just literally said you were talking about circumcision. And but we're reactionary. We're so conservative and regressive and reactionary, but we're talking about a practice that has been done for thousands of years, and we want it to stop.
The whole idea that a movement being reactionary, if I go to punch you in the face and you put your hand up to stop it, is that a bad reaction? Fuck that noise. The whole idea that this is a reactionary movement. I got into this mess as a reactionary thing to my son and me finding out how the system really was. Was that a bad reaction? Fuck that. That's stupid. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I find that whole argument absurd on its face is just as bad as saying somebody, oh, that's liberal, that's Republican, it's just stupid. Address the issue.
We're at the 10-minute mark, by the way. Yay!
Hey, we did it.
Yeah, we managed to get through 10 minutes of this thing. How long? Like 2 hours?
Yeah,
Well, 1
we've
hour
been
and a
having
half,
great
hour.
conversations, though. It's been really good, very
Yeah.
productive.
It's been good.
Yeah, it has been good.
one main problem you find when it comes to trying to give credence to men's rights activists as a group, to the movement, so to speak, because an organized movement that is in favor of addressing men's issues issues that men face by dint of being men doesn't exist. The actual organization doesn't exist. And this rabble of anti-feminists doesn't deserve the respect of being seen as actually having those words apply to them. Which
But
again is the whole.
Yeah?
No, I think it was Russian Deadpool, not one of us.
Oh, okay.
We were-
the whole.
Sorry, it's an interesting point that got discussed during the blackout between part one and part two of this live chat. Um, we mentioned how MRAs or the MRM has become like a dirty, toxic kind of word, when really it should be the anti-feminists, and yet nobody has a problem identifying as anti-feminists.
Actually, that's not true. There's a lot of people who have a problem with identifying as anti-feminists. Marking Bad, he doesn't identify as anti-feminist. Just thinking of some other people.
To an extent, I don't.
Yeah, Bennett Talks.
Cafe.
Cafe, yeah.
When I say I'm anti-feminist, what I actually mean is I'm anti-patriarchy theory feminist.
Yeah,
I think there are
guy,
brands of feminism which aren't too bad and could be good if they were the majority as opposed to the minority.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't mind the label. I don't mind the label of anti-feminist. I think it's a reasonable descriptor of what of my position on feminism. That I don't like the move. I don't like the movement as a whole. And I actively oppose the movement as a whole. I don't mind if you don't call yourself an anti-feminist, and I don't mind if you call yourself a non-feminist. I don't mind if you call yourself an MRA. I'm much more interested in your actual specific positions on the things that are going on.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What these people need to understand is that no one here is against, and no one in the MRM is against the dictionary definition of feminism. No one is against that as an idea.
Well,
the problem is that you guys aren't living up to
it. On the
it.
dictionary definition. It depends on the dictionary definition. If you're using the Merriam-Webster dictionary,
The one that comes up
the
when
one
you Google it that they want to shove in your face.
Well, yeah, no, the advocacy,
face.
the advocacy of women's rights on the grounds of social, political, and economic equality. Yeah, that one. If they're advocating on women's rights specifically in a country where women have all the rights that men have and then some, then they're actually, by definition, advocating for supremacy, even if it's on the grounds of equality. So
you could argue that they're guarding those rights, like, I don't know, maybe to protect the women's rights to have an abortion or something like that.
Yeah, you could argue that, but then.
But
still,
where it falls down.
If they are not also but if they're not also protecting, if they're not also advocating for men's rights to choose to not have children, then they can't call themselves egalitarian or pro-equality or anything.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. I've got no problem with a group which advocates for the rights of women, solely for the rights of women. It's when they claim that they advocate for the rights of everyone and then dismiss men's problems that I have a fucking issue with them.
Right there. That's it. Well, what I would ask you is why, feminism offers a good space for you to talk about these issues and blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, okay. And then what do we get? What do we get? Oh, well, you need to shut the fuck up and be quiet so these other people will or when you trans? Well, you can get up here and talk for 5 minutes. If you're black, it's 10. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's like fuck ideas, fuck what we put out there. It just matters what person it's coming from. What shape is their DNA strand? Pretty soon the social justice types will be fucking aborting people in the womb because they're too white, too male.
Well, actually, that I would say that doesn't necessarily sound like a bad thing because, like, would you rather radfems ended up having a male child?
It's a good point.
I'm just saying.
I hear you.
No,
you're absolutely right. It's been kind of since my emotions have settled down a little, getting life kind of just headed into normal life now, fighting time in real life over. I found myself that's the stuff that I end up finding myself mostly pissed at when I watch videos. I'm like, what am I going to respond to? And I find the one that's like, no, drop everything right now, respond to this fucker. It's almost always, well, I'm just sticking my male son in the toilet and flushing him around and then telling him that he is in charge of everything. That shit drives me nuts.
Yeah, that is disgusting. That is the one thing I have to and this is the one thing I really have respect for my mum, is that she never had believed in that bullshit. She's never been that whole, oh yeah, men have it all and men are, and every now and then maybe she said something that's slightly chauvinistic, but she's always been a really fair person, and I think that, yeah, and I think I think that's been a really good influence on me, and I think it's been a good influence on my brother. And at this point, I'm not fucked up, so there's that.
Yet, Spino, I'll get you there eventually.
Apparently, you haven't seen the many articles on you that say that you're completely fucked up. Would you like me to post a few links? Or you already read it?
Spinosaurus kin, more like never getting laid kin. Oh, it's so
Stupid. He's so
It's-
stupid.
It's some middle school bullshit right there. Like it is.
Yeah, I know. It's so
it is
fucking
a joke that
childish.
a
Anyway,
20-year-old
back
would
back
say.
to the video.
Okay,
Yeah,
Allison.
No, I want to get through to the good part.
Counter-reactionary-
So
It's
I'm just
about
saying.
as mature as
Identify-
Spinosaurus kin, more like Gayosaurus kin. That's what it comes down to.
It is, yeah.
As counter a human's rights movement. Whereas, I mean, nobody goes around saying that they're anti-MRAs. I mean, at least we don't. There isn't like that would be dumb. Like if when you break down what MRAs means, you know, like men's rights movement. Okay, why would you be against men's rights? That makes no sense. So
Because you hate men.
The media is full of people like that.
Yeah, there are loads of people who say fuck men's rights.
Yeah.
I have heard that said
Yeah.
many times.
And we're talking
I have
about
heard
people
the
who are paid to do it in the media, the mainstream media. We get that all the
When-
fucking time.
When John the Other put up his men's rights or human rights posters in Vancouver, they got spray painted over with a stencil that said "wrong." That was it.
Yeah.
Just the word "wrong" in cursive over the poster.
This is
Yeah,
what
it's
men's
really-
rights looks like.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
what
this
kind
is
of
what
an insult is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is what men's rights look like, is we can't gather. How come you guys never get anything done? You
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah,
Because there wasn't a sale on hair dye at the same time as the fucking meeting, that's why. Sorry.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah, let's continue.
we wouldn't identify as anti MRAs. We would identify as anti-feminists.
It would be just as ridiculous as identifying as, say, anti-social justice.
Right.
Actually, no. Identifying as anti-social justice isn't necessarily a bad thing, because this is the thing with political labels, is that imagine the men's rights movement was actually full of dangerous, violent misogynists, and they all hated women. I would actually probably consider myself an anti-men's rights activist.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Nazi stands for National Socialist. What the fuck does that have to do with killing Jews? But
Yeah, exactly.
what is a
I always
Nazi?
use
What
that.
does a Nazi
No,
really mean?
here's actually a better example. Who here identifies as a 9/11 truther? But do you believe that your position on whatever happened at 9/11 is the correct one? Do you actually believe that you are wrong about 9/11?
9/12 was far worse. But no one's ever heard of that because of the Illuminati.
Oh, fuckers.
Yeah. But this is the thing: is that truther? It sounds great. Sounds perfect, doesn't it?
Yeah. But we just all
Holocaust,
right.
it's not Holocaust denialism. It's Holocaust revisionism,
Here's an idea.
or whatever they use now.
Are there so many people who class themselves as anti-feminist because feminism is the mainstream? It is the establishment. If it was just some small, group like the men's rights movement, for example, I don't think you'd get people claiming to be anti-feminist. They would just ignore it. But because it's so big and so mainstream and so influential, that's why. Same with Christianity. That's why you get people saying they're atheists.
But
Yeah. An anti-theist.
Yeah.
Why would you consider yourself an anti-theist?
But you wouldn't identify as an atheist unless there was a mainstream opposition to that. You know what I mean? You would just not believe.
Yeah.
There would be no need to identify as something unless it is in response to something else.
Yeah, like there's a million crackpot ideologies out there, and I'm not investing my time fighting them because they're not the big ones. But the thing is, like
this is something that I did want to cover on this, is that I don't like they're not. It's with them. It's not even about feminism. I call myself anti-feminist because feminism is like is the label that the inner party is calling them, is saying that they observe now, but they don't really observe it that much. Like I said before, with with the the women being shut down by feminist mobs, like those are instances of women actually being oppressed, literally being oppressed, and the feminists don't seem to care about that. When in Australia, when I Am Defender, or when he went down to the Reclaim the Night, and he's talking with the male feminists, and they're going, "Are you against gendered violence?" And he goes, "Well, what is gendered violence? I'd have to know what it is before I'd say I'm against it." They go, "Well, are you against it?" Like, they don't know what it is either, but they know that they're all against it and he's not. This they don't
In group, out group.
Sorry.
In
All
group,
they're
out
doing
group.
is
Yeah, and
yeah.
and that's
What's going on
that's
here
all
is
this feminism is to these people. It's just they're not really getting into it, but they all say that they're into it, and you say that you're not.
Yeah, well, what they're doing here, right here, is playing semantics. All this is fucking semantics. You're like, oh, well, this word that denotes this other thing with loads and tons of ideological baggage, well, the actual words it uses don't sound that bad, so therefore you're a bad person. They're not actually talking about the issues. They're not talking about anything else. They're focusing on labels. They're focusing on uh, just the names we call things.
Yep.
How much more shallow can you get than that?
Well,
How much less can you look into it?
they've got to keep the doors open, right? And
That's the entire.
that's pretty much where they're at.
You could actually argue that that's the entire point of this whole intersectional feminism thing, is that they've run out of women's rights to advocate for, so now they're advocating for other groups who need rights who have nothing to do with it.
To be honest, it does sound like something that some acid head from the 70s that was into Terrence McKenna would have came up with. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It really does.
Oh, should we move on then?
Yeah, let's see if we can reach the 12-minute mark.
I mean, I understand I understand that they have like a whole different interpretation of what the movement means, but it is besides the point completely. It's
No, that is the point. That's the exact point. Those terms mean different things to us.
But all
When we hear that
anti-feminists,
term, we hear a bad thing. When you hear the term, you hear a good thing.
but all anti-feminists aren't MRAs either.
Yeah, exactly. That's also true. But I think he's at least Russian Deadpool is aware of that, and I think he's actually talking about that. He did say, like, we're not anti-MRAs, we're anti-feminists. He did say that.
Yeah. All right. So let's go on.
So yeah.
what do the words mean? Why would you be against that? Okay, you can be against certain types of actions. You need to be clear what kind of actions you're against. You need to be clear what kind of people you're against. Just saying that you're against feminism is very ill thought out.
Have you watched my videos? Have you watched any of my videos? Hour-long, in-depth videos on exactly that, giving plenty of examples of what exactly and why exactly I'm against it.
The only like non-toxic feminists that are out there are come in really two categories, to be honest. You have the excommunicated intellectuals like Christina Hoff Sommers, like Camille Paglia, Karen DeCrow, the ones who aren't mainstream anymore. They're hated by the wider feminist movement. Or and the other non-toxic members are the teenagers who have absolutely no fucking clue what they're talking about, and have heard the term feminism and are told, yeah, okay, that sounds
But
cool.
feminism means equality.
Yeah, I was about to bring them up. I'd say that they're probably the biggest group of feminists out there who are
Yeah.
non-toxic.
Yeah, they are the biggest group of non-feminists out there. They are the biggest group of
But
non-toxic feminists.
that's kind of
and they
like
don't
someone.
do
Because-
shit.
That's like someone
Because-
saying that they're a Christian, but they don't really believe in the Bible, or have never
Well,
read it, or go
exactly.
to
I've
church,
seen so
or.
many kids where they're like, you know what? I'm gonna convert to Islam. Okay, who is Islam's holy prophet? Jesus. I don't. It's the most ridiculous thing. They're gonna convert to a religion. They don't even know who its holy figure is.
Yeah,
Actually,
and that's the
Jesus is a
problem.
prophet
Then
in
they
Islam.
Then
But anyway,
those are the ones. They're not toxic at that point, but then they can become radicalized afterwards because now
they are
a
they are
blank
the ones at the
slate.
biggest risk. They're the
Yeah, they are
biggest
the
risk because exactly they don't really know anything about it. They're
Yeah.
blank.
well,
slate.
it's
They are now an empty cup that can be filled with whatever they want, and they are going to be receptive to whatever is called feminism.
as I said
That's exactly what they want to do.
as I said long ago in a. As
I
I was-
have to go, and I have to go on a little rant here. Is because this whole definitional argument thing. This is what they want to do. All they want to do is they want to put you into a semantic corner where you have to say feminism is good. I support feminism. They will do whatever they can. They will play whatever semantics games. They will even take half of the feminist movement and they will say no, that's not feminism. As long as they try and put you into a corner where you're saying I support feminism, because that's all they want to do. Because as soon as they got you in that corner, they can then sort of manipulate bullshit. That's all they want. They want you to say words.
So what you're saying, what I'm getting here to be pragmatic about it is that we need to go after bands and actors to take the label of men's rights activists to make their little 30-second PSA blob to put it on YouTube. That's where we need to focus.
Oh, they won't do that until it's more acceptable.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it
We
needs
might
to
be able to get that dude from Blue October. He had a fucking rough run of it with his kids.
Yeah.
I would reckon if you've heard anything from like Chris Rock,
Hmm?
the shit he said about like divorce settlements and stuff. I reckon if he knew about like what the men's rights movement was doing, he'd be completely on with it.
But
Yeah,
getting
this is
Yeah, that's something that I've brought up a lot is that I see plenty of other young people where they can listen to everything I say and they say I agree 100%, but then I ask them.
But they won't call
"So,
themselves
I'm also-"
MRAs.
Yeah, and then I say, oh, and I'm also a men's rights advocate, and they like look at me like I just said, oh, and I support ISIS. Like they treat it like
Yeah.
there should be a watch list of MRAs.
there probably is somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's called.
Oh, Yeah, it's called,
Yeah.
Those
I'm
people.
not fucking on there. I'm still not fucking on there. I'm actually genuinely sad.
Oh, dude, mensrightsedmonton.com was on the fucking. They were on the original list of potential hate sites. Fucking OG right here.
I'm so jealous. I am so
Original
jealous.
Gangsta.
But they like, those people, they'll listen to all the ideas and agree with you 100%, and then when they hear the term men's rights activist, and all of a sudden they drop fucking 50 IQ points. Like those people, they will. I don't want them. I don't want them in our ranks. It doesn't bother me that they're not joining us because they're idiots. And I kind of fear the day that the men's rights movement has gone mainstream enough. Has gone mainstream enough that people like that want to be known as MRAs or are sympathetic to MRAs.
It's actually kind of what I'm scared about as well. Because there's no cure for human stupidity. It's not like people are going to become more intelligent over time.
Just one point I was going to make before we go back to the video, referring to the young feminists who, just recite the definition of feminism and really don't know much about it. Maybe a little bit about patriarchy theory, but that's it. If the turd in the punch bowl is radical feminism, do you really want to drink out of the shallow end of the punch bowl? Because that's what they're doing.
Yeah, you got a point.
Good point.
Yes,
And they're
Mr.
trying to
Kool-Aid
offer
Jump.
us glasses too. Line up and take a
Well,
glass.
I think a better example would be like you have a punch bowl, and the radical feminists are the people who are about to shit in it, and we're trying to stop them before the shit is in the punch bowl.
Oh, the
I'm
shit's
Sorry
been in
to
the
say
punch
that
bowl
shit's
for
already in
decades.
there. It's in there. It's in there. Yeah, it's in there. It's in there.
It's long in
I
there.
disagree. I think that
I-
there's still time to save some of these people.
No, there's
no.
to save some of the people, yes, but as far as the system goes, it's like I mean,
Yeah, the ideology's gone.
Yeah, the
The
punch bowl
ideology
represents
is
feminism as a whole.
Gone. That poison is going to always be there now.
I like to draw the parallel with atheism. Where atheism was circa 1998, somewhere in there. That's basically in my guesstimation. We've got a fervent group, but we've got almost no popular support, but we've got momentum.
Yeah, we just need time. Okay, so let's get back to it. Let's see if we can hit the 20-minute mark.
Like, when they talk against feminism, it's like feminism is a multifaceted group and organization of different groups, many of which actively even dislike each other. And so to assign specifics to the movement as a whole beyond the most basic definition is inherently fallacious and problematic.
There's the word.
No, it's not actually. No, it's not. Because what we're looking at, and this is what I would refer to shit as, is I will say there's a big difference between establishment feminism and just what feminists proclaim feminism to be. Establishment feminism is the shit that's done by the lobbyists. It's where the money goes. It's where all the campaigns are. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but as far as I'm concerned, the White Ribbon campaign is the representation of feminism on domestic violence, because that's where all the fucking money goes. Otherwise, what else are we supposed to do? What else can we do?
They don't have an answer for that. What we need to do is help them dismantle patriarchy, and as a side result, a couple of crumbs will fall on our plate. Yeah. And we just need to be happy with that because they're already full anyway, right?
But they'll only ever start talking about this, like the multifaceted, splintered and very diverse movement of feminism, when we start talking about bad things done in the name of feminism. They never talk about this shit when it's good stuff, because they love to take responsibility for all the good shit, but as soon as it's the bad shit, it's dissociate responsibility in any way possible.
They're not real feminists.
Yeah.
Or they're just the radical feminists. They're just the fringe. They're the ones that no one cares about. I know they're on national news. I know they have millions of dollars of funding. I know they run this massive organization. I know they're affecting public policy, but they're not true feminism. They're this random bunch of idiots and just nobodies on the fucking internet. We're the true feminism. We're the establishment. We're the ones who are really going to promote equality.
Well, it's like Westboro Baptist Church saying that they're the only true Christians.
Yeah, exactly.
It's insane.
Well, I mean, it really is insanity how these people act. Where it's
hold on. To be fair, these people, they don't say that the other feminists aren't real feminists.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a good point.
They do say that there are the different brands of feminists. They're the bad feminists. They're the feminists they don't agree with. But the reality, and this is something I bump into all the time with the fathers' rights issues, is that you start arguing with these people and they start spitting those bullshit stats in your face. And even though they say on the one hand, I'm concerned with men's issues, and it's like, okay, well, this is one that's hugely important to me. They don't care. It's like, well,
here's another thing as well.
Diminish and dismiss.
Yeah, here's another really good thing as well. Is they are the ones without the power, so they're the ones who don't have all of the power and the funding and all of that shit. So they're the egalitarian pro-equality feminists. But it's the radical man-hating feminists that get all the fucking power, all the media attention, all the money. But we live in a fucking patriarchy that hates women and privileges men.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, the men's rights movement is fucking pathetic. It doesn't do anything.
But we live in a patriarchy.
Yeah, well, our crazy feminists, they run amok, but Paul Elam stops everything. You guys can't do anything because Paul Elam was born and posted 3 articles. We've got insane women running around over here talking about putting you all in concentration camps and shit. But
actually,
if you makes a joke like that, you get
no, I will admit though, Julie Bindel was joking.
Sure she was joking. If you ever watched any of her shit from the 80s, 90s, holy Christ, that woman is if that woman could fucking eat all of our hearts out right now on video and not get in trouble for it, she would. And you're gonna have a hard time convincing me of otherwise. Man, I'm doing a little research on her. That woman is fucking insane.
Oh, she probably is, but as far as but from what I know, and this is from people that know her, that was a complete joke. Those specific comments about the concentration camps, that was a joke.
Maybe. I'm gonna have a hard time. Again, I have a hard time with that one just because I've seen the other stuff that she says. It's like somebody saying that he thinks that Obama's a Muslim, and then the guy turns around and he says, "Well, I would never say anything bad against Islam." It's like, yeah, no, I'm not buying that, and that's kind of where I am with this. So I could be wrong, but it does. I guess the point's kind of moot anyway because the amount of dribble that's come out of her mouth that's hate filled is mammoth, bigger than her ass.
Yeah. So maybe we should go. Maybe you should go on to the more obvious points then, rather than the possible satire. Might be a good idea. That's all I'd say. But anyway, let's get on with the video. Go for Allison on this.
But they treat saying that as a no true Scotsman fallacy. When in
no, what we're saying is you're applying a double standard. The MRM, whenever they do anything bad, it's just, oh well, the MRM as a whole is evil and wrong and
yeah, but that also includes people who aren't men's rights activists. That also includes people who aren't men's rights activists. Roosh V says something stupid to get clicks on his website, and all of a sudden it's all MRAs doing and saying that and supporting him, which is a fucking joke.
I brought up in my video about Vomit. It was for the men's rights movement, you're allowed a guilt by association fallacy. But with feminism, you're allowed a no true Scotsman. You're allowed to dissociate and all that shit. And
you're right. Duh.
It's not a fucking and it's not a.
I hear all the time from feminists. I hear all the time from feminists saying, "Oh, they're not true feminists. They're misandrous."
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, the fucking feminists who my flatmates. The ones who I've moved away from. They were like, oh yeah, the feminists who do bad things, they're just misandrous, not feminists.
Yeah.
While they were fucking harassing me. While they were shouting it.
Yeah.
This shit. They don't even realise that they're the bad ones. This is...
What's her name on Twitter? Radish Feminist posts something about, like, this is the real feminist that shows, like, the man and the woman shaking hands.
I'm sorry about... I'm sorry, I don't trust anything on Twitter anymore. Too many trolls.
No. Oh no, this one's serious. They blocked me. That's how I know it's serious. But yeah, this person.
Okay, sorry guys. I'm gonna have to step out for a bit. I hope you're here when I get back. Okay, I'm gonna be taking a bit of a break.
Okay,
no problem.
Have a good one, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
And on that note, let's
the equivalent.
Go.
It would be a no true Scotsman fallacy if, say, I was to say that someone who doesn't, like, if someone believes in the divinity of Christ, if we're talking about, say, Christians, for example, I wanted to make a no true Scotsman fallacy about them. If I said that based on some specific belief of theirs, they weren't really a Christian, despite the fact that they do believe in the divinity of Christ, it's a no true Scotsman fallacy because they're still a fucking Christian by what the actual definition is. But when we make these points, we're saying that people shouldn't generalize, and when we say that person isn't really a feminist, we're making an argument that is manifested in the labels based on the substance of whether or not we disagree with them on the substance of what we actually believe.
See, he's rambling at this point. It's just complete. He has absolutely no clue what he's saying.
Someone believes in patriarchy theory.
No, I could have said that much easier.
If someone believes in patriarchy theory and they class themselves as a feminist, then you are a fucking feminist. If you believe that men should be put in concentration camps as well, that doesn't change the fact that you're still a fucking feminist.
Yeah, but what he's trying to what he's saying here, and I'm gonna be completely just completely fair and just basically say what he said in an easier way. And
devil's advocate.
Yeah, no. What he's saying is we have prescriptive definitions of feminism. We have this. We have like we have this word feminism that that has this specific meaning, and then we're going to take this word and we're going to find feminism and we're going to apply it to that. But then you never do that. What you have is you have a group of people that's called feminism, and then you ascribe the proscriptive definition to it as a descriptive definition. So you're trying to make a claim about feminism, but then they play this semantics game. It's like, oh well, feminism is by definition equality, which is a proscriptive definition can't be wrong. If I say whatever is blue as a cleave wrap, I don't know, then and I refer to something as a cleave wrap, then yeah, then what I'm saying is it's blue. But what at this point, no one ever says something's a feminist thing when they mean a pro-equality thing. They clearly mean some ideological baggage. They clearly mean some anti-patriarchy stuff. So trying to claim this whole definitional equality stuff, bullshit. There's clearly patriarchy. That's patriarchy, male privilege, rape culture, Duluth model. That's feminism. You and I both know it.
They know it too. They just don't want to admit it. Now, the fucking video with Clementine where she's going off about how domestic violence and rape is the only place that we're focused on due process. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Show me where else you're eroding it. Show me where else, and I'm in there too. Jesus Christ. But
yeah, it's the only place where if there wasn't due process in murder and theft and stuff, yeah, I'd be campaigning there too.
Exactly, but this is where but that's how they demonize us. Now we're rape apologists. Now we just want rape to happen because that's the only place we fight against the problems with due process. What the fuck? This is how it works, though. It's a fucking shell game.
They're the ones who are empowering and helping rapists, because now in universities and colleges and stuff, they because of the way they've been dealing with the lack of due process, a lot of the cases, they're now the young men who've been accused are now winning legal fees. So if there was a guy who actually did it, but he wasn't given a fair trial, and they didn't actually look through the evidence, he's going to actually be acquitted for not having a fair trial, and all the evidence is going to be gone at that point. Any evidence they could have gotten, it's going to be gone. So he's going to win. All the rapists are going to win now. So thank you, feminism. You are the ones empowering. You are the ones empowering male rapists.
No, it's patriarchy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anything feminism does wrong, that's the patriarchy.
Yeah.
They always do this.
Feminism, the lawyers that are suing are men. Yeah. The lawyers that are suing are men. They're white men, I bet. You may as well just crucify those fuckers and be done with it.
Yeah. But no, feminism is the patriarchy at this point. Feminism is the establishment view on gender politics. As far as I'm concerned, if that's not patriarchy, I don't know what is at this point.
Well, it is with now, as one example.
Yeah.
But no, it's a great example, but it's not. It goes. I mean, it goes down all the way. It goes all the way down to, in my case, the CPS agent changed, and he decided to contact me and let me know what was going on. But before that, it was a different. It was one individual. The system is set up where legally they can cock block a dude from knowing anything, from doing anything as far as this kid's concerned, off of an allegation of impropriety with zero evidence whatsoever. And that's how it runs. And that's not. There's nobody lobbying to make that happen anymore. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
Yeah, and they'll blame the historical patriarchy. They will say nothing about the feminist lobbying. They'll say nothing about the early feminist activism. And then if you bring that up, they'll say, but we're not, but we're new feminists.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't us.
Yeah, well, we let Mexicans in. What the fuck? Yeah, we let Mexicans in the KKK, so we're okay. That's exactly what I hear when I hear that shit. It's just fuck you. I
love that. I'm stealing it. I love it.
Knock yourself out.
All right, back to the video.
Like questions of what does equality mean? What does freedom and liberty mean? Do we care about equality or equity? these are the kinds of things that are of actual substance that we need to debate, that nobody ever debates when they debate against feminism.
Yes, we do. Do you not ever listen to any of our stuff? This is what this guy is, a pure walking straw man.
To answer your question, Spino, no, they don't.
No, they don't. And this is the difference. They say, oh, they don't understand feminism. They clearly don't know anything about feminism. But then they never listen to us. And most of us do our content listening to you. That's how we basically make our living.
There was more than one of us barking at this chat on this live stream saying, hey, let us in, let us in, let us in. Nope. So there you go. That's how much they want to talk about it. They want to talk at us, not to us.
Yeah, they want to talk. Yeah, they want to talk at us. They want to tell us what we think. But and when they hear someone else tell oh, Bagel, you're not in here anymore.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, are you?
It's a British thing. We're censoring you.
No. It's strange.
Dude, like 5 minutes ago, I said Spino, to answer your question, yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Anyway, no, I know it's not that. I meant in the sync video thing. For some reason, it says you're not in here.
No, I'm most certainly in there.
Okay.
Speaking of which,
Yeah, just assume that feminism isn't about equality because
anyway,
assume feminism is about equality. There's no evidence for any of it.
The first person I heard bring it up was Bane, but it may have been brought up before that. But the fact that a woman can have a child and take it to a fire station or a church and drop it off, but a guy is still responsible for it till he's 20 years old, 18 years old, depending on the state and whatnot. And this, they don't care. Well, the fact of the matter is biology plays a role here. Well, okay, that's great. Let's talk about women in the military. Door slammed in your face. We don't want to fucking talk about that anymore. But biology doesn't play a role in that. But
what is the thing about safe haven laws? What's biology about that?
No, there is no biology about that.
Yeah, there isn't. One is a parent who is allowed after birth to give up a child, to revoke the parenthood of both parents, and the other is allowed to revoke neither, and is 100% fully responsible on the whim of the other parent. That is unfair.
Yeah. The one time that I've had a prolonged discussion with somebody about financial abortion, it ended with him actually saying, that actually makes legal sense. I understand legal precedent, that she is responsible for the unprotected fetus becoming a legally protected child. So yeah, I get that point, but I think that having men be able to opt out might change the number of women that have abortions. Well, yeah, no shit. If you don't get free money, then you might not do it.
Well, I don't know. It might actually change. It might actually change the number to lower, for as far as we know.
Mind you,
stop lying about birth control. They'll actually be more careful with it.
Mind you, feminist Karen De Croo was fighting for financial abortion for men back in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah. So if you bring that up to feminists, they don't know how to react to that. They often say, "Oh, I've never heard of her. She mustn't be important." And you point out that she was head of Now in the 70s. But that was decades ago.
No. But then they'll say, "Oh yeah, look, feminism's fighting for equality." If they're it depends on the side they're on. If you can bring that up to an anti-father's rights feminist, an anti-male rights feminist, and they'll say, "Yeah, okay, well that means nothing. She's just an MRA troll or something." Because they probably say something like, "Oh well, Warren Farrell's also part of Now, but he's also a misogynist and rape apologist and all that shit." So I don't know how far it would go.
He only took a sip of the Kool-Aid, tasted a turd, and spit it out. So we had to kick him out.
The feminine, because we have a superficial understanding of the shit that was given to us by some propagandists that we need to parrot to other people,
diminish and dismiss.
We don't actually know what we're talking about, and that.
but we're the ones who dismiss other people's ideas.
diminish and
You
dismiss.
just randomly call people propaganda. Okay, name the propagandists.
You know what this
Name
sounds like to me?
What the problem is with the propaganda.
From back in the days when I was on YouTube as an atheist and I get into discussion with the creationist type Christians, they would say to me that if you're not a Christian, it's because you haven't accepted God in your heart and you just don't understand. That's what he's saying here. You just don't understand. If you don't agree with me, the only reason can be because you just don't understand.
Yeah.
If you understood what I believe, then there would be no choice but for you to agree with me. That's what he's saying. And it's no different than a fundamentalist of any religion.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go on.
Exactly.
Carry on.
Yep, let's carry on.
That's the issue. You're trying to have these are people that shouldn't be in a debate. These are people that need to
shouldn't be in a debate.
No, hang on. He said, I'm trying to have a conversation, and then he cut it off and switched it. And that's exactly the reality of it. Oh, I'm going to engage in a conversation. Actually, you don't belong in a debate. I'm going to talk to you, but now you pwned me. Fuck, I'm out.
These people don't deserve to be in a debate. But
because we disagree.
We're the bad guys.
Because we're heretics, because we disagree.
Because in his idea, we have such an ideological divide. No, look, here's the thing. If I was interested in discussing racial politics and some neo-Nazi was like, I'll come on your podcast and I'll have a discussion with you, I might actually, I would possibly consider it. I'd just be like, okay, well, we'll hear him out, and if he's completely insane and wrong and stupid, then I'm likely gonna be able to intellectually deck him. But no, they don't want to do that. They say, oh well, he's just too far out. But if neo-Nazism was a growing trend as well, I would definitely consider debating that person. But no, what they want to do is they want to just, it's the Streisand effect, effectively. I'm actually glad that at the moment they're not they're having this stupid dismissive attitude, because more people are listening because they know they're afraid. They know they will lose. They are afraid. I think that's why they know that they will lose the debate if they let us in. They're afraid that what they say isn't going to hold up to scrutiny.
All right, let's go.
They have every reason to be.
They know it won't. They flat out, they know from experience that it won't. You engage them in comments, you engage them in video, you engage them on Twitter even, where it's all fucking convoluted and hard to figure out what the fuck's going on for us old dudes. And it's still, these morons, it's like, all you gotta do is force their face to look at the shit they support, and they either shove their nose right in and you can't talk to them anymore, or they turn and run away. I've seen nothing else so far. Nothing else from any like self-proclaimed feminist besides the unicorns and the guys like Agent of Doubt that are like, well, I'm going to keep the label because I don't want the fucking crazies to have it.
Does he class himself as a feminist?
Agent of Doubt consider himself a feminist? I didn't know that.
Agent of Doubt considers himself a feminist, but he considers himself a non-authoritarian, non-social justice feminist. So. He the kind of feminist that would dox bewildered apes. So there you go. There has been I've been online off and on online since since like '85, man. Since it wasn't online even barely, but. This is the only time I've ever seen anybody dox that I've just smiled from ear to ear and felt zero guilt. It's like, you know what, dude? If you could have set fire to someone's house to see their reaction, you would have done it. So burn, bitch, burn.
You're right. I can't say you're wrong. I have like this sort of moral. I'm just like, on principle, I know it's wrong to dox bewildered ape. But I mean, it's done now.
Fuck bewildered ape. So
yeah, but fuck bewildered ape.
Well, he's not okay. If he would have just made videos that were anti-men's rights activists, even if it would have been complete full of bullshit, Kevin Logan style stuff, I would have completely been against it. But what he did was deliberate. He would have doxed anybody he could drag out. If he couldn't get, he would more.
No, he would
was to convince other people to do it. Exactly.
He gets other people.
Exactly.
He has always been behind the scenes, fanning other people and convincing them to do his dirty work for him.
And he's not shy about that part.
Yeah, and he's not shy about it, and he has seen everyone else take the fall.
Yep. So it was only. I still smile.
Laughing Witch.
Yeah, Laughing Witch.
You know, the laughing
Yeah,
witch.
he let some a Laughing Witch. Yeah, she may have been a really toxic person, but she actually believed what she was doing was right. Bewildered
Yes, she
Ape
did.
knew from the start that what he was doing was wrong. That's the
Yes.
difference between those two.
And he knew it had effects in the meat world. At that point, as a father who's had this kind of not necessarily internet stuff, but to some degree, the interactions online do change the way people think in the meat space. I got a problem with this, man. It's, you want to go piss in this punch bowl? Go take the atheist Christian debate where it's already established that atheism has a leg now. Now that we can talk to Christians in the public sphere, in the political sphere, go ahead and piss in that punch bowl all you want. But you want to do that here where we're fucking got messes with kids that are fucking estranged and being mutilated when they're born and all this kind of
and not just that, but then wasn't it it was someone managed to when around the time when Sage Gerard had a debate with was it Brian Klein or something at KSU, and it was around that same time someone managed to find the address of a guy called Paul Elam, and it wasn't the actual Paul Elam, but they were really fucking terrified that someone was going to go to his house. That's when that actually exists. When it's I'm terrified that this person with the same name as me is going to get hurt in my name. That's when I have to draw the line. When it's that dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't even know what to say in that.
Fucking book.
Yeah. As far as the No True Scotsman thing, going back to your Christian example, somebody identifying, like we would never say that somebody isn't a feminist if they identify as a feminist. We would then ask them, like, do you know what feminism means? Like, do you agree with this definition of this very humanist definition? They say yes, and then they go on to just completely contradict themselves. I mean, we wouldn't go so far as to say they're not feminists, because I mean it's not really our place, I guess.
They haven't taken communion and been baptized yet. They're close.
You just completely contradict
they-
yourself right there, and you're complaining about contradictions. Look, what you're saying is, well, they don't. Well, that's what we're saying about most feminists, including Varmint here, is that they believe in this idea that feminism's really humanist and for equality and all that stuff, but they are actual genuine bigots, and they are against men's rights. They are they try and shut down men's issues. And the thing is, when you start bringing it back to all this no true feminist stuff, they do the exact same thing. What differentiates you from them? Explain. How can I tell the difference?
Anyway, let him go on.
Say it, and it would just be baiting people with the whole No True Scotsman thing. But we can say they're not very good feminists. They're not very good at it. It's kind of it's not an important.
Yeah, who defines good?
Whatever faction of feminism you belong to.
And okay, what if most feminists, including all of the politically powerful ones, are bad feminists? What the fuck changes in this what the fuck changes in this conversation? All it is some way to dissociate feminism from the negative actions of feminists. That's all it is.
To me, the whole mess sounded like, do you accept that you're a sinner? Do you accept the Lord Jesus can cleanse you of all your sins? Will you eat this cracker? Well, that guy didn't get in the pool.
No, because what do I say? Because they'll say shit like, oh, MRAs, blah 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 blah, and if they would say, oh yeah, this MRA said this, yeah, and I would say, okay, so name the MRA that said that. Okay, now show me their biggest area of media coverage. So how popular are they? Who knows about them in the movement? Who's more popular than them? Because someone could probably I know Kevin Logan did a video on Bernard Chapin, who was but I think I don't actually think he tried to claim he was representative of the MRM. Yeah, because this is the thing. How representative are they is a much more important question. How representative are they of the movement?
You will find that Kevin Logan uses the term MRM 1/100th of the time as he uses the term MRA, because what he actually does is just isolate and attack individuals. He doesn't really, he knows that he can't go after a single talking point. So
Yeah.
and that's why it was kind of easy to quote my to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. He's pretty good with that. Yeah, he's pretty good with being able to just show how contradictory he is.
Well, just to say that due process is a men's rights activist talking point. Therefore, the amazing atheist is an MRA because he believes in due process.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we had men's rights activists back there in the fucking 1200s or 1500s, whatever the fuck that.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is that they whenever I ask for something, it's how representative are they of the group? How representative are they of the movement? And as far as I'm concerned, if they are getting money and if they have institutional power, they are representative, no matter what you say.
Yeah, but now what you've just done is that what they're going to do is say, well, apply that to Paul Elam now. Paul Elam, and that now it's a lost.
Oh, yeah,
lost
yeah,
right?
no, and I'll take Paul Elam, and I'll point to his and I'll say, look, okay, no, but I think Bernard Chapin, he's a great example. If they would say, oh well, MRAs are all these far right wing trolls who hate the left wing. Well, you can go to Bernard Chapin's channel and you can see that his videos get less views than mine at this point.
And he gets a lot of criticism from the mainstream men's rights movement.
Yeah, even his own fans don't really like. I bet that even Bernard Chapin doesn't really like Bernard Chapin.
That's brilliant. Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? When we can use we don't have to sort of dissociate from him from the MRM. We can just sort of say, well, just look at his metrics. Look at how popular he is. He's not. He may have like quadruple the subscribers that I have, but he clearly doesn't have quadruple the popularity that I do. So I'm a much better representative of the MRM than he is. Which begs the question.
I think that I don't get a lot of views, but I think I get about as many as Chapin does.
You probably get more actually.
Well, I've got more subscribers and more views, so.
He puts out more videos. He puts out more videos, so. But then again,
I haven't put out videos in forever.
That's true. But that's the point, though, isn't it? That me or Andy or Bane especially, let's face it, Bane is the one here who's the most representative of the MRM because he has the most subscribers. He has the most popularity.
Not just the most subscribers and popularity, but he's put out a lot of information that gets recycled, regurgitated, pointed out, looked into. He gives you a platform on a lot of things.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point. So that's the sort of thing we need to talk about. Is where it's representative. It's not about like the number. It's not the numbers of like feminists how good they are at MRA. There's no good MRA versus bad MRA. There's just popular MRA versus unrepresentative random MRA who's hated by everyone. That's how we measure.
Or someone leaving a comment in a comment section, and they just assume that
they just assume.
I've never seen a comment. Well, I've rarely seen a comment that starts, "I'm an MRA," blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, you could go to the channel. You could go to the YouTube channel. So if I start making a comment, and they say, and they would say, okay, this MRA said this. Fair enough. If they actually, but then they'd have to say, they could go to my channel, they could see my videos, and they could, okay, he's an MRA. That's fine.
But they don't do that, do they?
They don't, of course. So, for fuck's sake.
Thing to them as opposed to whatever other contradictory things they believe in.
Whatever feminism they do subscribe to is one that we don't. And so maybe you should have a conversation with us and not about them.
Right, and when they...
Well, what are you doing about them then? If they're poisoning the movement,
Well, let him go. He might get to it.
They fight these strawmen of like all feminists need to believe this, all feminists need to believe that. It's very simple. If it's beyond the basic definition, then it's negotiable. And so, like for instance, the Christian example, where like, oh, they believe in Jesus as the Messiah, and therefore they're Christian. Technically true, but there's also a whole slew of doctrine that is attached to what it means to be Christian. You need to believe everything in the New Testament. You need to believe everything in the Old Testament. These are things that Jesus taught as truth. So there is degrees of how committed you are.
Well,
And
you see, that's my point, though. Is when it comes to that, it's a matter of interpretation. It doesn't matter like whether or not you believe everything that's in the New Testament or not. It's a matter of like, you know, like even if you believe it, if you don't believe it, how you're interpreting it. Whereas when it comes to feminism and positions like that, that's the rub of that fallacious analogy, is that feminism has substance that people can debate like in a secular context. And when
Then bring
people
it. Fuck.
what do you mean? How can people debate it when you say the people who disagree with it aren't possible to
Worthy of
debate?
debate. Yeah, they were not worthy of debate. We get blocked. I got, again, told by the Skeptic Feminist in their chat on this stream last night. Oh, well, you know, we know you're a real MRA, but we just feel there's nothing left to be gained from having the discussion with you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You just talk at us and over us, then you're going to make more men's rights activists. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, and please keep doing this failed model, because all you're doing is helping us at this point.
Well, there's nothing else they can do. Once they achieved equality, they either had failed model or bust.
Well,
They
never
did what they. I actually think that what they did is once they achieved, you know, women having arguably more rights than men in the Western world, is that they moved on and they ironically appropriated all these other group struggles. Like they brought in all this talk about, you know, gay rights, you know, someone who like a group who actually does lack rights, you know, or minority rights.
You are dead on. I totally agree. And the fact that clit cutting Islam has a color in the Rainbow Coalition's flag verifies exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Guys,
how is that
religion.
feminist? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, it's not feminist. It's everything within Islam is anti-feminist.
But it's Islam, so it's marginalized, so we have to like it. You know why it's marginalized? Because they blew a fucking bunch of people up, so we have to feel bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, for fuck's sake, we agree. No, like we as MRAs agree with feminists on more shit on public policy than Muslims do, but they like Muslims more because they're brown.
Because they're hated. Because they're hated.
Yeah.
Because why are they hated? Because the actions of a handful of people paint the group. So just like, you know, 1 out of every 50 men or 5,000 men or whatever, I don't know the fucking number, that are rapists, paints the entire group to them. So we just need to treat all men as potential rapists.
But isn't it interesting?
That's wrong to do to Islam.
Isn't it interesting that, you know, there's a terrorist attack and people say, well, parts of Islam are bad, but we can't say that because that's Islamophobia. Yet, so some guy goes on a shooting spree, and all of a sudden it's toxic masculinity, and all men are guilty of this just by being born, apparently. But there's no double standard, apparently. I'm not sure how.
Terrible defect.
Yeah. No, actually, I do love that when they say shit about like toxic masculinity and masculinity promotes violence and this normalizing the idea that masculinity promotes violence when that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing by saying that.
Anyway, back to the video.
It really is.
Yeah, back to the video.
It doesn't fucking fit.
Yeah, agreed. If there is any anti-feminists or men's rights activists in the chat who would like to challenge us, since it's kind of a circle jerk at the moment, we were just basically planning on talking about...
Well, that's your fault if it's a circle jerk. that is your fault.
Let him go. Let
Right.
him go.
I mean, they invited
That's
them
how-
on. I'd give them that they did all right there.
Like our various approaches to dealing with, to distinguishing between men's rights activists and anti-feminists and whatnot. But if somebody would like to actually speak up, by all means, leave a message in the chat, and
Yeah.
Ivy, as the moderator, should pick up on that.
Where you wanted to go?
Well, see, my main problem with entering this arena of debate that exists between feminists and men's rights activists is that if you really look at the true definitions of what both of these movements should be about, which is advocating for the rights of a specific group of people, right? In this case, men's rights activists wish to advocate, at least in theory, for the rights of men, to further the causes of men and make them better off, which in theory should not include the worsening of another group of people to do this. Like,
And
in
it doesn't.
reality, everybody.
Yeah, and it doesn't. The only people who
So-
say it does are you.
How is wanting to ban male circumcision somehow harming women? How
Well,
is
the-
trying
when
to
you-
how is trying to prevent male suicide harming women?
what
Because the
they'll
men who
what-
killed themselves could have been rapists.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Checkmate, atheists. I mean, MRAs.
they're not going to look at that part of it.
I love that. That's
They won't look at that part though. They will look at due process and rape and domestic violence. They will look at parenting law. They will look at financial abortion, and they will look at Roosh V. They will look at Gamergate. They will look at fucking anything. Al Bundy, for fuck's sake. Anything.
All right,
on
so
the goddamn face of the earth
parenting
except
law.
for us.
Parenting law. We're asking for equality in parenting law.
Yeah, but you know how many times? I mean, this is one of my obvious talking points when I go and troll in
Yeah,
the comment sections, and every single time I get, like that last video I posted, I know they're gonna spit divorce peers at me via HuffPo, so I just tell them before they even fucking do it. As soon as they start saying, "Well, more men, just blah blah blah," it's like, no, I don't care.
Yeah, it's
Like
their
you
one
said in your
go-to
video,
thing, isn't it?
turn it down. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's their one go-to article, that parenting peers thing.
Yeah, and it's got nothing. It's literally sourced so bad that Wikipedia would reject it. If
Yeah.
it was a Wikipedia article, it would have a broom at the top of the fucking thing, no question about it. But they don't care. And this, when you have this debate with them and you point out to them, and like you pointed out in your toxic propaganda of feminism, that one of the deals that this doesn't even address is that if men go in and fight for their child, as opposed to men that just happen to go through family court, the men that don't fight for their child all add up in the statistics of guys who don't get custody in family court. You can assume that 100% of the men that are fighting for their child show up in that statistic of guys who went through family court. And 44% of the time, according to their bullshit statistic, which is wrong, the man walks away with no rights. No rights. And if that's not gender discrimination, if half the time a guy can get zero parent.
Oh, what happened? Oh,
What the hell just happened?
we still all here?
Did I just have a stroke? Or what?
What happened? I don't know what happened on your end, but I dropped out.
I look down and I look back up and everyone's gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I looked down, fell off, like, this, just went silent, and I looked in,
got booted.
and then Bane fell off, and Nick all just sort of, like, fell down. They just disappeared.
Yeah, a message.
Yeah,
A message.
I just hear Spino go, "What the fuck?" And then like he goes.
Well, a message popped up saying.
I refreshed, because I thought it might have been me.
Okay, well we're back. We're still
Yeah, we're
live,
back.
so let's just keep rolling.
Yeah, let's keep rolling.
Keep
We're 20 minutes. We're 18 minutes into this.
Yeah,
hour and 20
let's go back to the video and because we've still got an hour to go. We're not going to make it all the way through, but I want to get as
should
much
be
as
able
possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
to all benefit in some way from people becoming better, more liberated, and more, I guess, free. But most of the people who wear the men's rights activists or movement label that I have dealt with over my time have ended up making it about almost completely about, if not actually completely about, how feminism is bad for men. And it's almost like you can have an entire debate with these people where they mention not a single thing about the causes that actually trouble men.
Do you think
But
maybe that's because you're dealing with anti-feminists and not MRAs? If
Yeah,
they're not
well,
talking about men's rights, if they're not talking
Yeah.
about men's rights issues,
Yeah.
the
I
chances
love
are they're not an MRA.
Yeah, and I love how he just talked about these random people that he's just spoken to and had these conversations with.
Yeah.
But I can actually name individuals. I will name these specific individuals. I will say specific things they have said. I can address their actual own points. Like Bobo here, he said shit like all all white all the evils in the world have been caused by white male landowners. That's a thing he said. That is a thing he said. Like, most of the evils in the world have been caused by white male landowners, so therefore men's rights activists are stupid. That was, you can go and see my video. Straw men's rights
But
activists alone.
I hear this all the
Prove
time.
me wrong.
What they say is, oh, look at this person over here. They're an MRA and they never talk about men's issues.
Yeah.
All they do is talk about anti-feminism. And then you go, but hold on, they're not an MRA. And they go, oh, but they got all the same talking points as an MRA.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But if they're not talking about men's issues, they're not a fucking MRA. How is that difficult to understand? It's just mind-boggling.
Like I said, they're talking with XYZ B159 on in a comment section. Tell me, how do you know the background? What else do you know about XB1Z159? Who is this? Who is this person? Do you know if it's a man?
Yeah,
How do you know
exactly.
they're not just a fucking you
I-
know nothing about this person?
I
You
saw
know
a video
nothing
the
about
other
them.
week, and they were using Sargon as an example of a typical MRA who never talks about men's issues and just shits on feminism, right? And then
Sargon's not an MR.
exactly, and he actually said in the video that he claims not to be an MRA, but we know that he is an MRA, and he doesn't talk about men's issues. He just shits on feminism. Yeah, that's because he's a fucking anti-feminist, not a men's rights activist. Fucking
You know,
hell.
I try to draw this parallel with them all the time to the extreme hard right. When you go to the Westboro Baptist Church, it's like these guys are anti-feminists too. These
Yep.
guys are also against all of these video games that you're against for different reasons. They're against all the movies you're against for different reasons. They're against more movies even. They want to ban all kinds of media, but you know what? They're against us. They're against you and on our side in this fight because they think that women belong in the kitchen. We don't think women belong in the kitchen, but thanks to you fuckers, they think that's what we stand for.
I don't know if anyone saw NC Clark's video on the slut walk she went to, but she showed a tweet that someone posted of protesters, and they were clearly, anti-abortion Christian protesters there, right? They had signs about Christ and all the other stuff that you get from the far right anti-abortion Christian protester. Yeah, and it said on this tweet, oh, the MRAs turned up to protest. What the fuck?
What?
Just fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
MRA has
think
been
when
used
yeah.
so much for
How-
so many things, it's lost its meaning at this point.
So few. I know so few MRAs who are pro-choice, who are pro-life, and aren't pro-choice. I know a lot of MRAs who say like I don't like abortion, or they say I think abortion is immoral, but I know very few MRAs who will say abortion should be illegal.
Yeah,
Manchus
I've
even
say I
referred
don't
to
like
Laughing
abortion,
Witch.
but it's none of my business. But that's about it.
Manchus even referred to Laughing Witch as a men's rights activist.
Yeah, yeah. That's. I think that's when they've lost every argument with the false associations. When you can accuse a feminist. Oh, Manchis is actually. She accused Pragmatic of being of being an MRA in a comment section of a debate with an MRA.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
It's fucking crazy.
She called Kevin Logan. She was saying that Kevin Logan was an MRA because he wanted men to invade female safe spaces, men being transgender women, former men.
Yeah, at this point they've lost
Let
everything.
Nick let Nick get in.
Whenever
They are.
like, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go Nick.
Okay, yeah, feminists, like, they've been calling each other MRAs whenever they get into an argument for years. Like,
It's so pathetic.
Yeah, and when was the last time that we heard someone arguing that didn't like us and we called them a feminist?
Well, basically, when they say MRA,
That we didn't think that we didn't know whether or not was a feminist.
basically when they say MRA, what they mean is anyone who disagrees with my version of feminism. That's it.
Basically, yeah.
Anyway, back to the video.
That's actually the perfect.
Yeah. Back to the video.
Instead entirely, completely talking about what feminists are doing, what feminists are saying, what feminists are advocating. And this is their whole conversation as a men's rights activist.
Kind of like Kevin
what are
Logan
feminists
as a
doing?
feminist.
What are feminists saying?
Name the person you're talking about, Bobo. Name them.
But Kevin Logan does that all the
fits
time.
On this list.
Kevin Logan doesn't put out videos strictly about feminism. He puts out videos criticising the men's rights movement and the manosphere, and he mentions feminism within it. But that's no different than what we do, criticising feminism. Why is one right and one wrong? I don't really understand that.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say that probably the reason is because we actually like focus on particular points, and he just kind of tries to just say that we're bad people overall. Like we say due process issue, circumcision issue. He says, well, yeah, due process is kind of an issue, but rape happens, so these men's rights activists are in the fucking way of us fixing rape, but due process is an issue.
Did you see his one on Seanhead? It was just basically like, no, Shu did the This Week in Stupid in Sargon's format, and he was just like, oh, you like Sargon? Oh, you like Sargon? Like, yeah.
No.
This is such a reputation.
You notice that he did the response video to me when he had less subscribers than me. Now that he's got far more than me, I'm lucky if I can get him to respond to me posting shit on his video or on Twitter. I post a video of him being a hypocrite? Fuck. Ghost town. He hasn't responded to my video yet either, so there's that.
I'm gonna ask Bowman.
But he will respond to. Yeah.
Sorry,
he will
what?
Respond to my, he will respond when I send him a meme, though.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, have you sent him Mr. Potato Head?
Yes, I have.
Oh god.
I've sent him some memes that people have shared in the Skype chat, but that's about it.
Anyway,
People love potatoes.
back to the video.
Yeah, anyway, back to this.
Feminists aren't talking enough about male rape. Feminists aren't talking enough about custody. Feminists aren't, or they are. And when it comes down to you listen to all of
Yeah. Oh wait, didn't he just say like they weren't talking about the men's issues? And now he's saying that feminists aren't talking about the men's issues. Yeah, that is bringing up men's issues.
But the only reason we do that is because feminism insists that the only way you can talk about these issues is through the feminist lens.
Yeah.
And if you want to do it any other way, you get criticised, right? Yeah. So then we go, all right, let's talk about it through feminism, and they say, no, well, you can't do that because it's not not talking about women.
They keep claiming that feminism is dealing with these issues, and when we say no, they're not, we need to deal with this shit. We need to deal with this shit with you or without you. You're not dealing with it. Get out of our fucking way.
Yeah, exactly.
Say,
get out of our fucking way. Get out of our fucking way, and we have one less thing to criticise feminism for. That's simple.
The only thing that they could get out of our way on and it not ideologically oppose them somewhere somehow is MGM. Everything else, selective service, custody, child support, fucking financial abortion, male suicide, all this stuff somehow, some way ends up infringing on their rights. No, we need the women's only construction zone in the work center. We don't need a men and women's gender neutral one because that would promote equality, and equality makes 95% of the construction job to go to men, so that's inequality.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, this is what I got into with these people who are raising money for the female-only homeless shelter. They're saying that I am a racist because somehow race has to do with that. Classist, sexist, and I'm saying no. I would love it if there was a gender-neutral shelter, but look, the female shelter already has a ton of money in this town, even though the majority of the homeless are men. And the male shelter is going out of business. Why can't we help both of them? Or
Yeah, why not just have a fucking gender neutral shelter?
Because
I can tell you why. Actually, I can tell you point blank why. Having known a few people that are low on the totem pole in life, because when you go into a shelter, just like we all know with the 12-step program, they indoctrinate you into somewhere. Okay, when you go into a women's drug abuse shelter, it is feminist. And it invariably teaches you the Duluth model of domestic violence and all other kinds of stuff. While it teaches these women, mind you, how to cook and clean, because it assumes that these women growing up in patriarchy do not learn how to cook and clean, but they also need to learn the Duluth model of domestic violence because patriarchy, which boggles my mind on all kinds of levels. But anyway, that's basically just like the missionaries to Africa having a different agenda than what they profess to do to get the funding. It's the exact same thing here.
Yeah,
maybe not that far, but they do indoctrinate people as part of helping them. So there's no room for both genders there.
Yeah, there isn't.
Yeah, I had that experience. I went to a rehab facility for alcohol a little while ago, and yeah, it was totally the whole thing was social justice and feminist, and they were telling us as part of our classes that because it was a residential facility and we took classes on various subjects. They wove it in there on at least 2 occasions that the only difference between men and women are purely socialized. They just told us that straight up.
Fuck's sake.
I believe it.
Yeah, I actually had someone try and tell me, a teacher try and tell me that that there is no such thing as sexual dimorphism in humans and that it's all socialized. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They've done it on chimpanzees. They've done it on orangutans. You can go to spider monkeys. Things that are very far away from us on this scale. But on this evolutionary scale. And aren't very closely related to us.
Why do men have more muscle mass then?
But they are still using the same gender roles that we are, even though they are freaking chimpanzees. They're not socialized much at all.
Yeah, this bullshit is being woven into everything, but no, they don't have any power.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's welcome Brian and then go back to the video. Hey, Brian.
Oh, hello, Brian.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Hi.
Yep.
Yeah. Are you in the sync video?
Yeah, he is
I
now.
am.
Yes, you are, Doge. Yeah, cool.
Yes.
So let's. We're almost about to hit the 20-minute mark, so let's keep going.
Nice.
What they're saying generally, it's not about, well, I think that men have this problem. I think that men have this problem. It's about, I think that men are disadvantaged by women, and this is all of the problem.
No, we never say that.
No, you were just talking about how men are disadvantaged by feminism, and now you've changed it to men are disadvantaged by women. Is women and feminism the same thing to you?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is.
Absolutely, it is to them. But the reality of it is that I've got my neighbor who has been through me. She's a woman. She's been through it thick and thin with me through the entire mess with my son. She's a gamer, sat next to me on the whole mess. She's pro Gamergate, but barely knows much about it. She's anti-feminist because she knows that free speech is more important than having rights shit on. but she's a woman, but she's no platformed by these people. They will ignore her because she speaks in the wrong direction. She's not, as Kevin Logan put it, they are speaking in a manner that hurts their own cause, so they deserve no platform.
Yeah,
Good
exactly.
stuff. Isn't that good stuff? That was what he said about Milo.
Yeah, the closest thing they could ever like put onto us is how we talk about male abuse, male victims of abuse by women, but we only talk about that because men are abused by women just like women are abused by men,
and it's ignored.
Or when men are raped by women.
Yeah. And then we're talking about individuals being hurt by other individuals, and we're trying to clean the gender ideology out of it, not add any in.
Thank
or
you.
male genital mutilation, and when little boys are preyed on by older women in like teachers and stuff, which happens all the time. I think those are, worthwhile points that a lot of times feminists either ignore, dismiss, or they diminish in some way.
Well, it's not as important as the little girl that got raped, because you see, the little girl's teacher went to jail because he was so bad. The little boy's teacher, she didn't go to jail, so it wasn't so bad.
She kept her job.
Yeah, she kept her job, so it wasn't so bad. So do you see, you're comparing apples to oranges. That boy wanted it. That little girl, she didn't. She wanted it too, but that was different. He tricked her. It's fuck you guys.
It's amazing. It's amazing how they will do that. They will take the less severe consequences as proof that what they did wasn't so bad.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Okay, well, I've got something for you guys. You get an average of 15 to 25 for robbing a bank. You get an average of 5 to 7 for raping a kid. Which one do you think is worse, fuckers?
Yeah.
Sorry, that shit pisses me the fuck off, man. People are stupid. People are fucking.
Look at the fucking smug face he has right there. He thinks he said like the most intelligent thing ever.
He's dribbling semen on his shoes, as far as I'm concerned.
When you can't get past that single point, that
did you see Russian Deadpool's face? Even he looked like maybe
not.
Well, let him go. I want to hear their reaction. So
just going to blame women for every problem that we could possibly say that men have. There's not much of a further discussion to have.
Straw man.
Obviously, saying that men are the sole victims of a gynocracy or whatever, and
we don't say that at all.
Like men can.
We never say that.
A word? He just made up a word to describe what we think.
Yeah, you just like
to describe what he thinks what we think, or what he's making.
Yeah.
Nothing but straw man.
Yeah, this is pure straw. We don't even need to say anything about this because we've already refuted like all of it.
Yeah. Let's go on then.
Yeah,
I can say really
this
quickly.
Is the exact thing, isn't it? They will bring up all these random straw points, and then we come in and like, no, we don't actually believe a single thing about that.
Then when we talk
about the points, but then when we bring up points about feminists. And they'll say, and then skeptic feminists will be like, oh no, that's bullshit. No, not all feminists are like that. No feminists believe that. And then this fuck comes in and brings up all the points we were talking about.
Yep. Let Felfop have his say, and then we'll go back.
Just the thing with the kids, man. It's like how many times in my videos have I said that kids are a fucking victim of this shit too? These kids growing up without their dads. This is the fucking second stupid parody song I made. I've been doing this since pretty much like day 15 here. The kids suffer too. So to say that we're just saying that men suffer, it just shows that you're not fucking listening.
No, it's just stereotypes.
I've always been saying everyone is fucked except for the privileged feminists. They are the only ones who are winning from this.
But even they are in a precarious situation. I mean, if you are the black woman who is on top of the fucking king heap all of a sudden, and then an interviewer comes by to talk to you, and it comes out that you're not exactly black, well, the world changes.
So we're officially 1/6 of the way through the video, so we should have this finished by tomorrow.
All right. I knew you guys were hard pressed. We can do this, Bane. Let's just
Yeah,
go.
let's go.
And women aren't drafted the same way that men are, or men are dying in combat while women aren't, and just laying that at the feet of women is entirely to ignore how the system of our government and the military formed, and how it was men who made this decision that said that women aren't capable of combat, that women
You're gonna
aren't
provide any
capable of making
examples?
this
Is that
No?
Brian
Okay.
echoing, by the way? Is that you, Brian?
I'm sorry.
No,
Let me lower my stuff.
well, Bane was echoing too.
Yeah, I had the same
Yeah,
problem,
I
which I normally don't have, so it must be the setup.
I was just saying, you gonna provide any examples? No? I'll try to act surprised.
Well, let's go on. He might add.
Yeah, and
I
like
doubt
I
it.
said, we lay the blame a lot more broadly than you think we do.
And then what they do.
I'll just say this: I do not blame women for a single person that ISIS kills. Okay. Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Decisions, and that they, in fact, should be excluded from it by a very male-dominated system. But somehow, in the end, when a lot of these people lay it out, it somehow becomes, oh yeah, we can see that.
Mhm.
It becomes somehow the fault of women at the end, and that's where they lose me, when, without offering any fully factual arguments about why somehow that women did all of this, despite the fact that if you make an objective study of history, that most of history and the policies that we follow that were started, hundreds of years ago, were made by male-dominated cultures and passed by male-dominated legislative bodies. That
Okay, so he starts off with a straw man.
Oh, you're blaming women.
Yeah.
You're blaming women. You're blaming women. So therefore you hate women. But then then we say no. Actually, we don't blame women. We think it's a product of all of society. It's men and women who are both responsible for these things. No. But then if we were to then respond, you're blaming men, which he literally is. That he is openly admitting it's men's fault. This is men's fault. But you hate men. Yeah. No, not all feminists are like that. You're just.
Yeah, he starts out with a straw man argument against us, and then he does the exact thing that he is accusing us of, which is blaming all the issues on one gender. Unfucking believable.
Well, and isn't it? Does it really follow that just because men were the ones that were making decisions, if you were looking at it objectively, like as men in positions of power, which I think that there's some truth to that, but I think there's also a part of it that means that they were responsible.
It's a half truth. It's a half truth.
Yeah, it's a half truth, exactly. But then there's also the part that's being omitted, whereas a lot of, regardless of who is the person in the Oval Office, or or in charge, or standing at the front lines, or whatever, they're doing that in the interest of men and women. Like, there are only male presidents because women elect them in the U.S. Because they make up the majority of voters. And those people, the politicians, whether they're male or female, they only get into power if they appeal to what women want. So they're there because they want to serve the interests of women.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that they're having what the plumbing is.
Is that and this is the other thing, is that they'll keep talking about throughout history and all this shit. It's like, well, I don't give a fuck about who was responsible for for several hundred years ago if they share a demographic with another group. That means jack shit, because no one has any control over the demographic you are.
Right,
but you have control over an ideology that you support. If you someone who identifies as a feminist has to take that feminist baggage since the first wave. But if you're just male, you have no responsibility for any other man's actions that you didn't actively have an involvement with.
Right. Well, they're conflating ideology with gender again. They're conflating the two so that they can cherry pick the best parts of the stuff that they side with, and then cherry pick the worst parts of that which they stand in opposition to. And that's their whole the whole spiel. That's why they conflate women and feminists constantly, because they need people to see feminism as women. The only way, and that way, if you argue against feminism, you're arguing against women. You know.
And when you show them that that's bankrupt, they're going to kick you the fuck out real quick.
Oh yeah.
The blame goes two ways. I mean, if you look at it like from a privilege point of view, if you take the skull and bones type of conspiracy type of mentality, if a bunch of white dudes are sitting around humping pig heads together in Europe and in the UK, and this is how they run the country, I can tell you right now that may be, you may say that's a patriarchal little club and it may run the country, but guess who does not benefit from that? The white guy who collects your trash. Okay? So chill the fuck out on his ass.
And 99% of all the other white guys as well.
That's exactly right. You got that graphic you post all the time, and I love it to death, with just a whole buttload of people, whole buttload of guys holding up a few dudes and a few women.
Yep.
And that's it.
And the women are looking up.
And it's amazing how during the Occupy movement, they so easily grasped the notion that 99% were benefiting while, or were not benefiting while 1% was. But then when you say, well, that also applies to the demographic of straight white male, then they can't wrap their fucking heads around it.
Yeah,
All of a sudden.
Marxism and this does not compute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to keep going?
Yep, let's go.
Yet you're saying this is women's fault. It doesn't equate. It doesn't work. And when they approach the rest of their arguments from this point, you can't have a good, logical, well thought out debate because they're arguing from the position of insanity almost.
No. The reason why we can't have a logical, well thought out debate is because you only fight fucking strawmen. You only fight fucking strawmen. We're over here asking for a debate, and you're off in another field fighting a fucking strawman.
Thank you very much. Exactly, right there.
If I may, if I may, I had a stream with the Skeptic Feminists. It was me and Theron Meyer. You know who Theron Meyer is?
Yep.
Trans MRA. And okay, well, cool. And that was one of 2 times that we've been able to get a feminist on. It was them, and then previously we had Kevin Logan. And then there are a couple of other incidents where a feminist and a men's rights activist had, and not a non-men's rights activist that gets called one, like Sargon or some PUA or whatever, or Milo, right? Where they they're interested in the men's issue, but they haven't really looked at it like as closely, and they haven't been as active, as the MRAs. And the only I can think of only a couple. There was Karen Strong talking to Cenk on the Young Turks. There was Karen Strong talking to Naomi Wolf. There was Victor Zen or Sage when he was doing the KSU thing with the male feminists at his school's campus. And that's all I can think of, right? And in all of those incidents, when there was it was in a neutral space, and the MRA dominated, like they killed. And the feminists often lost their temper, they lost their shit, flew off the handle. Naomi Wolf got super emotional, lost her shit. The guy debating with Sage got really emotional. He tried to make some anecdotal story about his daughter and how he was like scared for his daughter or whatever. Non-argument, didn't work, fell flat on his face. And Cenk, of course, he went full gorilla and basically tried to demand a sandwich out of Karen, right? And Kevin Logan, of course, he doesn't really have much to stand on. I mean, we brought him on a couple times because he was the only person willing to do it. But to be quite frank, his arguments are weak. I was listening to you guys as little as I could on my way home from work, and I know you pointed out that his interest mostly lies in attacking individuals and not necessarily looking at ideas. Which is weak sauce, and so he wasn't really worth talking to. Yeah, and anyone who watches the stream could see that. But,
weak sauce, you Northerner.
Yeah, but when we talked to the Skeptic Feminists, they asked us, and this is what I'm getting at, they asked us at one point, what is it that you guys want? And why are you always criticizing feminists when you should be focused on, men's rights stuff? And when he asked us, me and Theron were both like, well, firstly, we'd like you to understand that when men's rights activists try to speak up and they try to get heard and they try to get a platform somewhere, the only group of people that are constantly standing in their way and they're pulling fire alarms and they're playing like loud noises, they come inside,
And
they start
attacking police.
yeah, and attacking police and spitting on people and calling them fucking scum and, you know, all this stuff are feminists. They're the only ones that stand in the way and do not want, and calling bomb threats. You know, remember the men's rights thing that was supposed to be going on in Detroit and they had to relocate? You know, they always try to shut down the discussion as much as possible. So they are an obstacle that cannot be ignored. And the fact that they represent the establishment but still think that they're grassroots for some fucking reason only emboldens them to be more radical in their actions to fight against men's rights activists, which ultimately all they want to do is talk, right? And feminists don't want to. Now, some MRAs like Karen, for example, feel that, and I feel the same way. And I don't know about you guys. I assume you do. One of the things that has to be a part of the conversation regarding men's rights is that feminism has to be seen for the parts of it that are either horrendously corrupt or just outright bullshit. Because their narrative stands in opposition. That, you know, there are, like, the one guy, I don't know who these two guys are, but one of them was like, well, it would seem that, you know, because it's like a conversation about men's rights and women's rights, that these things could just, like, you know, hold hands and march across the finish line together. But for some reason, it's not that way. And it's like, well, that's because that's actually not how it is. There is an overlap in the reach of feminism that breaches into the stuff that men want to get addressed, that feminism specifically does not want to get addressed, because it would require, first of all, a bunch of the problems that feminism claims to have with women, you know, feminism claims women have. It has to be looked at that essentially you would learn that those are not actually gendered problems, because, you know, there's other explanations like the wage gap and the rape culture and the domestic violence and the suicide and all those things. Feminism had a stranglehold and said these are women's problems, these are our problems, and if MRAs were able to speak, then a lot of those would just go away and they would no longer be specifically female problems. So feminists can't allow MRAs to get a platform. So when the Deadpool guy was like, what do you guys want? And all we were saying is, well, we'd like, first of all, to be able to have a platform and speak. That would be the first thing. And then when he kept coming back around, he's like, well, why are you always criticizing feminism? Because they're getting in the way. They're not letting us talk. They're the number one obstacle. We have to show that they're not as credible as they think they are, so that we can get a spot and have a voice.
Yeah, the thing about gender politics, and this is something that they have to really realize, is that the behavior of the movement and the actions and the influence of said movements and the ideology behind them aren't as sort of dissociative, aren't as sort of detached as, say, Christianity, like the religion debate. So the debate between, like, is religion good for people and is God real? Those were very, very, very separate questions.
Sure.
But then the debate on whether we live in a patriarchy and the actions of feminism as a movement, they are much, much, much more intertwined, and we have to accept that. We have to accept that in a patriarchy, radical feminism and even mainstream there would be no such thing as a mainstream feminism. That could not exist in a patriarchy.
No way.
At least in the patriarchy that they're talking about.
The mainstream underground railroad.
Yeah. Exactly. That's basically it. That's why we have to really have this conversation.
Well, and so he kept asking, you know, like, what is it you guys want? And I said, well, first off, we'd like a platform. We've already made all of our issues clear. And it's funny because when the video was over, they mirrored it on their channel, the Skeptic Feminists, and on their channel, they were like, well, we asked them what they wanted, and they never answered our question. And I was like, well, yeah, we did. We wanted the a platform. Like right now on a fucking Hangout, that's not a platform because
this is YouTube. This is a couple thousand people on the internet will see this.
Yeah, it's like throwing a message in a bottle in an ocean full of messages in bottles. It's
Well,
like,
guys, Guys, I'd love to stay longer, but it's starting to get late where I am, and I'm a pussy. I don't stay up that late.
Hey, you little bitch! It's 5 a.m. here.
Yeah, I know. I'm a puss. I'm a puss.
Spotto's going hardcore for this.
Yeah. Bane, what time? Well, Bane, you actually are finally up at a decent time.
Yeah, it's quarter to 4 here in the afternoon, so it's not too bad for a change.
He's in the future. What's it like from the future, man?
Who wins the Super Bowl in 2016?
I'm not that far in the future.
Anyway, I was being serious. I do have to leave.
All right, thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah, quick shill. My YouTube channel is Senor Mini Bagel, and
But
yeah,
you can't get it if you search Senor Mini Bagel. You actually have to still search Mr. Mini Bagel before it comes up.
Either one works.
I have searched it and it doesn't work. Or do you have to do the
You want a tussle mate? You want a tussle mate? It's the first thing that comes up. Or second thing that comes up.
I'll get around to putting a link in the description at some point.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Just chuck a link in the description then. Whatever.
Yeah. Wrecked. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I do have to actually leave. Peace.
Cool. Thanks, man. And back to the video.
Yep. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I definitely take your point. It's just, I think that more than harming feminism, they're harming the idea of a movement that is for the rights of men.
Yes, that's what pisses me off the most about what they do.
Yeah, but they make it so that in general, it seems like I wouldn't even say the loudest voices. The majority of voices seem to be pushing these conspiracy theories and just generally.
Okay, name them. Name these loudest voices then.
I want to hear the conspiracy theories.
Yeah. I want to hear that too.
Conspiracy theories.
I want to hear the if he thinks that gynocentrism is a conspiracy theory, he doesn't live on this planet. But keep going. Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Conflate it with anti-feminism, and I have met actual men's rights advocates who are not also anti-feminists. It's possible.
Well, especially historically, that's that used to be a thing, was pro-feminist MRAs.
Yeah.
Way back.
And where did that get us?
Idea kind of.
Yeah. Where did that get us? Yeah. They were so fucking successful.
Anyway, let's continue.
I don't see the results of this.
Again, this is what I mean. Is the actions of movement? The actions of the movements are so intertwined with the ideology of them. At this point, you can't separate the two.
But specific examples. I mean, the Amazing Atheist.
Amazing Atheist is not an MRA.
Yeah. Let him go. Let him hang himself with his own rope.
Right. Did this and I completely lost it. I hate my ADHD.
Yeah, that's not the only thing that's a problem with you there.
Let him go.
That pink hoodie, though.
I just want to say here.
All right, let Nick speak.
So that pink hoodie fits.
Let Nick speak.
That's actually a gender stereotype. That's actually a gender stereotype.
Okay.
Actually, I think Bobo might be the one who identifies as a woman. I'm not sure though.
So wait, is the guy in the pink hoodie identifies as a woman? So that thing on his face, is that a go she?
No, I think it might be. I think it might be Bobo.
Trans women with beards.
No, I think it might be Bobo. Spino, I think it might be Bobo who identifies as a woman.
No, it's Vomit.
You sure? Okay.
I saw the video.
Oh, okay.
It was Vomit talking about how he identified as a woman. At this point, though, I'm just like.
Well, if I was a feminist, I would identify as a woman too because I want those benefits.
Belflop, you've glitched out. You're making us unable to play the video.
Oh.
Is he still
I don't
there?
know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there.
Now Nick's doing it.
Yeah, now Nick's doing it.
What are we doing?
There's something on the sync video where it,
Can you
apparently
kick?
you're not working.
Can you kick them out and then they can come back in?
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
All right.
Yeah, just go click the link again. It'll be in the
Amazing
Skype chats and
Atheist
stuff.
said-
Yeah, there we are.
So just give them a second to get back in.
I am Flowery River Dolphin.
Oh, sweet.
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
is that a new kin?
I am Spinosaurus kin. I am the most like diverse thing ever. Because I am not a white man, I am a brown theropod.
I'm 1/24th Cherokee. But no. Just we're at this point in this video, and I wanted to say, Andy was talking about how feminism has run out of issues and they're co-opting everything, and they co-opt absolutely everything. Like they are the Borg. They come for everything. They'll come for your fucking stamp collecting club.
What?
Like it will come for absolutely every human community, and now they're coming for the men's rights movement. That's where this video is going.
Yeah,
Anti-feminist,
you're right.
anti-feminist MRAs are trolls. The real MRAs are ones who are down with feminism. That's where this is. That's where this whole thing is going.
Isn't that like the Good Men Project?
Yeah.
In the service of women. I mean, what is the ultimate? What is the ultimate goal of any civil rights movement? What is the final goal of that is consistent throughout any civil rights movement, whether it's about race or class or gender or sexual orientation or sexual preference or whatever?
They always get co-opted by self-serving fucking.
Well, no, the
personality.
ultimate. Well, that's sort of that may be the ultimate result, but I'm saying the ultimate goal of those, like if you wanted to like look at it on a pure way, like when someone starts a movement or wants to become part of it, the ultimate goal of that movement is to make itself obsolete. That's the goal, right? I mean, that's what you want. Like
It should be. It should be the goal.
Be able to say, we're done. We did everything we set out to do. We are no longer necessary. The problem with feminism specifically is that it has no interest in becoming obsolete. It has to keep finding new things to complain about on behalf of women. It will look at women in every part of the world, no matter where they are. So it doesn't just look at women in the third world, which makes sense, but it also looks at women in the first world. And now it's trying to adapt and like co-opt other movements. That's why you have intersectional feminism now.
You have hit the nail on the fucking head.
Yeah, it does not want to die, because if it ever does, you have to think about what that means consequentially for people. And I think that the most powerful, the most influential, and the ones that have made it their entire career, whether that's in academia or in the political sphere or as part of like some group like what the fucking the VAWA or whatever the fuck it is, the women's now, or whatever it is, they can't say that their work is done, because if they ever do, then they all have to retire. They don't have a job anymore. So this is the reason why it will never go away.
Plus, their identity is tied up in it. Their self-worth and identity is tied up in the movement.
Yeah. This is the thing with like ideologies. Is what they do is they find people with very weak self-esteem or non-existent self-esteem, and they break that self-esteem down, and then they build it up with the ideology as the core. Religions do this as well. Religions and cults do this as well. And they basically make it so that an attack on the ideology, an attack on the on the religion or whatever it is an attack on them personally. They end up it ends up making itself it's a parasite. The ideology itself is an emotional parasite.
Absolutely. And it tried to adapt. It's consuming atheism.
Yeah.
It's consuming
like,
pop culture.
Yeah.
It's going into the LGBT community. It's gone into trans communities.
What was it called again? There's like a certain like kind of wasp, isn't there? That goes and
Parasitoid.
injects.
Yeah.
It goes and injects certain caterpillars with its eggs.
Yeah.
And then the little larvae eat their way out, and then the caterpillar then defends the larva of the wasp.
Mm-hmm.
That is basically feminism.
Yeah, and like religion, it's like religion, and this is the thing I wanted to say too. When I was talking to the skeptic feminists, I could tell that they were really, really anti-theist, right? And that makes sense because then a lot of atheists are pretty anti-theist. It makes sense to me. But then, and of course they had a lot of knowledge about all of what was wrong with Catholicism and with Judaism and even Islam, which I give them credit for going after Islam because a lot of atheists won't even go there, which is fucking weird as shit. Because then, of course, if you do, then you get labeled as a racist, Islamophobic asshole like Sam Harris, and we all know he wants to blow up the world. But anyway, they had a lot of stuff to talk about with regards to religion, and in their mind, feminism is the only thing that can stop religion. This is why, like, being a feminist skeptic is important, right? They think that what religion does specifically, it specifically targets women. And when I was talking to him, I was like, well, this is the reason why I find it strange that, you claim to be skeptics and feminists, which to me sound like an oxymoron because that means that you are like electing to stop examining your own religion. And I said, feminism is like the religion of the left. And he lost his fucking shit when I said that. But that emotional response told me everything I needed to know, was that in his mind, one of these things was pure evil, which is religion, and the other is pure good, which is feminism. And yeah, there's a couple of instances where, there's like some okay religious people and there's some like bad feminists, but overall there's like a black and white dichotomy that he's created. And I was like, but if you think I'm wrong, you have to look at the way the feminism, the ideology itself is laid out. It's got original sin, it's got what you need to do to get into heaven or hell. It has a devil. It's got all of the elements.
And heretics. We're the heretics.
Feminists don't need to believe that, but I mean, we believe that stuff, but feminists don't need to. Yeah, they will literally claim that like setting out what they believe is a straw man of feminism.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I find that religion is definitely something to argue against, and it's hurtful to people. But I think that feminism is far more dangerous, and I think the reason why is because it's easier to legitimize.
It's not just easier to legitimize, though. It's not just that. It's that it's also a lot easier to legally legitimize.
That's what I mean.
You got things like the U.S. Constitution. It's like separation of church and state.
Yep.
You don't have separation of church and you don't have separation of feminism and state.
Yeah, they don't have to decide. They have all of the listen and believe, don't question functional benefits of a religion, as well as all the legitimacy of a secular humanist movement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to the video if we can.
No, we're here.
Felfop's there, but he's quiet. I don't know if he might have gone away from the.
Felfop is taking a he's on an errand.
Okay.
Oh, okay, do it.
Okay, let's go.
Said something? No, but it was what we were just talking about before.
In response to one of the questions in the chat, we don't condone any misinformation. We want real fact.
You don't condone any misinformation, but you just let that guy rattle himself.
And we condemn anybody who spreads misinformation, up to and including fellow feminists or fellow atheists. The truth
Yeah, you can say that as much as you like. It doesn't make it true.
It's a
Right?
great
Yeah.
still there, by the way.
Oh.
Great pause
Yeah.
face. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah.
Is that
But
Blue Steel?
no, they just keep saying it. Oh yeah, we call out other feminists. We speak out against the misinformation of the feminist movement. We go against these bad radical feminists. No, you say you do. You proclaim you do.
And here you are doing a video talking about men's rights activists.
Yeah.
People
When
who
what
don't
you
really
actually
have
do,
any
yeah.
power when
Yeah.
you really
What you
look at
do
it.
is you punch down all
Yeah.
the time. They always punch down.
All right, let's keep going.
It's strong enough to stand on its own.
The problem is when you consider misinformation to be saying things like about the wage gap as a general number, and then, well, we're going to whittle it down to where it's women's choices and the 5% and the things and the blood. It's like, no, the number was fucking accurate for what the fuck they were talking about.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
You're fucking kidding
You have
me?
absolutely no fucking clue what you're talking about then.
I'll be back
I
in a
liked
minute,
this
by the way,
answer
guys.
when it was accepted. Huh?
I'll be right back.
Oh.
Continue.
Okay.
Yep.
It's like, I like this answer at first when it made women look like victims of men's evil, but now that like some people are coming in and they're like breaking it down and they're showing you like where this is faulty, I don't like that because that doesn't fit my worldview.
Yeah.
But dude, that doesn't make you right.
Yeah, that doesn't make you right. No, it was fucking fine. No.
Oh my god. This guy, I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna replay that.
Yeah.
Everyone
Everyone
to
is slow
where
to
it's
me.
women's choices and the 5% and the things and the blood. It's like, no, the number was fucking accurate for what the fuck they were talking about.
I think,
shit.
yeah. I think Brian, you might be the echo, the cause of the echo there.
No, I'm not playing any sound.
Oh,
I
it's
have-
Bane.
my shit's muted.
Bane, it's not you.
It's Bane. Okay, yeah, because he walked away.
Yeah.
That's okay.
No, and it's okay
So-
if it's Bane as well because that's
so-
not forecasting. But anyway, yeah.
But
No,
this is-
the number was fucking accurate for the fuck they were talking about. That
What he said there, he goes, we're gonna whittle it down to their choices and the 5%. You know, he's describing whittling it down to the facts.
yeah.
Well, he thinks that
What were they talking about then? If not discrimination, if these bits aren't discrimination, if these bits are the fact that women tend to go into different jobs in different positions, work different hours, they tend to be working not just shorter hours but more convenient hours. They tend to be taking more non-monetary benefits as well. They tend to. There's so many fucking factors that you can take into account, and these are actual things that aren't discrimination, that shrink the wage gap. If that's not something you're going to accept, then that's just... I'm sorry, you're just being a fucking child at that point.
I'm sorry, Spinal. You can only focus on the wage gap as a whole when you through a gendered lens. When you pick any specific point, it has to be looked at through a gender-neutral lens. The entire thing gets the gender lens. Any individual issue, gender-neutral. That's the only way their position is maintained.
Yeah. Well, they want this guy. What this guy's saying is that he thinks that when people debunk the wage gap, they are going in and cherry picking, like that's when he's saying whittling it down to small, micro-sized groups of people that suit a given result that they want, which is this 5% thing he's talking about. When the opposite is what's true, is where people are, instead of taking the wide lens, broad, let's just throw everybody in the pot, divide it up into men and women, and do the math, holy shit, 77 cents on the dollar. But that's actually not, with no controls. When you add in the controls, obviously that changes, but he's not saying that. He's saying that MRAs are cherry picking, like anecdotal evidence or some, like, because he says women's choices, when this is a valid argument that many feminists, even feminists, have made. You know, like Chris.
But Brian, the numbers were fucking accurate for the fucking fuck they were talking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how do you argue against that logic?
Yeah.
That's a meme. That's a meme right there.
We're fucking look at his hands. Aliens.
You can totally turn this around on it. Because it goes the other direction. They talk about not enough women making selections. It's like, well, then why are 95% of the combat fatalities men? Well, they choose to go. It's not like we have drafts anymore. Okay, well, you do understand that the entire workforce is not obligatory. Everybody gets to choose on any job, right? Oh yeah, but that's patriarchy. That's patriarchy. Patriarchy backfires when the soldiers die.
Yeah, that's patriarchy. Holy Ghost, same shit.
And when the soldier's wife leaves him when he's off fighting, that's patriarchy backfiring even harder.
Patriarchy is everywhere, like the devil.
It's like
he's everywhere. He hurts everybody.
That's right.
Like Satan. Somebody needs to screen cap that and put stats or something at the bottom. Like statistics.
This is another.
Wait, Nick, your microphone is all.
Yeah.
Are you underwater?
It's going Canadian.
You really can't hear me?
It's like, hello?
Hello, Nick?
Hello, Nick?
Yeah, it's going all crazy.
Yeah, I think your connection might be bad.
Yeah.
You may want to leave and come back.
Okay.
Unplug your Super Nintendo.
Stop downloading porn.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was just about to say that.
The part on South Park Stick of Truth when you go to Canada and everything's rendered in 16-bit graphics made me piss myself laughing. I couldn't stop. I'm sorry. That still is one of the best moments in gaming history ever. It's hilarious.
That's awesome.
I love you Canadians.
Let Nick,
let me hear you. Oh, never mind.
He's gone.
We lost Nick.
Oh, poor Nick.
Patriarchy hurts men too. This is a perfect example.
This was it. It. Paul Elam hacked his account because he didn't say everything exactly right. He didn't apologize for rape enough, so.
Yep.
I have to kick him out.
Or he gave a non-apology.
Yes, that's right.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
I think rape is bad. Oh, no, whoa, you're gone.
all right, back to the video.
Keep going?
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, one sec. I have just I've just made a meme. I made a meme with that screen cap.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm gonna just screen share. If Bane, you wanna just
press the buttons.
Yeah.
Nick.
Wait. Here we go.
Hold on 1 second.
that is now a quote and a meme.
All right, go. Stop laughing for a second. I want to see it. Talk, Spino.
Click on his icon.
Okay, yeah.
I have
click on
to.
me.
Spinal, sing the square dance rap.
Yeah. Hello. Hey, come on, Bane. See it.
Yeah.
Can you not?
Just click on.
Yeah, I know.
Icon.
On his icon, it'll make it the main thing.
The numbers were fucking accurate for the fucking fuck they were. For the fucking fuck they were talking about. He actually said that when I was away.
Yeah, that was the actual quote.
We can go back and hear it again. It's like.
Oh, that's all right.
All right, let's just keep going.
Yeah, we need to continue. There's still a lot to get through.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, see, that's fighting information.
People are gone.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I have to.
Belfop?
There we.
Belfop, you still here?
I'm still here, but the sync video isn't working.
I'll give you the link again, quickly. Sorry.
I tried this refresh button. Maybe that'll work.
There's a link.
There's a link there, down there.
Okay, thank you.
We've lost Nick, unfortunately, but yeah.
Yeah, Belfop's back. Yeah.
There you are.
Boom boom.
You're
with misinformation, which should not be condoned anywhere for any reason. Fact should lay out the rest of what you're doing. If what you're doing is not based on the
That's not me.
factual circumstances of your situation, then it's absurdity. You can't do anything to fix reality if you don't first pay attention to what reality currently is.
That was it.
Yeah,
For anyone.
that was.
Go fuck
This
yourself.
guy is fucking incoherent.
You need to face. You just need to face reality.
Yeah.
If you don't know what the GOP stands for, you can't truly address the GOP, man. Hey, man, if you don't know what marijuana legislation stands for, can't really address it, man. It's just fucking gobbledygook nonsense.
Yeah.
I just
He
fill
is-
the air with babble.
He's almost out of buzzwords.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
got to
he
go
is.
recharge his buzzwords. All right, we should. I can't even respond to that.
Why is Ivy quiet? She hasn't.
She's
spoken
always
much.
she's always quiet.
Yeah.
It's ironic because
Yeah.
we've had them on twice, and both times I've observed that Russian Deadpool does all the talking, and the other two girls, they don't do anything. And I'm like, for a feminist, that's an awfully patriarchal setup you guys got over there.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
You guys-
apparently they write Russian Deadpool scripts, he said, and I think Ivy said that she's a bit camera shy. I don't know about Harley, though. I really know very little about her. She seems to be always in the background.
Yeah. Let's just contrast that with Honey Badger Radio.
I just bite my tongue across this whole thing. I ain't gonna say nothing about it as far as that goes because I got.
Yeah,
nothing
and the only reason there's no women in this chat in this hangout is because none of them wanted to come on.
Yeah, well, our cocks were too small. Not enough patriarchy up in here.
Everybody's height starts with 5.
Yep, that's
But
right.
if we start to identify as women, can we then talk about men's rights? Maybe we should try that tactic.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you identify with women, you can talk about whatever you want.
Well, I identify as Alison Team, and we should move on.
Yes.
Yes. Let's.
There we go.
With the Amazing Atheist example, he, in I believe it was his Failure of Feminism video, talked about how he got to a point where he said that it's like these people aren't allowing people later in life to choose to be circumcised instead of just having it done as a matter of course, laying at the feet of feminism a tradition of patriarchal religions that he should fucking be against. And that's the cognitive
Citation
dissonance
needed.
that makes no goddamn sense. And
But hold on, stop
Yeah,
for a
and
second.
the only person they can ever bring up is
Yeah.
the Amazing Atheist.
Correct me if I'm
The
wrong,
only
but the
individual-
only person they've mentioned is the Amazing Atheist, who is not
Yeah,
an MRA.
Yeah, yeah. In this 25 minutes into the conversation, only person they've ever mentioned, and this is the legit MRAs chat.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
fucking irony.
Well, it's like
We're not
that.
allowed.
It's like that Facebook page. What is it? Exposing MRAs or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
99% of the
Exposing-
posts.
Yeah.
99% of the posts on that Facebook page have absolutely nothing to do with men's rights.
Yeah, of course
It-
not. Because
it's-
if they actually focus on that, they have a problem. They have to fucking just fill it full of bullshit, occasionally sprinkle in an actual serious issue and convolute it all.
Yeah, there's some guy who leaves a nasty message on Twitter. Yeah, we'll just throw it in here. So it's an example of sexism. Therefore, somehow, MRA. It's
So don't
amazing.
lobby against circumcision. Because
Well, once you
Yeah.
start buying into the rhetoric that MRAs are sexists, then you start to do the reverse, where it's like sexist men on the internet must be
Circular
MRAs.
argument.
So that's it's basically the circular logic.
Well, I can tell you from experience, personal recent experience, that coming out as an MRA in your personal sphere is very exceptionally damaging. I can say I'm looking for my son and I get 50 likes on Facebook. I can say that I'm looking for my son and I feel feminist laws are opposing me and I get 1 thumbs down. So there it is. Not exactly a thumbs down, but you get what I'm saying. I get
Yeah.
It's not good. I'm not popular when I post that stuff. Nobody
But
likes it.
let's continue. See if you can actually name an MRA as an example.
Operating from premises that are completely outside of reality, trying to argue a point that is good. It's good to say, yes, boys should not be circumcised as a matter of course for no good goddamn reason. Totally on board with you. Now, if you'd stop blaming feminists as though we want this when, hey, feminist here saying I don't, never have. People have come at me saying that I apparently want to mutilate the genitals of young boys, despite the fact that my only fucking video on my channel about the topic is asking, in the title, why would you do this?
Hold on.
And these are the people that
Hold
you're
on.
trying to have a
I don't think I've never seen an MRA say that feminists are the reason why boys get circumcised.
No.
Thank you.
Although, oh no, I've never seen that. Although I have seen feminists sort of dismiss that as a non-issue, or they say that there's health reasons or other things. But in general,
Or
I've
they
never
insist
seen-
they insist on calling male circumcision circumcision, but female genital mutilation female genital mutilation, and you can't call female circumcision circumcision or male genital mutilation male genital mutilation. They want that language to separate the two, so they can diminish and dismiss the male issue.
And I have seen that, and Jank is a good example where he
Yep.
basically was like, "Those two are not the same. They're not even close to being the same. Make me a ham sandwich."
Once again, it's a situation that if you don't oppose us in arguing against circumcision, then get the fuck out of our way. That simple.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we won't have any issue.
Any belly.
In fact, come and help us if you want. We're glad to have your help.
I would say that when it comes to male genital mutilation or circumcision, most of the time I think feminists and atheists and skeptics are on the side of MRAs where they want to get rid of it. But the reasoning behind it varies. And I think that one of the main, this is just my supposition. I think that the main reason why people like the skeptic feminists and these guys are against circumcision is not because it benefits boys, but more so because it sticks it to religion. Because I think that they've made religion a bigger bad guy than big enough that they would be able to acknowledge any route in which they can sort of stick it to them, because they probably see circumcision as a carryover from religious practices. So they're I'm against religion, so
yeah, they see religion as they see religion as bad guys, not boys as good guys.
Exactly. It's more about going after the religious groups than helping boys. Because if it was about helping boys, they'd be looking at education, they'd be looking at the way that we medicate them, they would be looking at how they're performing in school, they would be looking at all these other things that MRAs bring up that they say, yeah, whatever. You know, we still need to focus on women's education, though.
Well, I've been asking feminists that tell me, oh, you know, feminism opposes male genital mutilation as well. I've been asking them, okay, well, can you show me 25 feminists, just 25? I don't even need to be prominent. Just show me a active Twitter account of 25 feminists that actively campaigned against male genital mutilation. Fucking ghost town. They don't care. They don't care. It's a nice talking point, but they don't give a two shits about it when at the end of the day they care that their air conditioning is too cold.
How easy would it be just to say we're against all forms of genital mutilation?
It would be easy for us. It would be exceptionally hard for them. It'd be like saying we're against all forms of enslavement, talking to the KKK. You get two different sets of morality.
We're over the 25-minute mark too. Yay!
Oh my shit!
Let's go. Let's continue.
Yep.
Debate with, and it's like, no, there's such a narrow margin of people, such a small percentage of people who are willing to have a conversation that operates from reality.
He keeps using the buzzword of reality. They're not in touch with reality.
Yeah, he likes that word.
It's just a dismissive. It's just a dismissive technique.
Well, no, if you keep saying that what you represent is reality enough times, not only do you start believing it, but other people might start believing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just an argumentum ad nauseum.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah, I just these people piss me the fuck off because it's like reality, dude. Fuck you. I fought tooth and nail for my son, and I'm one of the lucky sons of bitches that pulled it out. You're gonna try to preach to me about reality? What do you know about any of this? Well, I know that feminism opposes what you went through. Fuck you. You have no clue. Feminism stood in my way every step of the way. But well, reality, no. Sorry, it's like this these people that they have no touchstone in the real world, which a lot of MRAs don't, and I get that, it's fine. But if you're going to try to preach to me about reality and you've got no touchstone in the real world, and I do, and I start telling you about that, you just dismiss it out of hand. Fuck you. Sorry, but completely fuck you. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Let's continue. Though.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll move on.
As far as this like dogma that they like to prescribe to feminists, like all feminists must believe X, Y, and Z, outside of the basic definition of.
Who is saying this? Who is saying that all feminists must believe X, Y, and Z?
Well, I would say the vast majority, or the mainstream, believe in patriarchy theory.
We'll say most feminists believe X.
There are a handful of feminists.
Must believe X.
There are a handful of feminists who
different claims.
There are a handful of feminists who don't believe in patriarchy theory, like.
I'll just say I care less for what they believe in and more for what they support. I don't give two shits what you believe in, profess to believe in. Do you support this?
Yeah.
Do you support
Actions
that?
speak louder
Now
than
we're
words.
talking. Fuck you.
Actions speak louder than words.
I think that men get a raw deal in family court. Oh, but look at the stats from divorce periods. Okay, go fuck your mom. Fuck you.
Let's continue.
Again, sorry.
No, it's fine. That's fine.
Feminist values, like patriarchy, for example, right? They say this word with this kind of scorn.
Yes.
This from motherfucking atheists who not moments ago just got finished criticizing a literal patriarchal monotheistic Abrahamic religion.
Hold on. I got a story I want to tell.
Okay, well, what do you mean by patriarchal there?
Well,
because last time I checked, it was still in those religions that were playing down male victims of rape. I mean, you can look at the story of Lot. You can look at the story.
Yeah,
of Lot
but hold on. What feminists mean by patriarchy theory and what the definition in the dictionary is of patriarchy are two different things.
By patriarchy theory, what feminists mean is half-truths about traditional gender roles. That's all they ever mean.
Yep.
Yes.
Anyway, Brian, you're gonna.
I'm gonna. Okay, so we got blocked on Twitter by the Skeptic Feminists, and the reason why was because Allison, who normally controls the Honey Badger Radio, I'm pretty sure it's her. She normally controls the Honey Badger Radio Twitter feed. She posted two images. One of them was showed like quotes from the Bible, the Christian Bible, and another one had quotes from the Quran. And she was comparing the quotes from the two to point out that in these religions, women they're still essentially examples of how even in those religions they put women first. They had an interest in protecting them, and that men were seen as less.
Disposable.
There was gynocentrism in those two texts, in those books.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say that as a result of that, the Skeptic Feminists, not only do they say you guys have completely gone insane, because you're not buying that. Essentially, they were so committed to the idea that religions are patriarchal that when Allison said, well, here's some evidence that shows that there's actually gynocentrism in these two religions, and these things can also be harmful to men, they could not even contain themselves, and they ended up blocking us on Twitter.
I'm so surprised.
Well, yeah, and I mean, like, they clearly, because Harley, if you don't know, she's pretty banhammer happy, and she doesn't have a problem kicking people out of like YouTube, and she may have done it on Twitter. I don't really know, but
yeah,
point is,
I wouldn't be surprised if she was the one with the ban hammer.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
she is.
Publicization too. She took my ass
Yes.
to Twitter when she banned me. She was like, "Oh, look at the screenshot of me banning him for rape apology." Okay, whatever. I'll post that as my profile pic. Fuck you.
Yes, and the the thing that's the reason why I'm bringing this up is that you can see if you look at Deadpool's when he talks about the monotheistic Abrahamic religion, his temper starts to get really fucking high. Like, I mean, the guy's probably turning red,
Yeah, he
because he gets really angry at that, and he thinks he's so convinced that it is a patriarchy by the way that feminists define it, which means, you know, men do everything. Essentially, they run society to their benefit and specifically to women's detriment. But Allison had gone through the books and said, here are some examples of, you know, of wording in both the Quran and the Bible, and how these things can be harmful to men as well. I mean, you can even just look at stuff that goes on in Islam.
Here's another a better way to put it. These are fucking atheists who constantly talk about how religion hurts everyone, and then they get pissed when someone says, "Well, men are harmed by religion."
Exactly. Which is that's what I was just gonna say. Like, if you look at, you know, we can look at the actions, because that's what I believe in, the actions of ideological groups, right? When you look at Boko Haram, I'm sure if you ask them what's going on with Boko Haram, what have they done, I will guarantee you that these guys will probably only know that they kidnapped some chicks, did something to women, specifically harmed women. They won't talk about how they turned boys into soldiers, how they've killed several boys for trying to get an education, set them on fire.
Dozens.
They were
Funny you should mention that. I'm doing a response to the Skeptic Feminists at the moment, and I actually bring up that very point. So it should be up in the next
but
week.
Of course, they would still say it's a patriarchy. And, like, that's the thing that I don't get. This is like, Allison also has made this point. This is a really good point. Every war that we've ever had that started, for whatever reason it may have been, one of the biggest ways in which people got motivated to go to war with another country, with another religion, with another faction, another group of any kind, was when they said, these people, the Jews, the fucking the communists, the Chinese, whatever it is, they're coming for your women. And that was what motivated people to go to war.
What was that mass shooter, Dylan Roof, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who was talking about how black people rape our women, so that's why he went and shot. Yeah. This is supposed to be this fucking insane conservative guy. He's supposed to be the most patriarchal rape apologist on the planet, but even he thinks but rape is something that can motivate him to go and shoot people over.
Yeah. But I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, this whole
but only the rape
thing,
of women. But only that guy, only the rape of women. He would. But if you heard about rape of men in prisons, he'd probably be like, "Yeah, cool, serve them right. They're criminals." That is the world we live in. For fuck's sake.
Absolutely. Do you really think that just because Obama is our president, that makes our country a patriarchy? Does he actually do anything because of men? This doesn't follow. He's a huge feminist.
Yeah.
And so is Joe Biden.
If we live in a patriarchy,
feminism is the patriarchy.
Yeah. Again, feminism is the patriarchy. If we live in a patriarchy because Obama is president, then we live in a feminist patriarchy.
Yeah.
Because it's a feminist president.
One of my favorite things to throw in the face of a social justice warrior when they go off about one particular thing. Paul Elam said X. This guy said X. The MRM said X. Lyndon B. Johnson, when he inherited the platform of the presidency from JFK, he went to working on the Civil Rights Bill. When he was trying to pass a Civil Rights Bill to other liberals who were from the North, he would call it the Civil Rights Bill. When he was trying to push it through to the senator from Alabama, he would call it, and I quote, the nigger bill.
Mm-hmm.
This is, but what did he pass? What did he do? What did he do? You're going to demonize the man for his words and stop him from accomplishing his end goal because he used it? Fuck you. This is short-sighted, Twitter hate mob bullshit, but it tends to run our society.
Agreed.
Okay, Bane, we can keep going.
All right.
Whoever's,
that's
whoever's
good.
controlling it. No,
Spino.
you don't have to apologize.
Patriarch.
Yeah, no. It's,
I'm apologizing for the bombers I sent your way because you made me feel bad, and I'm an American, so we just blow you up.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Wait, I'm an American too.
Oh wait, shit.
You gotta get bomb yourself up. You gotta bomb yourself.
For a long, for a while, I kept on putting it off. I was gonna because not Spinosaurus, because Snake Plisskenist identified, like, he doxed himself on his YouTube channel. I was going to go to glitterbomb.com and glitterbomb him, but I never got around to it. I was totally gonna glitterbomb the fuck out of and just put a message in there like plug Men's Rights Edmonton on your channel.
Lol.
Nick, every time you open your mouth and you start with a similar syllable to what I just said, it sounds like me. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah, I have to agree.
I never noticed it until now, but I think our voices were cloned.
And no,
Twins
and
lost
and
at
you've also
birth.
got sort of similar quality mics as well.
I've got the best quality mic. Mine's a Sony from 1982.
Oh.
Anyway, back
Yeah.
to the video.
Anyway,
back to the video.
Get to the video.
Cool. It's right there in the name.
Yeah.
You think that they have no influence in society today? Then what are you even being an atheist for? Obviously, they have.
What do you mean? What are you being an atheist for? I don't believe in fucking God.
let him go. Let him go.
God's not real. That's why I'm a fucking atheist. You idiot.
You're a feminist.
Oh,
Carry-
wow.
Let him go, because I
Yeah.
suspect the
influence
worst
in
is yet to
policy.
come.
You don't think that carries over into gender roles in terms of social axiom, in terms of modern day, be it first world or not? I mean,
Look, you're talking to MRAs at this point. You do realize if you're talking about MRAs, then you're talking about people who do admit that gender roles are a problem. That gender roles are still a problem.
Jesus Christ, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck
We
yes.
don't talk about gender roles in the same way that you do. We're not talking about the the stereotypical new to YouTube feminism debate anti-feminist kid who goes around saying, oh yeah, we've already achieved equality, we don't need to keep talking about this, feminism's going too far and it's gonna cause problems, feminism, it's not equality. Yeah, no, we're not talking about that kind of people. We're talking about people who are talking about legal inequalities caused by gender roles, but enforced by feminism.
Sentencing gap.
By laws influenced by feminism. Yes, exactly.
Sentencing gap. Perfect example. Men
Same
get
thing.
longer sentences, yet there are feminist groups who want to shut down women's prisons.
Yes, exactly. And this is but you should join. You should join feminism as a man, because eventually they will fix your issues. They'll fix
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Because patriarchy is the problem. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
I've actually heard that
what
when
was your
I've pointed out that men typically get longer sentences for exactly the same crime, the common response is, yeah, but that's part of patriarchy, because they see women as more harmless, and therefore, they don't get the same.
I've actually heard defences for it as well. I've actually heard defences for sentencing women less. It's shit like, oh well, women make less money and they're probably committing crimes for their kids and
And they probably have their kids in tow. That's exactly.
Yeah.
The one time when
Somehow it's a
somebody
man's
say that,
fault.
They probably were doing it for their kids. It's like, no, fuck you. I don't even.
just fuck yourself.
Or because they were pushed into it by a man.
Yep, always a man's
That's
fault.
what they argued with Karla Homolka, who is one of Canada's most vile serial killers, most vile serial killers in Canadian history. She and her husband, their first victim was her own sister.
Jesus.
With Karla Homolka, when Karla Homolka and Paul Bernardo, they abducted, sexually assaulted, and then murdered and cut up teenage girls. And
Oh God.
and Karla Homolka, she it came out. Fuck, I wish I had these links. But yeah, it came out that like she had she had uh, she had her whole she's out now. Paul Bernardo is still in jail. This happened in the early '90s. She's out now. She has a new husband and a baby, Carla Hamoga. But
That sounds nice. That she's now got a small
yeah,
child and she's known for
yeah,
cutting up children. She's known for cutting up young people.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
But what happened was she was able to sell like she was able to sell the Crown. That's like the DA. She was able to sell the prosecutor this notion that she had been that she was just like pushed into it because of that sicko Paul Bernardo, right? When the fact is they were both complete fucking evil nut jobs, right? And it came out, and then like right after she cut this plea deal, based entirely on the premises that she was manipulated into it by this evil man. These videos came out where she was putting on makeup and getting into all the perversion and all the horrible evil shit they were doing. That she was every bit as much of an enthusiastic participant in all these things.
Oh, yeah.
The deal had already been cut.
I saw a similar thing on the Young Turks probably about a year ago. They had a story about a man and a woman who had been molesting young children, and the Young Turks were like, oh, well, I mean, she must have been forced into it. I mean, why would a woman do something like that? It must have been the man who somehow manipulated her, and she was obviously weak-willed for him to do something like that. But I recognised the woman, and I went and looked, and she had actually been arrested for child molestation beforehand.
Wow.
Now, just
Wow.
5 minutes of research would have shown them that, but they didn't even bother. They just assumed because she's a woman, it must have been a man who fucking did it. This is the bullshit we get all the fucking time. It drives me nuts.
Thank you. I can say from a little bit of personal experience, some guys in their mid-20s that went to the same high school I did have moved in close to me recently, and one of their friends got arrested for robbing Walgreens for pain pills. Like he was going around, him and his girlfriend were going around with a shotgun, 2 shotguns, and robbing Walgreens drugstores for money and drugs. And when they got sentenced, the guy got 80 years and the girl got 20. And everybody who knew them in high school said there is no fucking way the guy instigated this. It had to be her. She always had him wrapped around his finger. He was always nice, clean cut and dry dude. And she was always and I don't know him, so I can't say for sure. But what I can say is that the system won't even look at that. The system out of hand would consider it the other way, and the sentencing shows it.
And the fact that feminism supports this means that feminism is anti-woman. Because it's saying women are too weak to make bad decisions or to be criminals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They don't have their own agency. They don't have their own agency. They can't do it in the military. They can't hack it in real life. They can't even hack it as a single mom unless a dad supports them. But then I'll tell you what, you better not let him see that kid because you can do it on your own. All you need is his check. Fuck. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the exact problem. But let's move on.
Yep.
And sorry, Alison, we're giving you so much shit for it.
No, because this is not shit from Allison.
Yeah.
This
You
is props to Allison.
You need someone. You need someone to.
She's a very good moral. Yeah.
You need someone to move it along.
Yeah. This is a very necessary job.
Yep.
And
She's gonna give Bane some cat herding training.
You actually get to yes. Yeah, we need you, Alison.
Come with us.
Come on, quick.
Yeah. Oh, it's glitching out. I can't press play.
You see what happens?
Can somebody else do it?
No. Nick, do you want to leave the room and come back in? You're the last one to come in.
No. It's just glitching out for me. I don't know
pressed play. Is it working?
No. Can everyone just try and press play for a minute? Actually, I'm gonna refresh and see what happens.
It's absurdity that
they. I think I'm in charge now, somehow.
Oh.
Okay, so
I might have glitched out then.
Bane's in charge of our days. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm now in a different room, I think. What the fuck?
No, you're.
Well,
wait,
it's
Slip a dollar on that G-string, Spinos. Do it, do it, do it.
Help! I'm scared.
do you want to go
I
out?
thought
Do you want to
that
go
the
out and back
video-
in,
the
Spino?
video
Can
was
you give me a
played.
link to the room? Because I'm stuck. I can't actually get in anymore.
Northwest, northwest, east, south. Get you out of the lost woods. You can do it.
Yeah, I can't actually see the video.
There, I put a link in the chat.
Oh. Well, now I'm in another room for some reason, and it's not.
All right.
Well,
It still says you're in here, so I'm going to kick you. All right. So I'm going to get you out.
oh, and now it says Doge is here.
Yeah, I just refreshed, and I'm in a room with Spino. I thought I would refresh too.
Okay.
Crap.
Give me the timestamp for the thing.
I'm
Skeptic
afraid to
feminist.
refresh.
It's 26:31.
Okay. Good. Where's the Skeptic Feminist live stream?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Can
Nick,
you give me the link to the
Nick,
Skeptic
yeah,
Feminist
we can
live
hear
stream
you.
quickly? Can you give me the live stream?
Yeah.
A link to it.
Hold on.
Yeah, the link is in the Google Hangout chat.
Hey.
There you go.
Thank you.
I got the YouTube. He wanted the link to the YouTube, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Everyone, refresh.
Which one? The hangout?
No, we might
Yeah,
go to a
the,
different room.
All right. Bye.
Hold
no,
on a sec.
Not the link to the
No.
Skeptic MRAs thing. No, I meant the link to the Skeptic
Wait.
Feminist Hangout.
Is
Damn it.
everyone gone?
I'm here.
I think we've come across some technical difficulties. How long have we been going?
A long
Oh,
time.
4 hours something.
Yeah. I don't know. Would it be a good idea to just like maybe end it here when we fucked it up?
Yeah, we can pick it up later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I work.
Okay.
I work tomorrow during the day, but after that, I'm.
Me too. But this is a whole lot of concentrated stupid. I mean, like you
Yeah.
can't just.
You gotta add a lot of. You gotta add a lot of water to this. You need to add a
got
lot of
time
water
for
to this so you can drink it.
Okay.
This is
Yeah, well.
like pure Kool-Aid.
Well, we've been going for hours and hours. Good night, everybody.
It's
We'll pick
almost
this up.
6 a.m. here, so yeah.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for coming in. It's been a really great hangout, and I think we've discussed a lot of very interesting topics.
Yeah.
So it's been,
And
especially to you, Spino,
binged-
who
yeah,
stayed
and I've
up all
been
night to
shouting-
do it.
Yeah, I hope I haven't pissed anyone off in my uni accommodation. I've been shouting really loud.
So you'll need a new place to live soon. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna get harassed again.
Bane, if you engage with the, because I know that you offer to talk to the skeptic feminists. If you do, just be careful about their weasel words and their tactics. They're more interested in trying to make you look dumb than actually like addressing any truths. At least that's what it seemed like when we talked to them. And I would also be prepared with a bunch of like sources, because if you spam them with sources to back up everything you have to say, then they will just clam the fuck up.
Well, I'll just say right now, people like that are viewing. These guys started their Patreon account at the same time they opened their YouTube account. These guys looking. These guys are looking for letters. These guys are looking for steps.
I agree.
If you give them a step to step on, they'll take it.
Yeah, I agree. I have there's something about them that doesn't jive with me. I think they're trying to rocket themselves to the top of the feminist MRA like debate. They want to be like the top people, but they're not quite smart enough to me. And I mean not just because they're feminists, but I mean like they're just, you know, it would be good to engage them, but
yeah, no, that's the thing I actually have a problem with a lot of feminists is when I see especially when they're sort of like maybe late teens, 20 somethings. I just, even though I'm only 18 myself, I feel like I'm punching down every single time. I feel like I'm just it would be too easy
Yeah.
Let me tell you right now, Spino, they target children. If you are not willing to at least think about the teens, you are giving them a free pass.
No,
They target,
I don't
they
think
target
I
kids.
don't think no, I don't think going after a video debunking a teenager, like really, yeah.
It depends
You're
on what the
arguing.
teen. No, no, no. It doesn't.
You're
It's not
arguing
about.
two different things.
It's not about the teenager. It's not about the
Hold
teenager.
on, hold
It's
on.
about what the person says. If the person says something that's worth going after, it doesn't matter what age they are.
Well, no, but that's the other thing is that the videos
Guys.
they end up doing,
Guys.
aren't
Let
really
Brian get in.
something I can really debunk.
I'm sorry. I think we're still online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah,
are. We are.
yeah.
Absolutely.
We know that.
Because
There's a
it says off air in the window.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
they're
because we're not.
broadcasting through
We're
different
not
means.
broadcasting that way.
I saved my racial slurs for at least 20 minutes after we're off.
Brian just
No,
realizes.
it's fine. I wasn't sure. Well,
But
anyway,
guys,
yeah.
what I wanted to say is like you pointed something out. They think they're trying to rocket themselves to the top. I think we're seeing a few feminists now who are, they're taking the after MRAs and anti-feminists have explained the Anita Sarkeesian model, have explained how the Anita Sarkeesian model works. We're seeing some neophytes and some complete idiots step up and try to utilize that model. Right, we see that with Laughing Witch.
Yep.
Right, where she started a fight that she obviously couldn't finish. She started a fight with someone way bigger than her. Right,
She was
and
fine with Sargon before.
yeah, picking fights with really big guys, and then when they react in very reasonable ways that are like reasonable
Or at least measured.
yeah, that's what I meant. And anyway, then they take that measured response, and they go, "Oh, look, I'm a victim. Give me money."
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
they're
that's
trying to
exactly
Anita Sarkeesian it, right?
Bailing me out of my problem, my personal issue.
Yeah, and that's what they're saying with the that was specifically with Laughing Witch, but there's all kinds of reasons people want money. But
yeah.
but but that's like when you're saying that their Patreon account opened the day that their YouTube channel started. Like I don't know if there's a big complex plot behind it. I think they looked at I think the three of them got together. They looked at the political landscape, and they said, you know what, we can probably make some dough off of going and confronting MRAs.
Yeah, and there is a huge difference. If you want to compare this to your bar bands, there is a huge difference to your bar band that shows up trying to make $50 a night, and the bar band that comes to show up trying to play their music. And this is the problem that I have with them, is that they're showing up trying to cater to an audience. And because they're in the game trying to cater to an audience from day one, they are they're after the most popular demographic, etc. So if saying, lobbying for male genital mutilation to be banned, for example, isn't as popular as attacking the amazing atheist, which way will they go? And there is where my problem is. And I've seen it. I've engaged with these fuckwits a little bit. And Bane's had better results than I have.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the word. I'm American, dude. We don't have an easy time with language. We got guns. That's it.
No, for now. But yeah, no, I think that's honestly, I think that this is a kind of a cash grab.
Yeah.
Something about them just doesn't sit well with me. Like they had like the cosplay thing going, and they set up the whole spiel, and they came on the scene, and
I'm careful about accusing people of that, because we get accused of that all the time. So
I agree.
I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a Patreon. People don't have to put money in it if they don't want. It's free choice. So I don't have an issue with that. And if you're right,
I mean, is it when like there's nothing wrong with doing something for money.
Yeah, but if you're right and
Right.
they are only here for money, then their product will show that, won't it? So
Yes, I think that's right. And again, it's just when you try this, try to compare feminism to religion when you talk to them. Get ready.
Oh
Get
God,
ready.
I should make a video all about that. There's specific Bible quotes that I can think of
Absolutely.
automatically.
It would be very easy to basically say feminism is a religion. Here are all the ways in which this stuff is the same. So, and then you basically put it all out there, and at the end you say, if you're an atheist and you're a feminist, how can that possibly stand when you have the same? Essentially, it's one of those things where sometimes I think when people become atheists, because I've noticed that this whole like feminist MRA community, and there's a lot of
Parallels.
there's a lot of parallels between atheism and the gender politics stuff, right?
I
And
completely agree.
one of the things I noticed is that a lot of times many of the most outspoken feminists that are the most emotional, the angriest, that we often find ourselves responding to a lot are atheists, and they're coming from a place of almost, it's like it's not about equality so much as it is about revenge against religion.
Yeah,
They're
thank
so
you.
angry about basically feeling lied to with their faith or whatever they grew up on, which a lot of times, there are many atheists that probably from the beginning they were like, I don't believe this. This doesn't seem right to me. It's not logical. It doesn't follow. So I'm going to become an atheist. But the ones we're looking at are the people who were raised in a fundamentalist, home with a certain religious, structure, whether it was a Christian or Judaism or whatever, and then they found out over time that they had been lied to, and they get really angry and they become atheists. But it's not so much because it's logical, but it's more so because it's out of spite for the religion itself.
These are
And
the
then,
Yeah.
These are the atheists that
They
are
still
lobbying to take the crosses down from a World War I monument, where you could literally say almost to a man the people laying in those graves would have wanted that cross there. But they don't
exactly.
care.
Yeah.
They don't care.
These are the people who where religion where their religion is in a lot of cases is a symptom of larger cognitive biases.
Hmm.
And these people have only cured the symptom, not the problem.
Exactly, because
Thank
they go to feminism, and then they just change one religion for another religion.
Well,
Because
You can
and part of
you
it
can
comes,
clearly
I
see
think
that.
part of it becomes because like sometimes, how I've seen some debates with fundamentalist Christians that say that without Christianity humans cannot be moral, like they need it to be morally good people, because it keeps them in line, or they recognize they have a higher purpose. um, that is the same place, the same mentality when you have these atheists that become feminists, because they say, I abandon my faith, but I'm still a good person. Still a moral person, and the way that I'm going to prove it is I'm going to become a feminist, and I'm going to fight for human rights, and I'm going to, become
No,
an interest.
I
This
would
is
like
what.
I
Go
would
ahead.
like to challenge that. It is to prove that they're good people, but I think it's less to do with proving that they're good people in the eyes of their religious community
No.
subconsciously as
It's
it is. No, but it's more like Hannibal the Victor type of proving you're a good person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not necessarily to the religious community that you've abandoned, but either to yourself or to the religious community that you've now joined, which is the cult of feminism and social justice and progressive.
But a guilty conscience seems to go along with a lot of it.
Yeah, because they can't let go of, you know, their old Catholic guilt comes with them, I guess.
I
I
don't
mean,
know if that's it
well,
specifically.
I wouldn't say it's not necessarily so much the Catholic guilt. What it is that you take you take church. I mean, I grew up in church. For those of you here who have, it sounds like a couple of you have. There's a different sense of community there than there's like a 4-H club or a Boy Scout group sense of community as opposed to school or your band camp. And this is kind of an issue, and religion really does that to the nth degree. And when you take a kid and you take a kid who's gone through school and he's watched Harry Potter and listens to Pokemon and all this nasty, horrible shit for the last year, and you send him to Jesus camp, and after a week later he comes out denouncing all that for 6 months and then slowly backslides. This is their model. This is the model they work off of. And feminism, I wouldn't say exactly follows that model, but I would say that it does to a degree that if you start to stick your nose too far into the men's rights stuff, Captain Logan, then they will yank you back by your fucking underwear. Real quick.
Well, yeah. Well, look at what happened. Who's that Japanese guy who wanted to have a hangout and then vanished? Soretta Yuki.
Oh, geez, yes. Soretta Yuki. Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a half a dozen fucking emails in my Twitter inbox going, "You need to respond to this guy with father's rights issues." And I was working on a video, and I click on his, and it's gone. He's gone. There's an Agent of Doubt video and music, and that's it. And that's like, Jesus fuck.
Has anyone found out what happened to him?
He just left. He scarpered.
He finally decided he didn't want to play the game.
Mm-hmm. Hey, for those of you out there who are smaller YouTubers, this guy was probably making $500 or more a month off of his YouTube channel, and off of all that other stuff, and he shit canned it all. So that should say something to you other YouTubers out there. This guy was making money at it, and he shit canned it all. So. That's where it is. You cannot talk to us without being labeled a pariah.
Yeah. Yep. That's it. And that ultimately is what is going to destroy them. That total authoritarian push. It is desperate. Like it's total desperation.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say, it's ramping up.
I was in some hangout recently where people were saying that the feminists were becoming more powerful recently, and I was thinking about it. And I'm like, no, they're not becoming more powerful. This is like when the Nazis were broadcasting their victory as the Russians were storming the gate.
Thank you. This is like Westboro Baptist Church saying that we're winning the war when a bunch of bikers pushed them off of the protest. Yeah. This is they are. Their hate mob has been exposed for a hate mob, and anybody who looks, I can't tell you. My neighbor is just some gal who plays video games, and I start telling her what these people are wanting to do to video games, what they're doing to situations like mine, blah 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 blah, and expose her to the whole mess, and she can watch whatever she wants, and immediately she's red pilled, and she's disabled, fucking fibromyalgia woman. A white woman, oh my God, it's probably the problem. If she was Asian, it'd be different.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, they're getting louder, and they're definitely getting more vocal, but that's because they are getting more desperate. I mean, like Huffington Post can't stop making videos about why feminism is still valid. It's like it's so desperate, it's obvious. And I think that part of it is also because Gawker, they recently they recently did a big change to their whole structure to their website. Like they got rid of some stuff, they're trimming the fat here and there, and they basically decided that they're going to put a giant focus on all of their websites. So like all the Gawker websites, Kotaku and fucking Jezebel and all this, and they're all basically focusing, and because it's like this giant letter that leaked out. They're all focusing on the election. The next the presidential election, and I think that's actually what's going on. I think that in terms of the media spaces like HuffPo and Slate and the Mary Sue and XO Jane and all that shit, they're gonna basically start focusing on the presidential election. There's gonna be their big push to try to increase the validation for feminism. They're gonna try and get. That's why they're going intersectional.
The Republican war on women. That's what they're going to try.
Essentially, yes, the Republican war on women. They're going to try and basically put every minority group under the umbrella of feminism, which they already have. That's why they call it intersectional feminism.
And they're going to go heavy with the Donald Trump's an Islamophobe.
Yep. they're going to start using the word kyriarchy more instead of patriarchy, because it gives them, an ability to talk to more people. There's people who won't even question what the fuck the kyriarchy even is, and they're showing their hand. They're getting very desperate to be validated. I think they know that people are getting sick of their shit. They're just getting louder. Another more evidence of this is the fact that men's rights groups are getting an audience now. At least people are not ignoring them anymore. Like, we can't be ignored anymore. They have to talk about them even if they're not there on like various spaces. Like, they were on the CBC, and I know you guys mentioned that earlier. They're gonna become part of the conversation. And they can't ignore it for much longer. So, am I the only one in here now? I feel like
I'm still there.
No, we're listening. We're listening. Preach it, Brian. Preach it.
Yes. No, yeah, I'm just saying, we got them on the back foot. They are, I think, they still have a great deal of power, don't get me wrong, but I think people are starting to wise up. Donald Trump wouldn't even be this close to becoming president if that wasn't the case. But one of the main reasons why people love him so much is because he's finally taking it to the fucking press. He's telling them what he really thinks. People don't even care about his policies. They just like that he's giving the press shit. They just like that he's doing something different that makes feminists angry. He just fucking insults them. He doesn't give a fuck. And that's why he's popular.
My issue with him is that there's so much gerrymandering going on with his numbers that it's insanity.
Well, I agree.
And that's besides the obvious issue.
No, I agree with what you're saying. My point is that the social attitudes towards feminism is on the decline, because otherwise a guy like Donald Trump would not get this far. Because
you are absolutely right, Brian.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely right. You are absolutely right, Brian. The social attitudes, like I was saying earlier, it's kind of where atheism was in 1998. We've got a lot there. Gamergate gave us kind of that push, but we almost need another one to kind of 9/11 us into full red pill turf. But we're close to having enough momentum to people to actually look at this mess en masse, because that's the problem. You can make a billion bills against male genital mutilation right now, and nobody fucking cares. They're more concerned with the bill for their license plate tabs than they are for the one for circumcision.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We can fix that.
But when one of the biggest feminist issues last year was manspreading, they're really cutting their own throats.
Yep.
Yeah. They show themselves to be worthless.
Yeah, ever increasing nonsense.
Yeah, and pettiness. Did you see the tweet a feminist put out about how she said that being a woman means that if you hear someone whistling a tune behind you while you're walking down the street, you have to fear being murdered? That was actually a tweet a feminist put out. The fear is so great with them that they're trying to spread. It's gone well into insanity.
But you can't fear Muslims because that's Islamophobia.
Yeah, unless it's a guy whistling an Islamic tune.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't be allowed.
I've started tweeting John Wayne Gacy quotes before he raped his victims. The two guys that escaped from him. I've started tweeting quotes from what they said John Wayne Gacy said to him when these women tweet rape quotes at me. It's just kind of like, this is what John Wayne Gacy said to another guy. Oh, you don't care about that though, right? He didn't have a vagina and breasts, so who gives a fuck? But yeah, anyway.
It's funny that they have, like Bane said, they have these small grievances like manspreading, which men have been arrested for, man-slamming, mansplaining, and this whistle culture,
rape,
whatever the fuck we're going into. Yeah, whistle rape that we're moving into. And these are clearly ridiculous things that are really things that feminists are talking about. But when they address men's rights activists, the most common stuff that I see is either stuff that MRAs have never talked about or no MRAs ever said, like you said, comes from like a PUA or someone who doesn't actually identify as an MRA, or it's something like you know, I'm a nice guy and girls won't date me, some bullshit like that, which is a ridiculous thing that doesn't have anything to do with men's rights. But that's
Thank
the
you.
way that they. It has nothing to do with that. I mean, that's just.
That's exactly it. No, and this is I've experienced this. If you look at my videos, actually you'll notice that there's like I'll have 84 plus ones with one thumbs down, which is a little raw. I should have 4 thumbs down, but they've no platformed me in those regards because they know that I showed up here for legitimate reasons, and I gained sympathy of a few of them off the bat, and blah 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 blah. And they know that I'm not fighting this fight because I think that women should be in the kitchen. There's no question with these people. I can show them Facebook posts from me 2 years ago saying feminist shit, and I can show them right now my situation because of what happened to me, and they don't like it. They don't want to talk about it. This is the reality they don't want to face. That what they want to face is air conditioning is sexist. There's a wage gap. There's a rape culture, and if I go to a college, there's a great chance that my asshole is going to get poked the first night.
You know, if feminists want to argue that there was an earnings gap, I wouldn't have a problem because that's what there is.
I agree. I totally agree with you, but they don't.
And the
They
earnings gap isn't based on discrimination; it's based on choice.
I'll take their platform. I'll take their platform right here, Bane. Me and you have a subscriber gap, and the reason is because you are privileged.
Well, I am
From
Kool-Aid,
Australia,
so
exactly. All the Kool-Aid in Australia, all those big spider bites.
Sargon has a I myself and Sargon, we have a subscriber gap, and it's because of his beard privilege.
Well, it's also his royal
statue
roots.
privilege.
It has nothing to do with the fact that Bane fucking works his ass off compared to me trying to raise my son and throwing out shit on YouTube when I can. These two have nothing to do with each other.
And I've been around a bit longer than you too, so.
No, shut up, you apologist. What the fuck's wrong with you? Fuck you. Back of the bus, Darky. No. The reality of it is I get less subs for the same work. How many videos did you put out last week, bitch? How many videos did I put out last week? How many subs do I got? How many subs has he got? There it is, cut and dry. Anybody who adds anything to this is a fucking apologist. I don't want to hear it. I'm plugging headphones now. Thank you.
No, but wait, but if you look at the fucking facts, it's obviously the.
Oh yeah, well.
Hey,
yeah, no.
I'm sorry. I've still got an intact clip to play with. Why don't you go play with your missing foreskin? Fuck you.
Let me drink my male tears mug. Here.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly. Sorry.
Tears taste like honeysuckle.
Yeah, the numbers were fucking accurate for the fucking fuck they were talking about.
It doesn't matter. They don't care. It just if you show them their numbers are so grossly inaccurate that they may as well be showing what VHS plays like on DVD as far as waveforms go. They don't care. They don't care. They'll just say, well, you know, that's just your opinion. That's just one person. Blah 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 blah. Toxic masculinity, patriarchy, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
It seems to be a non-stop thing, and you know, there was a period there, a month and a half even, where I just kind of like, I don't know, but at this point, I got my son, he's safe, he's okay, and then I think about other dudes who are in another spot where they can't find their kids, and I think about these other kids who want their parents and they can't find them, and it's all because all it takes is a girl to hook up with another guy and say, you know what, my ex was an abuser. And next thing you know, that ex is cut out of every school, every hospital, everything. They won't tell him shit. And I know firsthand. So at that point, it's like, yeah, I got a little extra time. I could play Mr. Doe on my ColecoVision, or I could help some other fucking dad find his kid. Or at least give him something. Something. Add to
campaign,
Here's 2 more Legos to the stack, boys. Let's go.
Spino, you got to take that image, that screenshot, and you got to put in like another one that just says reality, because
yeah, no, I'm doing that now. I'm doing it.
Reality. Put it in quotes. Because we all need to know. We need to get with that. We need to
Yeah, apparently we're not with reality. Only the chosen ones are. It's like Heaven's Gate, isn't it? Weren't they the chosen ones?
No.
They're the only ones that could see the invisible UFOs, and they had to cut their penises off to ride on the invisible comet or whatever the fuck it was.
I am now.
No one else understood because they weren't in touch with reality, apparently.
Yes. we've had this wrong. We've had this wrong the entire time. The answer was reality.
Yeah.
I didn't.
There you go, guys.
Yes.
Oh, Christ.
Share the screen. Yes, reality.
No,
Yeah. I'll share screens. Give me a sec.
Yes.
the bottom line is, as far as I get when it comes to that stuff, the bottom line is there are a lot of people that are talking about this stuff that are like, idealistic, and this is cool. And this is their online identity. but these, as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to push that shit into the meat space, if your research isn't impeccable, I've got a double-edged dildo with razors on it that you need to sit on. Because this fuck, if you're talking about the reality of people, of families, of children, of our society as a whole.
Reality.
Yeah, but let's just discard that, because I think that maybe this girl got oppressed over here.
Well, actually, I think our reality and their reality are different.
Mm-hmm.
Reality.
Well, theirs is full of strawmen. So
theirs is the guy in the pink hoodie that's trying to wake us up. Ours is the guy in the top.
No, that's not a guy in a pink hoodie.
Oh,
that's
I'm sorry.
That's
a woman in a pink hoodie. I'm sorry.
Hey, you're both fucking gender judging motherfuckers. That's a gender. Yeah. That's a G.
I need to go educate myself. I'm sorry.
Yes. G pulled the jud off your jed.
I need to go read more literature. Our reality is a guy in a top hat that invades people's safe spaces.
Yeah.
And calls them fucking pricks.
No, fuck.
You gotta watch South Park, guys.
I haven't watched it for a little bit. I'll be honest. My frustration with it obviously is pretty tangible. There's a point where they talk about this idealism, and they talk about, well, we got rape culture, and we've got these non-tangible things, and we got blah blah blah, and it's like you start talking about tangible things, and these fuckers put their fingers in their ear. And if they were just talking about their own shit, I don't care. I mean, if I'm talking about Dead Space on my Xbox and you're talking about Dead Space on your PlayStation, I don't care. But if you're going to start trying to dictate my Xbox without ever playing it, I'm going to shove my foot right up your fucking ass. And it's worse than that here. This is children. These are people. When I just my last few videos even show it. These people are like fucking alienating children from reality because of their idealism, and they are thinking it's okay. It's okay because my religion, my idealism, my position is so impeccable that no male child could ever be hurt by this, right?
When an ideology has a term which is kindergarten rape culture, you know that there's something fucking wrong with it.
Should I post that meme to Twitter, but with but tag vomit in it?
Did I just hear kindergarten rape culture?
Kindergarten rape culture.
Okay, no, whoa, extrapolate, please.
Oh, I've got a couple of videos from over a year ago on that.
Shall I actually shall I tag vomit in the picture?
Tag him.
Yeah, go for it.
Go.
Oh God, I'm scared.
Yeah, it was.
You're tagging varmint, not Muhammad. It's fine.
Kindergarten rape culture. Kindergarten rape culture
Yes.
refers to some article someone wrote where their daughter was playing with blocks in kindergarten, and a little boy came over and took one of the blocks or knocked over the blocks or something, because that's what boys do. It's obviously testosterone that caused him to do it, and she came to the conclusion that this is the same sense of entitlement. We're talking about a kindergarten kid here, right? Same sense of entitlement that enables men to grow up to become rapists, and it was part of kindergarten rape culture. When you come out with nonsense like that, it's your ideology has something wrong with it.
No, it's. I thank you. You know, they one person out of the 4 mental health professionals I spoke with tried to diagnose my son with ADHD. And I'm looking at them with my jaw hanging agape. Are you fucking kidding me? You go abuse a male boy who's 7 years old, lock him and what do you expect? No, this is ADHD. No, this isn't ADHD. This is just that he needs a little bit more. All you need to do is point at that piece of paper one more time and say, you need to do this, and walk away. I guarantee you. And they drop their diagnosis after a little bit. But you know what? On every piece of paper I fill out to school, guess what my email address is? felfopreturns@gmail.com. Fuck you. Come look. Motherfuckers, you open this can, I will open it back. Then I'll live or die by my son at this point, as far as that goes. But they know. They know. One of the ladies at school definitely knows that I'm Felfop. But that's...
No, I am Felfop.
No, you're not. You're Bane.
I was hoping everyone would join in. Spartacus moment there. Everyone missed it though.
I am Felfop.
There we go. Delay.
I am Felfop.
Nobody wants to be me, man.
I just said I was. I'm Felfop Pin.
I identify as Felfop. I wrote myself too.
Sometimes I'm a Doge, and sometimes I'm Felfop, and sometimes I'm a Badger. And you can't correct me, you shitlord.
I apologize for getting a little emotional at times. This is
that's understandable. It's understandable.
Emotional arguments are always the best arguments.
I wouldn't be here if it weren't.
Ask feminists.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that mess, and I'm so sick and tired of having. If I say, maybe your ex had a reason to leave you, a feminist crawls up my asshole. But if I say my ex took my son and hid from me, the feminists assume off the top of their head that I'm an abuser, blah, 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 blah. And, okay, what that costs me financially, who cares? Really? Who cares? Let's just be real as far as politics go. Nobody cares. At the end of the day, what it costs my son, he's 7 years old and he's just learning to spell. He doesn't know phonics all the way. He's been burnt with the crack pipe on his forehead, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, you're going to have a hard time kicking me out of this fight. You're going to have a hard time pulling me away from it.
We're happy to have you, man.
I'm sorry?
We're happy to have you.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm, as you well know, man, I've polished your boots a couple of times because I can't help it. You are a powerhouse in this movement, Bane. You really are. It's like if you were to take a person and say, well, I would expect him to make good videos, you might find a guy who makes good videos. Well, I expect him to make good videos and be on Twitter. You might find that. You don't find Bane on Twitter, but you will find him dredging up the unobserved, unappreciated on all corners of the internet, except maybe Twitter, and then publicizing what he feels is important. I mean, I got my old account banned, the Felfop Returns, right? I got my old account banned, and Bane was there within 48 hours going, hey, whoa, you got your old account banned? Here, let me put it on my Facebook and fucking get you more subs and get you back going. Let's find your son. And did that find my son? No. But do you know what it did? It made me not want to fucking shoot myself in the head when I laid down at night thinking there was absolutely no point to this at all. It did that. So, yeah, anyway.
Well, we're all in this together, man, so we all need to help and support each other.
Yeah,
I think that's probably where we're going next year too, is more networking, more interaction, more supporting one another.
Absolutely. I'm not putting my tongue in anyone's asshole.
Yeah.
Not after last time, Brian.
You seriously set that trend though, Bane. You really
what,
did.
putting your tongue in the asshole?
No, they're supporting each other.
Oh yeah. Well, we need that. It's important.
No, yeah, we do, and I think we were all kind of doing it. And I think it started with Gamergate, really. Well, I wouldn't just say that, but you
But then
started seeing.
I was doing videos like when like nothing to do with Gamergate. So
No, I know. I'm saying, but you started to see interactions between people who were not interested in politics, people who were feminists, people who or at least thought they were feminists, and MRAs in the Gamergate sphere, and then it was also happening in other places, in pockets, and people were starting to, like we had brought on guests as often as we could. Some of them MRAs, some of them feminists, some of them neither, just people who were just interested parties. We had Sargon on, we had Shu on head, but we've also had Kevin Logan, we've had Theron, Lauren Southern, and I think, and Cassie J. Is it Cassie J? Yeah, the one who made the
Correct.
Yes, Cassie J. And we're doing more of that, and I do think that is good, and that's the way to go, to do more of that stuff in 2016. And I am honored to be amongst you guys, to be quite honest. So, but I'm not putting your tongue in your asshole, though.
Not after last time.
Okay.
You don't need to lick. I'm honored to be amongst this mess as well. I mean, it's yeah, I feel like almost like a black sheep, to be honest. I'm trying to drug in, kicking and screaming. You guys all felt this way looking at the world, and I had to be like shoved my face into the mess before I saw it.
Oh, that's a lot of people, though.
Because we're all coming from different places, and so everyone has their own way of doing things,
That's right, and that's where it makes Theron. Even though sometimes what comes out of Theron's mouth, I go, Theron's really good that way. Theron's really good that way because there's a perspective there that we have under put out in the MRM.
Well, that's also a really big strength that we have, is the fact that we're not just diverse as in terms of our gender and sexuality and et cetera and so on, but more importantly, we're intellectually diverse, and that's actually a stronger kind of diversity, in my opinion. So,
I agree. We actually respect that. It's we bring it to the table. We show our gender egalitarianism by our very nature, where they have to show us a chart.
Right, and I would also have to add that I think that the ultimate goal, as I said earlier in the broadcast, of the MRM should be to make itself obsolete.
Well,
of course.
That should be the goal, right?
I've often said
no longer necessary.
That is how I feel about the atheism movement. Sorry, Ben, go ahead.
I've often said that I look forward to the day where men's issues are addressed and I can just call myself an egalitarian.
Yeah.
I don't have to call myself an MRA and an egalitarian.
Fuck. What do I do? She was asking me for a source for that that quote from Vomit. I've got to find the fucking skeptic.
Well, then go find it. Hey, yeah, you're young.
Well, it's in the first 20 minutes.
Push buttons, find it.
It's in the first.
Feminist,
I think it's around the 20-minute mark, wasn't it?
Is not a word.
Part 2. There we are. It's probably around here.
So on that note, I reckon we should probably wind up because we've been going for about 5 hours now. It's gone quick though. It's been fun. We only got 25 minutes through their video, but if you guys want to come back sometime in the next week or so and do a bit more, I'd be happy to host.
Totes.
I'm in, mate. You just let me know when.
Yep. Well, all right. Well, we'll say maybe this time next week. We'll see. We'll talk during the week and figure it out. But it seems like a good time where most people are available. So
it's the only time I've gotten a week when I've for certain got my son babysat.
Now I've got to wait until I fucking now I've got to upload a video, and I'll probably go to bed about like 10 a.m.
This meme is fucking glorious.
Yes, it is.
I want to tell this to all the feminists out there that as a men's rights activist who fought for his son tooth and nail, after getting my son and having him in my custody, it's really hard to continue to make videos, to continue to post, to continue to blog, blah, 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 blah. So, my suggestion is to you feminists out there, if you want men's rights activists to shut up online, let them have their estranged children. Give them their kids. They'll shut the fuck up online way more, and they'll spend way more time playing video games with their kids, taking them to school, feeding them breakfast, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, do that. And, hey, maybe it'll fix the wage gap, too, if you put your fucking ass on an electrician line or a fucking steel beam.
Yeah, found the timestamp. Yay. It's 23 minutes, about 23 and a half minutes in. That's when he starts to say it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Did you reply to her?
Yeah, I sent her the.
Okay.
Good man, Spino.
All right, so let's end it. It's been good, guys. I think we've had a very productive conversation and covered a lot of talking points. I think
Yes.
probably anyone who's new to the men's rights movement listening to this would get a good kind of background about what we're actually about, as opposed to all the straw men that they often hear. So I think it's been very good that way. So thanks, everyone.
Let's hope that Google doesn't cut off any of this stream.
Yeah,
I think they've fixed that problem.
I think Bane's probably got that sent shut like a $2 whore on a Friday night. I could be wrong.
Hey, it's good. I can't fix that, but yeah, I think they fixed that problem during the week. So that was just an issue last weekend. I hope. I'll be pissed off if it's.
Oh yeah, I already. Oh no, I put the timestamp in the link. Don't worry.
Well, thank you for those words of wisdom there, Spino, to end with.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you can put timestamps and links now.
Everyone want to say goodbye?
Yes, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Don't drink the poison Kool-Aid.
Check it out.
There's a turd in a punch bowl. Look close.
Yeah. Check us out on Honey Badger Radio.
And thank you, Bane, for being a badass.
See you later, guys.